mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back.
of the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the force. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे मैं डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी जीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed, take up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than an average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about is traveling. Hasta बुझाए मेरी जैसा मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way or leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना, तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees, put your back down on your knees.
no, don't make that take a spice, put that away, you'll hurt yourself. You ain't gonna let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy, just till we got sheriffs, so sorry, eyed boys got the venom high, blown to the venom world. Who's that? No this. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will be gone. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite. I go inside. No footsteps. I'ma take you all down like dominoes. I'ma take you out with another spike drop. Overheated, but I love to lock and load. I hear the echo, I hear the echo. Bang bang on a bad team with the versatile. All day. Enough with the chit chat, steady with the one tab. I'ma set it off, just wait. Oh, eres mío con la oh no. Sabe que la alfa soy yo. Go, vete vuelve cuando no estoy así. Desapareció. Oh, como piensa que no traigo la peña, las de cero solo. Llama chatarrero que se va a hacer rico. De lo que dejaré tipo el suelo. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite it. We're from different worlds. Mirror, mirror, eyes. Can you feel the burn? Watch me ignite it. Watch me 나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 내 가슴은 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 곡을 떡을 때는 텐션이 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들이 꼴 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 stop boys not my type 아니 거리동이 되면 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 오늘 널 불러서 좋게 잘 받아 멍청한 애들이 여기 자꾸 넘치니 바닥에서 네 목숨 내못 다 짜증 나면 질러 the life ain't cool 앨리스 나이 tonight girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or she want 뭐든지 다 내게
Nothing was meant to meet. Distance kept things apart. This is the moment where everything shifts. What are you afraid of?
Yani roundu garantiledi bu ulti bu arada.
Evet evet.
Relax. Burada bir can. Canı kaldı. Burak.
Ona ne diyor ya?
Yani en azından
Fucking hell, Jesus Christ.
burada fight Yetüce'den
3.
cesetlere de bastı.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yes. Ouais, il y a du J qui met un shot. Non.
Mais- Oh my god. God, what am I watching? What's happening, bro?
Das war der war auch noch drauf. What? Wird's angezickt. Der Frag.
Oh mein Gott.
Das ist das ein Timing?
Oh, das war so geil.
Pas. 1, 2, 3. Aynen öyle.
La compta. Dodo. Moins 3.
Donc avec ces points-là qui arrivent face à l'aide. Fils 2, c'est quoi fort?
Surely they trade. Yeah, surely. They didn't trade?
Yo, quando tem a trás da estrada. Oi, ó.
Ouais.
Fils 2.
La personne qui regarde là.
Enzo Demba.
Quadra kill de Enzo, les amis.
Woo! Perfect. Lovely stuff. Woo!
Et il le met un shot, mais c'est quoi ça?
Attention. On va réussir à trouver le petit kill, mais là, c'est un peu compliqué, le scout. Oh, mais il est tellement dessus. Mais what?
¡Ay, Dios mío, Famsi, qué bueno sos! Por Dios.
The end is upon us, but not just yet. One last chance to reach the finals. 4 teams, but only 2 spots. Who will rise to stand beside Time Vitality and 4 esports at the summit of Alpha and Omega brackets? Hello everyone and welcome to EMEA Clash Day 5. I am your host Kumquat and today on the desk is Lothar. Hello!
Yeah, hello. First day for me, but I'm very excited to be here. We have some really interesting matches ahead of us, and when I was watching the votes of the previous matches, I was really impressed with Enterprise the mostly, so I'm looking forward the most to the second match for today. But first one, with ULF and UCAM, it also pretty looks interesting and exciting.
We definitely have a lot of interesting matchup to come today. We have only 6 teams left, so it's pretty much almost the end. 2 of them, as you said, are challenger teams, so we will have interesting matchups once again between Tier 1 and Tier 2. I don't know if you already had the opportunity to see such matchups, but it's really insane. We have some pretty big upsets earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting dynamic because for Tier 2, they have everything to gain. They can win and then make a name for themselves, right? And be established in some really impressive matchups. And then for the teams coming from Tier 1, they have everything to lose. So it's kind of like a, imbalance when it comes to the prize that the teams are getting, apart from, of course, the prizing for finishing higher in the tournament. So, for example, for Navi, that's not the best showing, but at the same time, they played with a substitute, right? But for teams like, for example, Enterprise or UCAM that are coming in from the Tier 2, they can prove themselves and show themselves how they can perform against a team from Tier 1. And I've seen some really good stats that I thought they're gonna be, let's say, checked by the quality of the Tier 1 players against them, and that was not true. So I'm very impressed so far.
I completely agree with you. I think this is a bit unbalanced, but the VCT EMEA teams use this opportunity to also try some new comps and some new strats, so I think that's where they find their footings on their side. And before we move into the matchups for today, we have something that you should know right since we're on day 5 now. It's second clash. So just a quick reminder, if you're completely new and haven't been there before, for each team we selected one clip of one of their best recent plays. During each match today and every day you will be able to vote for the best highlights, and the winner of this clash, this second clash, will move on in this special bracket until he wins eternal glory by having the best highlight. As you can see, the bracket. So today we will have Team Vitality against Carmine Corp. Carmine Corp, who has been eliminated, unfortunately, but is still here in the second clash bracket. And on the other side, we have Navy and Giant Dex.
Can I also vote? Can I
You cannot vote, unfortunately, but you can influence the chat, definitely. This is up to you to try that.
I'll manipulate them.
Perfect. I think we are going to start with Team Vitality and Carmine Corp. So let's get into this.
That's a decisive round, 11-11.
This is already a good start.
That's a good combo. The flash into the arrow forces the opponent to look into that, gets them the space in the backside. Oh, what a hold by Yampi. And beautiful flash going up the top. That's really hard to dodge, by the way. Really well played by Yampi, winning in the round by himself there.
Very good play from Yampi. I think we had almost the same clip from another team, I don't remember, but it was kind of similar with Hunter's Fury on this side of Breeze, so very good play from Yampi, as you said, but I think Carmine has a really good one also, so let's check this.
You think they're gonna top this? Okay.
I think so.
You're just biased.
Maybe, but it's a very good one.
Why is it that when when he plays Jet they win, and when he plays Yoru they lose? They need to think about that, you know?
Yeah, maybe there is something there. But definitely his Jet is
okay,
on
so
point.
This was one impressive. I think actually I do agree. The Jet clip here is more impressive than the Yoru clip.
There's even someone falling. I mean, it's hard to top that, in my opinion, at least.
Yeah,
this is peak entertainment.
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot manipulate people here. Like this is, I agree. I think this is straight up better.
Okay, so you kind of are trying to manipulate people by telling you're not, but still giving your opinion. So I see right through that. But
That's
I will
the reverse
agree.
psychology, you know?
Yeah, very smart, Lothar. But I agree with you. I think Carmine are very good, and since they're not there in this tournament. And we will get on this later, but they're actually both French team have been eliminated by Enterprise, so I have personal grudges against this team. So we'll look later in the day. But this is it for the second clash. Right now you can vote in the chat wherever you are watching this. Be sure to select the play that you prefer, and we will check who wins between Carmine and Vitality right after the first match. We have now some interesting tweets from the community, because if you're not aware, you can use the hashtag EMEA Clash on X and maybe be featured on the stream. Let's check what the community has said this time. There's been some good things until now, so...
I was hoping for some hot takes here, but I don't see any yet. But I see something very interesting from Magnum over here. This was our last game with Swagzo, and generally don't have the words. Like, I have heard really good stuff about Swagzo, and he is being replaced now, of course, because we have the main player coming into Enterprise that is going to be replacing him, and Swagzo was essentially a substitute for like the past 2 months. And they already played with him against Job Life, and I was pretty impressed. So, but they look like a different team a little bit because the playstyle was so different between Swagzo and Quos.
I think it's also, yes, as you said, interesting. This player is really good. We've seen really good things from him in this tournament, and I hope definitely that he finds a team that can offer home for him, because unfortunately, he's not going to play anymore with Enterprise for now, but definitely a very strong player. We had also some tweet from Job Life, some meme from Vitality. I mean, this is just the melting pot of the internet. Some serious stuff and some less serious stuff. But we have serious stuff coming ahead for us, because this is time to get into the real business, everyone. We are going to talk about what's going to happen today on this broadcast, and let's take a look at the bracket, because there has been some switching. As you may know, right now we have 2 brackets, Alpha, Omega, and there has been some switch since last time. So actually, ULF, who lost in Omega bracket, is now in the Alpha bracket against UCAM, and is the opposite for Giantex. They lost in the Alpha, and they are in the Omega. So this is going to be ULF, UCAM, then Enterprise, Giantex.
If someone is confused, don't worry about it. It's normal. So it is a little bit confusing, but it's nice because it mimics the Omega versus. I mean, obviously that's why the name Alpha and Omega, and it mimics the 2 worlds from the Valorant lore. But it's actually pretty cool when the teams are just swapping. It's a little bit just confusing to follow, but when it comes to like the potential matchups, it is interesting because we have a lot of different pairings than what you would typically have from normal bracket system.
And another thing that is very interesting that we can see on this bracket is that we still have two teams from challengers. So they have not all been eliminated yet. We still have some interesting clashes between with UCAM and Enterprise, and we could even have one more if one of these teams manages to eliminate ULF or Giant X. Especially, I think ULF have had a lot of difficulties against Vitality, so there could be something to take for UCAM there.
Well, the matchup between ULF and UCAM is going to be interesting because they also had the same opponent in the past. They played against Na'Vi. I was trying to analyze how they played against Na'Vi, and if I see like some playstyle differences in how they managed to play against the same team, and it seems like both UCAM and ULF were able to capitalize on the mistakes that Na'Vi was doing, so they're able to punish the mistakes from Na'Vi. Now the question is, how will that be clashing against against each other, right? Because then we're gonna see which team is able to do less mistakes, less overpeaking, less overheating that was typically being punished by them against Na'Vi, and if that's the case when they're gonna be playing against each other. So it's gonna be an interesting matchup because they should have a lot of data against each other as well.
Yeah, both teams actually played several matchups in this tournament now, so there is some sort of data available because, as I said, the VCT EMEA team are trying new strats and new comp, especially for ULF that has two new players, which is not the same roster at all from the kickoff. So this is completely different than the data you could have get from the kickoff.
Yeah, but what is interesting, even though they have two players, which, by the way, look really cool. Maybe they should keep those photos for them. You know,
yeah, it's very sharp.
Yeah, it looks really awesome. Scary. You know, this is maybe the new Omen. Echo and Sop are really impressive, specifically Sop. When I was looking at the matches, I have seen very selfless type of play from him, which was then backed up by good positioning of the teammates in trading on him. So I really like how they let's say, just playing together with this new roster. But at the same time, it could have been still a little bit of the honeymoon phase. And we'll see how this goes further down the line. Because, again, Valorant has a pretty small sample size when it comes to the amount of rounds that we typically play in matches. It's just, 12 rounds per half. So even though we have watched few matches, it's still not a lot of data.
Yes, it can really change from one match to another, and actually that's what happened with ULF against Vitality, because you said Soap is really, really good. He has been a really promising talent, in my opinion, but against Vitality, it really didn't work at all. It was actually pretty low on the scoreboard and pretty low stats. Mm-hmm. One thing maybe is that he didn't play his Euro and is especially good on Euro, so this could be one thing.
Well, the thing is, I feel like the most important aspect that we had been seeing against the Vitality match is that the players were just falling like flies. Vitality was just diffing them on the in the gunplay department, and the macro wasn't really that important. So it doesn't matter which strats are you making if you're just getting punched repeatedly in the face and you can't really react. And that was the main problem that I've seen in that particular match, and that's why also the scoreline was so devastating for ULF. So Vitality just kind of walked over them, and that was a big problem. But at the same time, some of the matches just gonna be like that.
You have to do with what you get, definitely, on every matches. On the other side, we have UCAM Esports. They have been doing pretty well on this tournament, actually. So this is they only lost against Focus, and it was a very, very close matchup. So they're doing pretty great. One thing that I noticed on this team is that depending on the game, on the map, on the opposite opponent, it was always a different player that actually stand out.
Mm-hmm. And also, I feel like what is very interesting, what sets them apart from the opponents, is that they're actually the slowest team when it comes to planting the spike. So they have a little bit of a slower and more methodical approach to the game, even though they're more attacker-based than other teams as well. But they plant like typically between 60 to 65th second, maybe sometimes even later as 80 and 90, where the rest of the teams are in the typical range of 20 to 60 seconds. And that playstyle difference is actually something that many teams cannot really adjust to or don't read into too much. But overall, I would say that UCAM is pretty impressive. They specifically are very good in 5v4 scenarios. They can convert they were converting 72% of those rounds. And I know you need more context and some eye tests because not every round 5v4 that starts is going to be the same, but you can see that they're able to capitalize on the advantages that are getting. So it's one of those teams that have pretty decent team play, and that's not always that I can say about even teams in tier 1.
It's interesting because you talked about when they were planting the spike, and one thing that I actually noticed is that during this tournament they had pretty bad post plant, especially in their first match against Focus. It was pretty bad, but it really improved against Besiktas. They actually managed to hold the spike 20 times out of 26, so almost all the time basically, which is a lot. And I wonder if maybe they managed to put something in place or set up better post plans, or if it's just that they were better against Besiktas. But definitely, if they improved on this, could really help them against ULF.
You're bringing a good point because, for example, when they were playing against Na'Vi, on Haven it was very visible. In their post plant, they were setting up really correct crossfires that were able to dismantle Na'Vi. So they had even like a triple crossfire on the backside of C, if I remember correctly, with one player on logs, one on default, and one on the backside of C. And when the Na'Vi players were trying to push towards the backside, they had been just met with a triple crossfire, which is not something that you can just deal with unless you're just spamming utility in the backside. But that's the second phase of the execute, so you typically don't have that.
Another thing also is that we had Bold, the IGL from UCAM, on an interview, and we talked a little bit about Besk because he's playing Yoru, yes, but he's playing also the Chamber, and it's really interesting because Besk is actually really good on the Chamber and the Yoru, and a bit weaker on other duelists like Waylay, for example. What Paul told us is that Besk is really good on the sniper, so this could be a very good opportunity for the team to utilize the Chamber, but the issue is that you cannot call the Chamber on every map.
But the thing is that essentially Yoru can be utilized like a Chamber, right? But then you can compensate for the lack of utility that you would typically have when you play the Chamber. So overall, he allows you to be a little bit more flexible with how to approach the game. But at the same time, Chamber, with the current state of the game, when we have the signature nerfed from 40 to 60 seconds on the initiators, he is able to just plant his feet for the entirety of the round. If the opponents make a mistake, you punish them heavily because not only have access to more operators per half with like 2 ultimates, essentially you can bring like 4 or 5 operators if you're not snowballing on average per half, which is insane, right? You can do that with Yoru. So because of that, you're gonna be able to capitalize on more mistakes from the opponents, but at the same time, you will maybe struggle a little bit more on the attack side because you cannot then use the flashes proactively. And if your entire composition revolves around the Chamber and setting him up, then you need to compensate with other characters that will have the ability to back him up. And that is the thing that the teams are not choosing, I feel like, correctly, or not adjusting correctly when they have that player that's swapping between Chamber and Yoru, you know?
Yes, definitely. And the other player on the Wolf side that is playing Yoru is Sop. We have some stats to compare these two duelists that are definitely very important in both roster. As I said, Soap has had different results depending on the games in this tournament, but definitely on the Yoru it was very good. And one thing that we can note is that it actually didn't play it against Time Vitality.
Well, you know what? The thing is, that's the most important aspect when it comes to looking at stats. You can compare like ACS, but it doesn't tell the full story. You always have to look at the entire match and take a look at how many rounds were being played. Was there like a bonus round 1? Is the player like, did they start on attack? Did they start on defense? And for example, like if they started on defense and are winning 13-5, then the stats on a player who's like a Chamber, for example, are gonna be escalated to higher levels typically if you would be playing a game of like 24 rounds. So there's always like context needed, but from the average that you can see, 140 damage per round is actually pretty good. That is one of those stats that tells you, oh, this player is consistent, is dealing a lot of damage per round, and is getting almost a kill every single round. And if you have over 150 on average, that's when you break the point where you're like, you have real impact.
I mean, over 150, yes, definitely. You are doing a lot for your team, but no matter what, these two players are really good duelists, and this is very important in the meta currently to have a good duelist on your team. I think having a duelist that is able to play a good Yoru is almost a necessity to actually be able to survive in the current meta. Maybe it will change, but for now, this is what it is. We have the map veto from the two teams, so ULF decided to go with split, where UCAM decided to go with bind. They actually picked a bind already.
It's interesting that UCAM is taking in bind, because ULF's bind was not impressive so far, but so was also UCAM's. At least from my perspective, I don't see bind being that map that UCAM was playing like really efficiently when you compare it to other ones. Like, for example, in my opinion, the best map is gonna be Haven and Pearl. But here they're picking up bind, which tells me, I think at least, that they're gonna be targeting the weakest spot of the opponents instead of trying to play to their own strengths, which is very interesting approach. And at the same time, when I was looking at the compositions that, for example, ULF was playing before on bind, we had Brim, Chamber, Sky, Viper, Waylay. And that composition has a lot of holes when it comes to the amount of utility that you have. Because, for example, Waylay, when you capitalize on Waylay, you're not going to have utility 8 seconds into the round, because you just use everything in unison at the beginning, and then you're left with nothing. Then you have Chamber, who also doesn't have a lot of utility, well, essentially has nothing, right? And then we have Sky, which doesn't get the information, the signature back when he's using the flashes. So you have very limited amount of utility that you have in that particular composition, and I feel like that might be the angle that UCAM tries to target here by choosing bind first.
This is actually very interesting what you're talking about, them playing to their opponent's weakness instead of their own strength, because this is something I also kind of realized while searching data on their previous games, because they, in my opinion, they had a very strong Pearl, but they chose to not play it. Here is the same, they did not pick it. And I don't really understand why. For me, this is a bit of a surprise, especially against Team Vitality, where it was open, and Vitality is not really playing Pearl, so it would really make sense for them to try and pick this map where they are very good, but it shows the different approach to try a map that they think their opponent is bad on.
I think that's going to be a great question for someone after the match, if they're going to be able to win the entire best of 3, to like see what exactly was the main point of this pick and ban phase, right? Maybe they were hoping that, for example, they're going to be able to play it as a decider, but at the same time, that would basically tell us, oh, we don't respect ULF, and I think they're not going to ban it or like just allow us to play it. So it's very hard to say. We're going to have to like ask that in the interview if it's going to happen, you know?
We'll see then after this match. I think another thing, we see what the chat actually thinks, and they think that UCAM will win. This is pretty surprising in my opinion, but I think maybe this is a reflection of how bad ULF actually performed against Team Vitality last time.
Yeah, probably let's say the audience is easily skewed to the last results that they see in VLR. You know, they're like, oh, they're really garbage because they lost this game. They're so hard. And it doesn't matter what happened a week ago. Doesn't matter what happened 2 weeks ago. It only matters if it happened yesterday. So that might be one of the reasons why the poll is very skewed. 36 to 64. It's actually a big difference. But at the same time, when you actually take a look at the games, I feel like ULF is overheating like really hard in their matches, and because of that, they might be perceived as the weaker team as well here.
Or maybe we just have a read from Spanish players that are trying to influence the result of this game. We have the agents select.
Here.
At least at UCAM, they took the chamber like previously, but yes, on the side of ULF.
Yeah, this is much better composition than we have seen before. They changed from Brim, Chamber, Sky, Viper, Waylay to Brimstone, Yoru, Fade, Viper, Waylay. So we have a lot more synergy. Fade is able to cut down the sound for Yoru, so you're going to be able to have one of the strongest actual executes in the game, which is your ultimate into Fade ultimate, but you can also compensate that. If you don't have the Fade ultimate, then you can do that with the Waylay ultimate. So there's a lot of synergy here as well. Yoru is able to pick up the pace with the Waylay, so you're gonna be able to TP after Waylay dashes and uses the Saturate to weaken someone, and then Yoru takes the kill. That's something that DRX coined as an actual strategy during the last champion, and people just started copying it. Just literally Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V. You might be even looking at that play being done on long B on attack for ULF, so in the second half. But other than that, let's take a look at the UCAM composition here, and it has those weaknesses that I have been speaking about the ULF composition, but instead of the Waylay bind, the previous bind composition that ULF was playing, UCAM had the same gaps, right? We have Chamber, who doesn't have a lot of util, Sky, which has one and done util as well, and then instead of the Waylay, we have the Raze. So FAMSI is actually playing at a more self-sufficient duelist that is going to be able to bridge the gap between the lack of utility from Chamber. So I do like the fact that the composition has that, but it still has a problem that the Chamber, if he doesn't perform and the opponents will not just walk into him, then he might become just useless.
As I think we are going to see what it does during the game with our lovely casters. The floor is yours, guys.
Yes, thank you, Kim and Lothar. Looking forward to diving into this one. Starting off on UCAM's Mac pick, of course. And fresh off the back of beating the current Turkish champions, let's see what they can do today against this ULF side. We know that they have the capability to beat a VCT team, albeit a wounded Na'Vi. This is a roster now at full strength in front of them.
Yeah, it is. ULF have been experimenting, you know what it's been like. So if there's a time to strike has it, it's now for UCAM. But ULF, do they want to try and go for this grand final? Do they want to try and show their full strength and flex their muscles? That's the question we've got to have coming into this one already. We've seen ULF trying to change their compositions, find something a little bit more well-rounded, as we heard from Lothar. So I'm hoping that, yeah, that this is going to be a much better look for ULF when we get into Bind.
It's a roster which on paper suits the current meta down to an absolute T, but when you actually look at the agents and the pool that each of these players is pulling from, that's when the issues start to crop up. Looking at what they've gone for here, though, feeling pretty confident in the Waylay Yoru rather than the solo Waylay, which we'd seen them try a couple of times previously, as the desk hinted, hadn't been the best of results for them. UCAM on the other side, feeling pretty happy with this. 2 wins from 2 on Bind. And so they pick into it here, and starting out on the attack, it's a default spread thin, but one which starts to gather towards the A site.
It's only the Viper to hold things down. Echo, very competent when it comes to engagements, but very happy to respect, or what I thought was respect. Just hold on to backside at the minute. Needs to be careful as there are players in lamps.
So a very cheeky position from Echo as the rotate's coming in. He knows he's holding weak side. The Euro TP not taken through the showers instead, and Echo is the first point of contact which falls. UCAM fighting the backline as a duo and holding it down successfully. 2-player advantage, smoke goes in. This could cause a problem. ULF trying to draw UCAM towards the spike and force out a fight where possible. Sop eventually draws blood, and Bisc is low as well, so that could be an issue if he gets pincered here. And he does, down to a 2-on-2. Gould creeping in late from showers though, and that should be the win condition that UCAM are looking for here. Nice shot from Fabian, but unfortunately the refract does betray him, and it is the Spanish reps to get on the board first.
It feels as if Echo maybe plays a little bit too early and individually. You can see obviously with the TPs, all for hoping that UCAM will be distracted towards the showers, but I mean, I love it from the attack, right? They hold on to the showers, the lamps position, able to capitalise, get a pick, and from there, numbers advantage all the way to the end. It should be easy enough, and it felt as if it was maybe a little bit of sweat, but not too much.
UCAM will be relying on the experience that they have. Plenty of player here. Stalwart in Tier 2. Bisc, one of those names, and is unfortunate not to find anything from his advanced positioning early on here. Speaking of advanced positioning, I mean, look at ULF. They are unrelenting.
Yeah, this is the way they've always played Hazard. They've always played aggressive, and they continue to do so. Sop using the door to his advantage, and Fabian using his time, and Jesse just lucky to get away with his life. But that spike in no man's land. And the attack, they need to go and recollect it.
It's going to take plenty of time out the time bank. If Neki doesn't go cleared here, would have been a problem, but Bisk is diligent enough to do it. Spike now back in the hands of Famzy. And this should be UCAM set up to convert the 3 versus 2.
Should be is the key word, though, in that sentence.
Words.
Words are words, right?
Not close enough.
Yeah. So Spike goes down. 2 players at back.
Oh.
And the spam nearly working out. Fabian busts in. 8 HP, though. Oh, if he got a clean headshot, could have been something different. Turning around on its head. But that's an expensive round for UCAM.
Yeah, it really caught our attention for just a moment, but positive to take from ULF. They do get Fabian's ult online nice and early. It's going to be a huge tool. Typically great to combine with any of that controller util, be it a molly to stop the flood or, you know, even the Brim ult when it comes up. It's a really nice investment if you want to make it, but we're a bit too far away from that one for now. And yeah, that's the sort of stage that we're setting here with UCAM. Is this a team that can start to beat VCT rosters that we're expecting to see a little further up the pack maybe than what we've got so far in the competition? That's a terrible start to the first gun round though.
Yeah, you lose your passive control and your control towards the other side of the map. That pressure's gone, but the rest of the pack activates. So 2 versus 3 is where we settle. Both players have a rifle and Spike is down.
Yeah, you want to see UCAM take a little bit better positioning from this point though, but Neki's already closing the net.
Oh, yeah, it's close quarters is where the Phantom is expected to win when it comes to rifles, but not this time.
Now Jesse has the freedom to play with this molly lineup. He can really bleed the time dry here if ULF don't get a move on and find a way to claw out Bisk.
And the worst part about it is Jesse is 1 away from the ulti. Won't need it this time though, as it seems as if Bisk has already done the damage, so his time ticks away. Oddaz, his health goes, but he's able to survive. Oh, players need to get close to the spike. Coming off it is Oddaz, and the spam is good. Just luckily enough for UCAM, but that's a huge bonus win.
Incredibly close in the end, but as you say, UCAM feeling like they are in full control there, Cairo.
Especially after the start of this round, you're expecting ULF to go forward and win.
It's crazy, isn't it? But it's just how quickly things flip. Again, we're finding Echo in an area where he has really nowhere to drop back. And with this being a slight change in composition as well, bringing in the Yoru, you have to have that theory down on where you're placing your TPs, if you're there to support your weak side, and it just doesn't feel like it's been there so far.
Well, this is definitely the strong side. A good flash and a spam cut to come through will allow UCAM to come out on top in what is an eco round for ULF. But there's a lot of damage being done, and that Sheriff won't be able to get what it's looking for. So very quick round all in for UCAM.
Yeah, incredibly quick cleanup there for the attack side. And so ULF immediately get back onto another buy round. We were speaking a little bit about the choice of duelists, and I think against Vitality, no better time for them to experiment, trying what set of duelists is going to work for them, because the problem that's posed really is that Sop's best agent is probably Neon, but then ULF's best option for a secondary duelist is Fabian, also playing Neon. So you're kind of wondering, are they going to lean into like Liquid's meta read, run it on quite a few more maps where Sop then has to take the hit? It's the question that we ask. We're seeing him on the Yoru here though, and with the op already out, and a little bit of information towards B long, ULF have both extremities under wraps.
Depends on where we see the read go from Wheels. From completely wrong player, sorry, but from Afro on fire. Nice entry out through the smoke, and ULF are going to come out on top here, down in the spike as well. Bold also just trying to dive in, maybe a little too aggressive, and now Bisk just has an operator and left all alone. So with 50 seconds to play with, he has plenty of time to do it. And with 1 ulti point away from the tour de force Hazard, you're expecting an attempt.
Maybe. It just depends whether he wants to hand over this operator to ULF or if he simply sits and falls on his sword. And I think that's what's going to happen here. Looking for a save. And it gives us a moment to just talk about what we've seen. Ordaz, another brilliant player, incredibly consistent across the weeks that we did get from him in kickoff. Cairo, especially for a first time in VCT 2, and I think that's sort of where you're expecting this team to kick on in Stage 1. They've got such a good foundation. They've brought back in their star players. But results like this in Clash do just dampen that mood a little bit for me, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think the thing with the way that ULF are as a team, right? You think of that meta towards the end of last year. One where there's a lot of utility, one where you can overwhelm. But towards this, you've not got as much. You need to be a lot more stingy with utility. You have to. We've seen teams be a lot more aggressive, going more contact heavy. I just don't know where I see ULF. And for instance, someone who's been really high on them is someone like Mini.
Yeah, and I think, look, I had a conversation with Lothar before the stream started, and he was just saying, look, they've really struggled with their defenders' sides, and I think that's a fair assessment, right? The attack is where you expect their strengths and UCAM strengths to be as well, in fairness. So it's ultimately a question of who gets more rounds on which side, and coming into the next gun round, UCAM have the ults, but actually, it's Ordaz with 3 from his orbital strike.
It's a huge set play to get you what looks to be the round. And on top of that, ULF are even getting more aggressive, trying to close the map in. A great round all in, Hazard. And a brilliant one to double up on.
Yeah, I just missed which bit of utility it was to bag that 3K. Okay, it was the hinder. I was wondering if maybe Neki had thrown in a seize, but he was playing just outside of hookah, so hopefully we'll get a look at it on the replay. But I think this is an element of their game we'd definitely like to see explored a little bit more, right? Set pieces, set responses.
Yes.
So, as you said, that utility, there's not going to be an overwhelming amount of it, but if the timing is right.
Yeah, exactly. But with 4 ultimates to come straight back in, you can see that's why a couple of players are wanting to force in here. Bisk's operator always been a highlight through the tier 2 system, and one who wants to keep bringing it out. Nice entry in from Fanzi, and the players of ULF have just managed to hold down the site completely, just like that. So easy, snap of a finger. Bisk, nice response, and well, just like that, we're back towards even numbers. Can that spike get out? It looks to be the case.
Oh, Sopper's read this ahead of time though. He gets out on site with the line.
That he does, and the swing out will cost Jesse his life, so Bisk now worried to where Sop has gone. In the corner, on bench! Will Decapper take Bisk out? So we're back within 1 between these two teams.
Yeah, we're really seeing how, in this meta especially, having a proficient operator, sniper player is incredibly strong. Sop fits that bill, and I think that's why maybe we want to see a bit more of him on Yoru. Gives you the opportunity to reposition very quickly. That was the case on the A site there to win the round for them. And Bisk, who's always played Chamber, really, since coming out of 2022, he's been part of teams that haven't had traditional Sentinel players. I guess you could say Zeddy probably was that guy.
Yeah,
really, the roster that I think we remember seeing Bisk on last was on KPI, with Sayonara and Insider, fumbled play-ins to CGN. That was the best chance, really, that he had making an Ascension run in recent years as someone who has been around in CIS for a very long time.
Yeah, and it feels a bit sad not to have seen him grow into like the tier 1 side, but it feels as if his game never really developed away from the Chamber meta, which is a bit sad to say, right? Like he kind of didn't show what he was worth on other agents, and I'm glad to see that the Chamber does have that viability again, and that we can see him do well. But it's just like, how does that look on other maps as well, Hazard?
I know what you mean. And I think, like, look, his other main agent was raised from memory, not exactly what's in vogue at this point in time. But speaking of time out behind UCAM now. Lost 3 rounds consecutively, and finally they pull the trigger. It's another gun round here, but one without ults this time. Spoke so heavily about Bisk, and he is able to draw first blood. Nice line control early. No challenge from ULF outside of hookah. And with Echo punished, now sitting 1 and 6. UCAM start to shift their focus.
Back towards the A site where both duelists are lying in wait. The operator of SOP, which did so well last time. It's Bisc versus SOP.
And you can see UCAM are just holding their breath, waiting to see if there's another overextension. It's what we know ULF to do. It's something that more often than not Echo's successful with, but not this time, and not SOP either. He is the next to fall. The 2 players back in the squad have been dropped to Bisc's op. And so Fabian has to fall in line and find a way to turn it on its head, but it's his head instead that gets taken off. Famzi finding it, 5v2. UCAM with an open road in front of them. ULF stricken for options in this situation.
Yeah, both going on their own, both very good with a rifle. So a couple of shots already given away on Audaz.
And I tell you what, Cairo, any damage here would be good damage. You look at the money on UCAM, they're not out of the woods just yet.
No, they're not. But you also don't want to give UCAM back some ulti points towards the end of this first half. That could be the real decider, considering ULF right now they have the full majority of ultimates in this game so far.
Yeah, they definitely won the early ult cycle, UCAM, at least in terms of getting them up online first with that 4-round lead. But ULF fighting back into the game, and after a break in play with the timeout, the coaches involved, UCAM are back to winning ways.
Well, restoring your lead back up to 2. Have to get the advantage into the next half, considering the early start UCAM was able to get. But I'm wondering, Hazard, what will ULF learn from that last one? Because it feels as if right now it was really Bisc and how UCAM was able to use his operator in key positions, setting him up for success. And I'd like to see more of that.
Absolutely, and well, he's going to be prying towards B this time. ULF, on the other hand, want to go for another one of these set pieces. This time it's a dash in from Fabian. Shorty will find Famzi. That's a very clean opening kill, untraded.
By the way, this isn't a shot. This isn't a pistol round. They have rifles. They have operators. But they just decided they want to use the shorty. And that just shows you the value of being up close and personal and what Whaley can do. Although UCAM now sit outside of B.
And ULF have read this expertly. They know it's going to take a while for UCAM to re-clear. Not something which they've done post-haste in the past.
Again, a really nice corner though, has it?
Yeah, this round's sort of sitting vicariously through Bisc's op, and SOP is on the other side waiting to receive. As you say, Echo propped up in this corner could be a problem, and well, before you even get a chance to say his name, he has found the IGL Bulls. Doesn't go traded by Bisc, but the wall is up for just a moment. Allows Audaz to reposition, and the transfer is just out of this world.
Yeah, this kid on controller is probably the best we'll see from the Turkish region at this moment in time. Arguably, obviously, there's one player maybe better, but he's not in this tournament. Unbelievable stuff to come through from Audaz. And I think 2 different players from, like, compared with Audaz and Laroc. And it's just, you just see it right there, the spray transfer, the raw mechanical ability.
Yeah. No, I think that there are shades of loiter to that, to be fair.
Yeah.
No. All good. La Rock, Lovers Rock, it gets confusing at times.
Yeah, it does, man. And do you know the worst part is? We've casted these kids for like 2 years, you know?
Yeah, you would expect a little better. But
I mean, this is what happens when you get old.
I mean, let's not. Let's really not. I mean, speaking of old, right? There have been a couple of birthdays in the server, right, last week.
Yeah.
Echo turned 18 literally just before the barriers dropped. There was a bit of a delay. And actually Jesse as well last Sunday. But that aside, nothing to celebrate here. Bisc has gone down early, and he has felt like the win condition for UCAM.
He has. The problem is what does UCAM do to try and get rid of this Viper's Pit? It seems as if Famzi's going to be the key instigator in terms of drawing the eyes towards Showers. Echo needs to be careful, and as he walks back into the pit, gets taken out. So all is there with a pit of his own.
Yeah, it floods the back site as well, so a chance for UCAM to actually dig out these players. Fabian's going to drop, but Audaz holding it down for the time being.
with the spike down. And Famsy, the only one out of the pit, that's the real indicator. But we're going to see a nice combination of ults coming through. Nightfall and Dimensional Drift.
What?
Guys, a little bit distracted. I don't know what went on there.
Hello?
And Sop is taking control of the game, taking control of the spike. So a 2 versus 2, which is topsy-turvy, but one that you favour Sop in. Just needs to get onto the spike, and it's Famsy who'll deny that opportunity. So UCAM up to 6.
Incredibly chaotic late rounds on the A site, but UCAM from these positions have looked very, very difficult to beat, right? They're taking great control towards showers late. They've always got short under their banner, so it's really difficult for Sok to end up trying to win. He has too many angles to try and face. This from Ordaz on Olazera, very lucky to remove the pit, and I think that does definitely make a big difference in this round, but otherwise I've been quietly impressed with how this attack side has functioned so far.
There's another set piece, it seems, but it's towards showers where UCAM is not.
Yeah. And you can see the exact plan in motion here, right? Sop has that TP, he can push through B long and be ready to support B in just a moment's time. As you mentioned though, UCAM are nowhere near this, so will be a bit of a change up.
Yeah, how do you change a set piece for shot?
I think you just cancel it, and actually it's going to work out well for Ulf because they have the showers control. It's really going to make the post plant way more difficult for UCAM if they can get in the site.
It's a big if. This is a very awkward wall to try and work with, and it actually denies every sort of line of sight there. Echo, I don't know if you've just seen the Brimstone.
No, he has been spotted though, I think, and that call's come back to UCAM now. Bisk is trying to see if he can dig him out, but actually it's Echo that strikes first. A kill which kicks off the round for Ulf, and once it starts, it very often takes a while to stop itself. 3-on-3 situation, but as I say, Ulf still have this showers control, so UCAM are searching to try and find some neutral ground for themselves. They walk into Sop's op instead, and he's so quick to reposition that it's an incredibly difficult fight for Bull to win, but he's won it anyway.
Olazera becomes the luck, becomes the Joker, and he has to TP if he needs it.
He's going to run the clock all the way down here, Olazera. No reason to force a duel, but he'll win it anyway. The next on to Echo doesn't go any better, so a 1 versus 1 with no real utility left except for that Viper wall.
Yeah, time ticking away though, and it's going to eat into the bank that Echo needs to defuse and clear.
Bald holding from close. Echo has to clear this, or Bald is set up for success. Echo flicks just in time and finds the kill, which brings Ulf right back into this half.
I mean, Echo has been to the top of Tier 2. He knows exactly what he's dealing with and brings Ulf within 1. And this could be an even game heading into the second half, which is not what UCAM would have wanted, considering the start of this first half. Couple of ultimates in play to come through, but again, these two teams, it's kind of like a dance between the two in terms of how the macro game is being played.
Great to see Echo back on his best role, in my opinion, as well. That trial on the Waylay that we saw because of the Duelist complications against Vitality didn't end too well, and now a resurgence towards the end of this first half has him sitting 4-2, where he started 1-6. Sop challenging and Sop winning against Bisk. He's such a patchy player on the op, I feel like, at times, Cairo. Like, he's either finding all of the picks or the adjustment is there and he's really struggling.
Yeah, it's a luxury player, right? And that's just not what you need if you're UCAM in a Tier 2 versus Tier 1 matchup. Seems if Sop has an idea about an execute coming through their way, and plenty of bodies here for UCAM.
Whenever Ulf just kind of run into the numbers, they know exactly what they're dealing with. And now, putting a wall up, stopping UCAM from getting past. Echo's backfilled the space, all of the ults coming in. And even if Jesse had survived the gunfight, he was dead to everything else anyway. Deadlock at the half, 6 apiece, and nothing more than Ulf deserved. They've flipped this one on its head.
Yeah, it's been well played by Ulf, and what they've put forward has it. I'm thoroughly impressed by both sides. A nice recovery, I think, is the biggest thing to take away from this. It's just whether they can now go into that second half and really show us the prowess on the attack, that overwhelming that we've seen from them so many times.
UCAM on this map, with it being their pick, already hinted at it. They have a 1-4 record domestically, but they beat Besiktas, they beat Na'Vi here, had a close game with Focus to just start off the competition. It feels like they've, you know, warmed into this one, right? And going back into those domestic games, Stage 1 in Spain starting in just 4 days' time, you're feeling pretty confident about their chances, honestly.
Yeah, I wonder, like, what you take to go into that, right? Like, people kind of talk, you can talk about, like, maybe, like, there's a hangover from being in a tournament like this. We've seen it before with teams maybe feeling a little bit of an international hangover, right? Fnatic and Split 3. This would be the equivalent to that if you're a Tier 2 team, a step up in quality. And, I mean, the worst part about it for UCAM, with such a tight turnaround, they probably won't get that chance to really kind of VOD review and look over the tape that they've had from this tournament.
It is crunch time for those Tier 2 teams. You feel for them, right? There have been some rule changes, like the region lock rules in terms of creating rosters in most regions now. You don't have the same restrictions that you used to face, which means that it is much more competitive against VCT teams who can, you know, create their roster however they like. But still checks and balances in front as we do head into the second half. UCAM on the defender's side now, and ULF their favoured attack side. It gets off to a good start.
And it does. Nice damage, and ULF already in the kill feed. UCAM tries to meet them, but it's like trying to meet a truck at full speed. There's only one outcome, and it's ULF to take the site with the spike going down.
Bursting into the B, and with this frenzy in hand, Favian flashed in for a fight. Can't win it. This gets one back in the conversation, and actually now when you look at the health pool, Ordaz and Neki both 1 bullet to this headhunter. 5 bullets left in the chamber. Could be an issue.
I mean, Olazera just as good as well. And already Bisk hitting the body. This is going wrong. Not like this, ULF. Neki now trying to show his worth. A tap of the spike and 2 bullets in the chamber. Neki, not even blinking, finally comes through, trying to work the spam, but Bisk still comes out on top. An iconic chamber and a well-worked clutch.
Yeah, just the kind of clutch that you expect there. Starting to hit the shots now, getting himself back in place. With the HP that ULF had, couldn't really afford to take too many risks there. I like the idea, a little bit of synergy on the play, but I mean, this shot from Bisk is otherworldly. And I think a lot of Tier 1 teams, if they didn't realize it already from their scrims, are going to get punished at this level. The gap is smaller than you think.
Especially with Tier 2 teams going to feature in Split 2 as well. That's the thing you've got to be keeping at the back of your mind. This is just a scrimmage for later in the year, and that could be a worrying sign for a team like ULF, considering they were one of our ascended teams. Fair enough.
Nice shots from Sop. That's why you buy the Outlaw in a round like this. If it is fiscally possible, you punish as much as possible. And I mean, it's interesting, right? Because that is the one purchase here on the attack side. How much more dangerous can this get?
I mean, but yeah, the Outlaw is great, but at close range against a Stinger?
They haven't recovered the sort of second Outlaw here either, so ULF now scaling.
Trying to. Bulldog working well for Famzy. Where did Ordaz come from? Classic in hand, and unfortunately, again, that Stinger comes through. Outlaw working out, and it's just a death match in the server, it seems, and Sop's trying to escape. Needs to reload as well.
He's not going for the wall bang, is he? He is. Favian will be joining him from the same side of the map. There's a Bulldog on the ground. Maybe Favian could go ahead and pick this one up. Has the refract as well. Does have a hinder, actually, for this close play.
That could be worrying, and an upgrade in hand, so it's a Bulldog as well. Hinder's good, but up against the shotgun, not what you want. That round a little bit drawn out, a little bit bloody, not what UCAM would have wanted, but all very happy with the outcome.
Yeah, it gets incredibly close, and as I was saying, if you can buy the Outlaw there, usually it's a Marshall, but we did see a few teams do this from last year's memory, other Turkish teams like Foot and BBL, but Yeah, down to the 1 versus 1. Best case scenario, really, I think, other than the round win. So UCAM aren't going to have a great bonus where they were able to win it last time, remember?
That's very true. That's another thing that needs to be brought through in terms of how this round now moves out, but it seems to be an interesting buy. Not one that I've seen often. 3 buckies has it.
Yeah. For all of those jokes you make about the Scottish alcohol of the same name, I feel like this one is actually fairly valid. I've not seen that much bucky since I was last in Glasgow. So
it's actually not a Scottish drink, I'll have you know.
Okay, well, I mean, it's about as Scottish as anything else in Scotland. I mean, I probably... Am I as Scottish as bucky? I mean,
I'd say so.
I've sort of been climatised, yeah.
Yeah, Scottish is Scott McTominay.
Yeah. His name is literally Scott, though.
Yeah,
so,
that's true. But does the name Scott automatically mean you become... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's
I don't know. No, I don't think so.
Let's get back to the round at hand, because this is getting... I'm not really convinced by this so far by ULF. A little bit delayed.
Oh. Jesse.
Bit a tough one.
It is. And with ULF now moving towards B, Spike dropped out on the lip of Hookah. Very difficult to try and retrieve here. Echo's either got to backpedal or clear out the site itself. He just goes for the full stick. That's another bucky.
26!
Actually, this buy is looking pretty damn good. Sob's got a lot of work to do now, walking into a crossfire. And UCAM are, in fact, going to win the bonus.
Yeah, you should always listen to the Scotsman. Bucky is the answer, it seems to be, as UCAM go 1 within double digits. I don't know what is going on. A flawless defence, and yeah, I do not hate this from Mafro on fire, which I assume has just timed out.
Yeah. Not Wheels on Fire, another coach that is on fire. I don't know why you have multiple coaches that are on fire.
Yeah, but can we put the coaches out? You know, have we got any buckets of water hanging about?
I don't know. ULF have definitely been doused with a cool liquid, though, because they've slowed down, right? In the second half, they've struggled to get the rounds nice and early, and this is what the desk were alluding to earlier on. If you don't have the best defender side, or maybe you're now focusing on having a strong attack side, if UCAM have worked on the right things and they know what to focus, especially with this comp where Bisk is going to look more dangerous on that chamber on defense, where, you know, you've got Famzy on the raise as well for that extra util damage in the choke points. Like, it can get pretty scary pretty quickly, and not having a purchase here, even with Sop's ult online, I think we're just going to get a straight-up rush. I actually feel like they might invest the Dimensional Drift on this one.
Yeah, I don't hate it either. The only thing that I do hate, though, is, like, I mean, a heavy shield with a shorty. At that point, like, go and invest in a stinger, you know, something like that. But, hey, who am I to judge? Straight up in towards all the Zera's Bucky himself as he looks to try and hold down Hookah. This is a nice play, though, with the molly as well.
Oh! Yeah, catches double damage on Fabian as well, so as he skirts past, nothing goes, and actually Sop dies on the way out of the ult as well. Trades come through in prospect for ULF, but Famzy gets a double, and Ordaz takes collateral damage on the Boombot as well. Ducking and diving from these bullets like he's Neo, but still Jesse there for a trade. UCAM looking good.
Yeah, unlike Neo, we will not see Ordaz come back from the dead, and ULF at this moment in time are needing something like that, because at 6 rounds, 4th in from the last one, you lose this round, Hazza, and I think the map could be over. I really do. You're at 11 on an eco, and UCAM, I've basically got a free run at getting 12, and then from there on, Ultimate's online. This is UCAM's game to win right now.
Nice setup from the flash early. Acts as a bit of a distraction. Gets Bisk on the line towards Sand. Ordaz, he can sense this, right? There's really not much initiation behind this defender's side. And a lot of the time, your win condition comes from getting the chamber on an aggressive angle nice and early. That's the weak side of the map. It's actually guiding ULF into this A play with 3 bodies. And Famzy holding on to the showstopper as well.
Body's ready to send forward as we see the utility being used, and ultimate sent in. Famzi, showstopper, as you'd mentioned, does hit the target, and well, Olizera helping out with a little bit of spam of his own. So ULF already shown the door. Where did they go next?
Looks like they still want to recommit to the A site here. Brimsmokes had just faded. In terms of what they've got to work with, it's not too much. Horn back online for Neki, but that's about it.
Gets more and more worrying. Two players who we know can scrap their way back into a round, but can they do it here? Denied every opportunity, so much delay, denial, and with 20 seconds left, it is now definitely looking like an UCAM round, but a quick TP, a quick pivot, and it's an operator. So it's one and done for Bisk. No headhunter bullets, but already he's hit the mark, and it's UCAM up to 11.
It's really, really nice from UCAM there. Setting up Bisk early, ready for the A play. ULF trying to drag as many bodies as they could to the A site, and when they go back in rotation, Trademark actually lands, slows them on the way back through. Bisk hits the only shot he needs to. He's been waiting all round for that engagement, wins it, and that's 5 from 5 now for this defender's side. ULF looking quite far off the pace here, and I know that this is a map that they've struggled with. We spoke about their changes in composition, but UCAM going from strength to strength, and that conversation that we were having about earlier, that they weren't the favorite in their own kickoff event, that they've come here and actually they look like one of the teams that does want to challenge those VCT rosters, sets them up quite nicely for how this year is headed.
Yeah, and you think of Bromas, you think of Famzi, and the year that they had last year in terms of really upsetting the odds, and I did not expect that Dynasty team to be the ones who are going to go and challenge the Ascension main fold, right? Everyone expecting Enterprise to be up there. I mean, don't want to speak about the rest of the teams, but the point being is right now, Bromas and UCAM are really starting to show us, like, yeah, we can go and do this, guys.
Showing a very high level, and Famzi, as you say, last faced ULF in the grand finals of Ascension.
Yes,
Dynasty.
of course.
That was the game which denied him access to Tier 1 for the second time. Part of this Academy team previously before a short stint with Giant X. And hoping to go on a deeper run than them in this competition. As ULF have been reduced to just pistols here, and Bisk, he wants more, he gets it. Sop is dropped just like that, and while the second won't quite fall into place, the rest of UCAM should be arriving to help out.
Yeah, UCAM want this as clean as possible in terms of the ulti game, but things could easily be thrown into disarray. A 3 versus 2, but it is the Fade, and it is the Brimstone.
Perfect timing on the molly as well, actually allows ULF to set up. Neki chasing fights, only winning one of them, all on orders now to stop 12.
Well, he's only got a Sheriff as well. Good for a headshot like that, but unfortunately the health pool will actually betray him. An operator recovered around 1, and UCAM up to 12.
Yeah, this is just getting better and better for UCAM on their defender's side. Those reliance that reliance that we had on the attack side for both of these teams has posed to be more of an issue for ULF here. Not able to find liftoff at this point in time. In terms of what you're expecting them to do well, it's overwhelm, it's diving in, it's playing on that mechanical prowess that they have, but just not given an opportunity to really see that at the moment. Not bleeding enough utility from this defense to actually get themselves an entryway.
One thing that they can use, Hazza, is obviously that ultimate game, right? The fact that there's a few players one off, if they space these ultimates, ULF can really start to dig into UCAM's lead.
That's what we're waiting to see.
Exactly. Uncharacteristically starting this way. Very slow, and something that UCAM have done, I don't know if you've noticed it, is we've actually set up Olizera on a high position and kept the chamber and Raze on a lower.
Right here.
So it should mean that, hey, listen, we don't clear that, but at this point in time, ULF nowhere near it, so it's looking like a B exec.
It is, and there's a third player now arriving for UCAM. Again, they have the right numbers here. ULF haven't really done enough to draw out that utility yet. So the toxic screen goes up, and just diving straight through it is going to be Fabian, trying to set the rest of the team up for success, but there is no trade. Of course there isn't. Still a smoke blocking this offense from having any effectiveness. And once again, they toss themselves into the fire. UCAM on hot form right now and making bind their own this clash. Another VCT team put on the ropes, taking the advantage in this series.
It's a fantastic start for UCAM in this one as they go 1-0 up in a best of 3 against a VCT, another VCT opponent. Alpaza, sure there's been some experimentation, but overall, where do we see it going next?
I mean, that's the question that we now have to ask. Can they bounce back on a map of their own selection? They're going to be heading into Split very soon, a map which they haven't lost in, you know, almost a year at this point in time. But the analysis, of course, will be left to the analysts. We'll hear what they have to say about this first map in the lower final.
Thank you very much, Aza and Kero, for the cast. This game was complicated for ULF. I did not expect that. I think the chat was right.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they were right. They were always right. You know, that's just
always
how it works. They always know best. But I will tell you the one thing. It looks like even though ULF changed the composition, they were able to do like half of the homework. It looked like on defense, they had some really cool proactive open plays that combined the Yoru utility and the Waylay utility, and we had some glimpses of real brilliance, like the Saturate into the Brimstone ultimate with like that triple kill if I remember correctly, the push through short as well on A. All of that looked really great, but where they struggled is actually doing the same on attack, and that's where UCAM was able to capitalize. They were able to just essentially get an upside, get a number advantage almost on every single round by just making sure that someone from ULF dry peeks into a corner and just straight up dies. And that was one of the main problems. And also, not gonna mention like the fact that we had a 3v5 and UCAM was able to come back and win that bonus round. That was the first bonus round when they had a 3v5. That was insane. They were able to just isolate every single duel and go from an unwinnable round to a sure thing that they run away and snowball in the first half. That's the triple Saturate over here on the screen with the Brimstone ult, which is great stuff and really good play, but overall they were struggling a lot.
Yes, I agree that on the attack, ULF, it's not that UCAM was particularly good on the defense. Of course they had some strong ult on the side, but they didn't try anything crazy. They were just sticking to what works, defending, as you say, just checking the corners for people on the side of ULF to actually peek. And they did all the time. They offered some duel, not being able to trade. It was a bit messy, in my opinion, on their attack side.
Well, you could definitely talk about Messi on the last round, round 19, that we're probably going to see very soon in the replays. I would like you to pay attention when that will happen, because it's going to be a longer explanation. Essentially, what ULF was struggling with, they were not understanding how to put the correct direction of pressure, because they were trying to attack into the B side, and they had like 3 players on long and 2 players in hookah, but the players from hookah were actually going out first to this side, so they were never able to be traded by the players from long. Typically, you have to do it the other way around. The players from long have to push in first, open the execute, and then you have the support from hookah going in. And when you're going to be watching the last round, it's exactly the opposite. And that's one of the bigger problems that I could see from their game plan. They were doing it from the other let's say side than they would typically have to. And also this pistol round that was on being by UCAM here was being done because UCAM was able to capitalize on an overheat from ULF on the pistol round, which just essentially lost them the second half as well. A 0-4 half when it starts is a big snowball for UCAM over here.
I think something I talked a little bit before starting the game was Besk on the chamber, and I think it actually all did pretty well once again. It was a great game on the side of Besk, and he really utilized this chamber up to the maximum. Especially I would mention the pistol round where he had a lot of impact. as well as the bonus round.
Well, there were some issues though. Sometimes when specifically on attack, he was just dry peeking, but it was a conscious decision. Like for example, he was peeking once in front of Hookah, even though he had a player next to him, but it looked like the call was, I'm trying to go alone, you're gonna go. Oh, this is the perfect example of that Hookah play and long play. See, like the player from Hookah was dying out first, and that finished the game essentially here. But you are right, the chamber had a really big impact, but it was way more impactful on the defense than on the attack. And I feel like even though, we're gonna go circle back around here to Ulf, even though Sop is doing the best, not the best on Yoru, he tried his best, but it didn't look comfortable. Like when you see a Yoru who's trying to capitalize on the operator first and foremost, instead of just being like the super aggressor, it is a playstyle. But it showcases the problem with understanding this entire composition, and that was the problem on attack. I feel like they just played with one duelist still, and the Yoru was just basically a different kind of chamber, essentially.
Definitely, the attack side of Ulf was inexistent. They didn't put any round in, which is really, impressive on the side of UCAM, but kind of concerning for Ulf. Maybe they tried the bind because they haven't actually played it a lot. It's quite new. I think they played it only once before since the start of the year. So this is really something they are probably trying with the new players, Sop and Echo joining. They also change the composition, so this is a lot of this has a lot of impact on the strategy. Also, I think maybe this was, all in all of this put together was a bit too much in the end for Ulf, and they didn't manage to find their footing on this map.
Yeah, it's definitely bringing up back the question, was this being a targeted pick by UCAM because they know that Ulf was going to be struggling on this map? Or is there a different reason behind it? But I am like leaning towards the hypothesis that UCAM is particularly picking bind to just trying to punish Ulf's game plan that we have seen also being lackluster in the previous iteration of the team playing on this map. And I wanted to touch something about that you mentioned. It's very important. That pistol round when Ulf was not being able to even win one round on attack is an effect of one mistake. On the pistol round, when they overpeaked into CT and lost the waylay to the chamber flick, which was, by the way, insane shot from Bisk there, it was basically allowing the opponents to run away with the economy, both with economy in credits, but also in the ultimate economy. And then the ultimate economy was biting them back on the rounds that they should be not typically losing. And that was a big problem for Ulf to even try to make a comeback because they lost both bonus rounds.
Their ultimates were really good on the second half for UCAM. They had, especially I think with this bonus that they won, they actually managed to take a lot of kills that they shouldn't have, and it allowed them to have very strong ultimates earlier than they should have and start this rotation and create a lot of pressure on the side of Ulf. In the end, what I'm gonna say is that this bind doesn't work for Ulf. I don't know if they can even find a version that works for stage 1. They still have some time to work on this because they will have this new player. It's a different roster from the kickoff. So there's definitely something to work here because I think this can be a warning side or a map that other teams in VCT EMEA can target against Ulf since after what we've seen today.
Yeah, but I wanted to say something positive about Ulf because there was some stuff that kind of made me happy. Like, I really like on the defense how they were able to play the push and pull game. Whenever there was a one extremity of the map was being affected by the defense, was like being like pushed back, for example, the other side of the map was walking forward, and they were able to do enough pressure back from the defense to actually make the flankers like turn around and then flank the flanker. So essentially they were able to like kind of move on the map like they know exactly where UCAM will be, and that was happening on defense consistently. That's why UCAM was not looking that great on the own attack side, which is typically the strong side for them. But again, if you're only playing well on one side, you're gonna struggle in the entire match, right? But that was my positive for Ulf, and I hope we're gonna see more of this particular macro play on Split, because it's gonna be a map that also allows this to happen.
Actually, I would drill even further. I think on their attack, they also try to put in some movement. Just for me, the way they actually moved onto the side at the end of the execution was a bit not structured enough. So there was dry peeking, as you said, not the duelist that is aggressive, but some other player that comes first without any support. But they did manage to find some movement, especially with the teleport on the bind map. And also I remember the second round of their attack, they almost took it, even though they lost the pistol because of some incursion on the side, and they were able to take by surprise the player in shower. So they did try something. I think the execution was just not quite there.
Yeah, I think, like any composition that includes a Euro requires a lot of coordination and practice. If they changed this composition pretty, not so long time ago, then that might be the problem. But also, Yoru is the most complicated character in the entire game. If you don't have hundreds of hours at a professional level, you have to spam games, you have to play some ranked, you have to sit in the custom maps, and you have to practice. You need to know exactly how your TP works with your flash, how you combine that, how the angles work for your flash to actually be perfect. And that's something that I didn't see from Soul, and it has to be done really well. Otherwise, the Yoru pick is just like, oh, we're picking Yoru because it's the meta, but we don't essentially have the reasons why we would like to pick him in the first place. So it's just like we think he's very good, but we don't know exactly why. And that's a common problem that I see in Tier 1 teams overall.
This is actually something that I think it's Angel, the Navy's coach, that put some message on X recently, this week after they lost in the EMEA Clash, is that they are maybe missing some very strong Yoru player, because he said that right now in the meta you need Yoru because it's so efficient, but just as you said, you need also a player that he's able to play Yoru up to the standard you need for VCT EMEA. So this is two completely different things, having a Yoru in your comp and having actually the player to play it. But let's maybe talk a little bit about the next map, because this is split, so this could be different. ULF actually has better result on this map.
Yeah, this is that's also why they are choosing it. That's for sure. It's the strongest map. They also have I would like to say that their composition, the Astra, Fade, Viper, Neon, Yoru, is, at least if they're gonna play this composition, because I assume they're gonna use the one that they used in the last one, but we'll see if that's actually gonna be the case. Because this composition is actually incredibly strong on this map, because it allows you to be so efficient at taking space. I like it even more than the Waylay, because Neon allows you to be more let's say flexible when it comes to dragging out the game. You're not like using all of your util in one moment. The Neon still has the fuel to travel faster between the sides, so you have essentially two rotators. You have the Yoru and the Neon. On the side of UCAM over here, we have a more traditional composition where we have the Omen instead of Astra, and Omen allows you to combo easily through walls with the Yoru. So this is also a great opener and synergetic composition where you just essentially Yoru ult, you can combo that with the Paranoia, exit when the player is affected by the Paranoia, get a kill, TP out. Then you have the combo with the Fade that I already explained on Bind. But now when you have from UCAM, you have the Fade and the Raze and the Yoru and the Omen. All of those four characters are really well combining with each other. The Seize and the Pain Shields is the oldest trick in the book that you were using, from since Fade was introduced, and it's still as efficient as it was in the past. If you catch someone, they're dead, right? So there are strengths in this composition from UCAM that will be allowing the players on defense to be very efficient at holding the potential executes. So the question that I will have for ULF is how they will be able to draw out enough utility from the defenders before the actual execute will happen to be able to push through the choke point. And we have seen that on Bind, they struggled with that. And now on this composition from UCAM, we have way more utility that will be able to stop them from attacking to site.
Well, we'll see if they manage to come back stronger on the side of ULF. It is time to start the second map and see if we're going to a third. Hazak, Kero, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, and look, we are all expecting much better from ULF here, and it would be an absolute surprise if we did not see it. The reasons for that, of course, this is a map that they have not lost since May last year. They're on a 9-win streak in all competitions, and if there was any map in the pool that you would bank on them to win, it would be Split. UCAM, on the other hand, showed us a pretty strong first map, Cairo, and I mean, look, here's to saying that maybe we could see it pulled off.
Yeah, we definitely could, and I think as well, considering that UCAM have had such a bad showing so far on Split since the start of the year, they've not won it once. I think it worries me a little bit, if I'm being quite frankly. This should be ULF to answer straight back with their own map pick, in my opinion. Let's see exactly what they bring out, right? 2 different comps, changing it up every single time, because they've lost it both times. Do we get a third, or do we get a chance to really see them go in and win this one out?
Yeah, from the commentary perspective, it feels almost inevitable that we go to the decider, but you'll never know until you get into the server. This is a map which, for the old UCAM with Ara and Flickless, it was a great map for them. They could run the Raze and the Breach. It was a different meta, a different day. But now they've gone to sort of the old PRX comp instead. It doesn't have Waylay, it doesn't have Neon. It's an older version of the meta read, like Lothar was saying. ULF seemingly finding out what works for them, though, and it's going to be a quick A-pop on this pistol round. No one there to defend it early. UCAM playing from heaven.
Yeah, and with the fact that they are keeping all 5 alive on both sides, but this walk out from Famzy is going to be met by the ULF players, and it does end up being all even.
Yeah, from this situation now, you've got to be looking at ULF's main control. There's an opportunity for them to win the round. Plant is open, and they've moved up into ramp now.
They have. Trying to take control. Neki on site, holding things down, and I think that might just be the round now. Unless Bisk has something special for us, that is not the case. He doesn't have a headhunter. The Sheriff not working the same. Will be up to 1.
Yeah, up to 1 indeed. It's the pistol under their belt, and it's Neki again on this map, actually, where I think, on the whole, it's looked like a pretty good one for him in general. A player who has an incredibly high individual level when you look at fragging in-game leaders in the competition right now. He doesn't match up too well against names like Cloud and Yumpy that have been at the top of the sheets, but when you go back to Ascension, and I think in this kind of environment against a Tier 2 team, you're expecting him to put up the numbers as well.
Yeah.
Saw glimpses of that in the Liquid game, of course, the last match they played in kickoff. But here, handling things quite simply for ULF. No upfront from UCAM here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really difficult map overall. I'm expecting ULF to really start to show exactly how good they are. I mean, we've already spoke about the record on Split for them, has it? I think as well as a team like ULF, the fact that they've had such a disappointment on map 1, if we didn't see like a real response, for me, I think I would start to worry about ULF heading in towards that next Split.
Absolutely. Fabian is going to deny the ace here, but it's a flawless round. All the same, Sop well on his way to a first dimensional drift, but might not quite get it as this bonus round begins. In terms of how they want to play the map, I guess that's the option in front of them, right? Do they want to go for something a little bit more pacey, or are we going to see a version which wants to punish UCAM if they try and take risks, which is kind of what you feel like they have to in this situation almost, you know? Play a little bit off the cuff, try some new ideas even, as this is a map in progress for them. There's no other way to put it.
I want to clear up the pathway on A as the players do start to work their way through mid for ULF, and Bald is actually the one who comes out first in the kill feed, taking and getting rid of Echo. So that A side of the map a little bit clearer for the defence, but middle not so, as Sop gets the entry. Famzy keeping numbers even for the time being.
Intelligent play from Famzy. He's fighting the weak arm with a push hit.
Unfortunately, Neki trying to be the main arm of the push, spike in hand. So with the spike going down, Sop dropping off, that's control lost, allowing UCAM back in. And they've capitalised off the back of it. A low Neki is not one that you have a lot of confidence in. Doesn't react to the head that he just seen in heaven. Instead, tries to play from below. The players should have known about this, but it ends up just being bold to get UCAM over the line. But one rifle over is not one that gives you a lot of hope.
It comes down to the 1v1 with the fades. So ULF again with a round that puts UCAM on diminishing returns, and actually you've got a brilliant combo to bring straight into the first gun round. Nightfall to cut audio and a dimensional drift to get in behind. Looked like a decent execution at the face of it, but ultimately it is the multiple VCL winner from East Bald to take it in the end. I know UCAM have to try and figure out what's going to work for us here. I think, yeah, Extremity Control is a good place to start. They're going to look towards Garage, but it's another direct A play from ULF.
Bold obviously calling to his team that the Euro is towards the B and no TP away. A nice little bit of spam damage overall. Neki with that Nightfall into post is going to be huge for ULF here.
Yeah, Neki down to 10 points of health. You want to use that ult almost as quickly as you get a good window to. It goes into screens. And Board is cornered, but ULF don't really have an opportunity to actually close the gap here.
Yeah, and it's not really created that much of a delay. You needed to have some impact off the back of it, and it's not come through. Fabian now revealed, and that ultimate, the showstopper, didn't get any kills either. So right now, ULF have the perfect opportunity to get this over the line. And that looks as if it's going to be exactly the case, with just Best trying to escape and not allowed. ULF on their own map, pick her up to 3.
That's insane. There were 2 players on 10 HP, and I'm pretty sure both of them got a kill. I know that Neki did for a fact. And Fabian here as well, yeah, also picks up a kill. So Famzy just caught walking around the corner, bazooka in hand. Neki not going down this time. And ULF starting to build up a lead here on the attack. Now, look, we've spoken about the strength in composition, the strength of both of these sides. This is the attack half that you were anticipating from ULF. But if UCAM can give themselves a little bit of a foundation, then no reason to write off the possibility that this ends as a close game.
Very quiet across the board here. There's a spike is towards that B side of the map, and again, ULF are trying to really set up this lurk of echo. It's always one prowler with the wall up. As that scale begins.
Nice from Sop. Outlaw is rewarded, and ULF completely dominating mid control right now. Gives us a little bit of time to talk about this comp on this map, and one of the reasons why it has worked is what we were saying earlier. Fabian's Neon is his best duelist, and Sop's Yoru partners with it quite nicely, whereas you look at the previous map when we had the Waylay there, feels like they've maybe not fully built that synergy, at least on the attack rounds.
30 seconds left.
And even then, Fabian picking up the Neon is a new thing for them. He was a Breach player by trade, as was Larocque. It's something I've brought up several times on cast, but the willingness regionally for Turkish players to kind of broaden their horizons a little bit, and how flexible some of these young talents actually are.
I 100% have to agree with you, Hazard. It's a 10-2 these days, and it seems to be UCAM are going to walk straight into the demise here as there's a shooting gallery set up. But yeah, I think like that's just the strength of the Turkish region. But the thing is though, is like, I don't think in terms of depth of talent at this moment in time, I think we have the best in VCT through ULF and through BBL at the moment. Maybe Foot can get back to strength, but overall, like in terms of actual talent to come back up again, it's going to need to be a real scouting mission to find the next ones, because yeah, I don't really see where the next ones come from in my opinion.
Yeah. I think that's it, right? It's a constant process. We've also got Besiktas in this event, and that is a youthful team when you've still got Orgs around like Eternal Fire. But focus on the round for now. Ops out on both sides. Huge potential swing round, or at least a way for UCAM to get themselves in this game. Really low on money, and as you of stressed there. Echo in a position to potentially threaten Bisk's op, but does get caught eventually towards B.
Yeah, uncharacteristic of Bisk to snatch that first chance of a player swinging his direction when he first saw the player. Seems as if ULF have other ideas. Don't want to go near Bisk's operator, knowing the hurt that they felt on bind. So it's towards A, where Famzy and Bold look to hold things down.
Fabian creeping closer, still undetected, under the radar of UCAM, and Sop does find the entry pick in the end, leaving Just Bald here, the IGL, trying to bolt down the hatches and stave off these attackers as long as he possibly can, but not good for it. And so now a 4 versus 3, player disadvantage for UCAM, still an op in the hands of Bisk, and with him dropped, it's just not looking like this retake is feasible at all. Money problems already in front of them, Cairo. I think that's it, the round's wrapped up.
Yeah, it definitely looks to be the case. I thought Ollie Zera, a player good in his own day, but at this point, you've got to be asking, when does the UCAM timeout come? Because at 5-1, and ULF with little to no resistance, it feels like this train, this momentum will not stop, and it's exactly what I expected. UCAM to call a stop to things.
Decent time as any for a timeout. Quarter of the way through the game if we're talking max regulation, but right now it feels like we could be done well shy of that. Of course, it's important to remind you all here as well that the winner of this game will go on to play Vitality. So ULF not getting to face off against that FUT team, which have already made it to a grand final, and to bounce back off the conversation which you ignited earlier, there is, you know, this new golden generation, as it's been called in VCT, and I think FUT going back to what's worked for them in the past has definitely set them on a better path than they were, but remains to be seen how that looks in stage 1.
Yeah, I'm really interested to know, like, compared to the other teams, because there's a few that obviously opted not to play. Fnatic, obviously, the most, the biggest one, the one that everyone will look at. I wonder how the difference in terms of time to kind of experiment with, what the value will be at the end of this. Will ULF come out the better? Will a team like Fnatic come out better? That's where my question lies with all this, although we are a couple of seconds away from getting back into game.
And you never really know, right? Especially in these events, can be a bit of a red herring. FUT losing to, what, GX again as well? They've actually never beat them, funnily enough.
Oh, really?
Just feels like Gaius has the right read on Pipson, perhaps. And yeah, every time they faced in VCT so far has ended in a loss for GX. We actually casted one of those games. I think it was the group stages of stage 2.
Oh, yeah. Last year. Yeah, that's a throwback. And yeah, I think like that's just kind of shows you the Gaius and Pipson having such a history to kind of a match up against each other, right? Considering everything that's been going on. But yeah, GX, another interesting team, kind of experimenting in this tournament as well with what they feel comfortable with.
Yeah, and I think, look, like everyone's in the workshop trying to see if they can fit the double duelist-shaped pieces in the square-shaped hole, I suppose, you know? Like, it's so popularized right now, just not seen much initiator played, so much in fact that actually, if we're talking about FUT, they've put cracks on Waylay on a few maps, but actually it's kind of worked. And you know, sometimes it's not even about the agents. I think in terms of what he brings to the table, it's more just as a person in the group, a voice in the server, where that is a system that they've been working with for multiple years. And I think this is also, now leading back to this game quite nicely, something where you're thinking, okay, ULF are actually going to go ahead and kick on in stage 1, because I was speaking to Dema when we were out there during kickoff, and he was saying, look, we had to like actually just completely build the chemistry from the ground up. None of the players were spending any time with each other. Like, we were all just going and doing our own thing. It's really easy to get in that mode. So you got to push yourselves to build those links up over time.
Yeah, I think like that's the other thing you have to consider for a team like ULF, who have never been in a real LAN environment. The difference is, for other people who don't know, is BBL, what they were formerly known as BBL Pacific, they actually lived in a gamer house together for the best part of like 2 years, right? So they knew exactly how the system worked, how to live together, how to play with each other, you know. Whereas a team like ULF, who have been mostly online and kind of risen to fame very, very quickly, you have to try and build those foundations. And I think that's why ULF will have a much harder time than BBL over the next year.
Ah, for sure. I think it's also what makes comeback leaving feel like even more of a betrayal, you know? But that's a story for another time. And to come back to UCAM here as well and fit them in the same conversation, alongside all the other challenger teams that have to compete against VCT rosters on that ever-elusive road to champs, is, you know, for the most part, most of these teams only going to have that year to actually build themselves up and put themselves in a position where they are able to compete. Because, you know, say you go against like a Fnatic team that hasn't had the best stage 2 or whatever, like when you get to that playoff point, if you are one of the teams that makes it out, like you're fighting against history, you're fighting against really the best that we have to offer here in the EMEA. And because ULF got promoted as well, not just BBL last year, like when it comes to real challengers from Tier 2, I kind of struggle to see any of them really, you know, push those teams to the limits later on in this year. But look, maybe I'm wrong.
But I think, like, at the start of the year, though, you would have said last year, say, for instance, right, I'll put the question to you this way. If we had this system last year with all the teams that we saw, you would have said it was Enterprise and BBL Pacific, right? Or BBL as they're now known. Did it with Enterprise have challenged in that spot too?
Yeah,
the answer is no. So we've got a long year ahead.
Sure. I think I would have narrowed it down to probably just Pacific, because if you go back and remember, Enterprise at the start of last year were not great, but I did say that by the end of the year they would improve. We did sort of see a bit of a bell curve in the end, so we'll leave that one behind us, as I am wearing my Challengers Northeast shirt right now. But as you can tell, we are currently in a technical pause, unfortunately. I don't believe we have a reasoning to give to all of you right now as to why that is, but we'll keep you clued in as soon as we do get the information. It's nice to wax lyrical about these teams, though, a little bit, mate. I reckon we've got to get that podcast up and running, you know?
Yeah, listen, I've been saying it for a long time, you know, what would you even call it? Maybe rather than a podcast, we get a radio show. And
okay, we could do that. I mean, look, if you want to give us a suggestion in chat, go ahead. We'll clip this. This can be episode 1.
Yeah.
But jokes aside, I mean, let me pick your brains about something else for a little bit, because I think we've sort of talked about as much as we can about this competition, EMEA. Santiago, man. What are you thinking about it? What are your pick'ems? Because I did mine. I haven't seen yours.
I saw the 60 seconds with Hazard GC on pick'ems actually.
Yeah.
So and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And yeah, I have to say though that Santiago's an interesting one, and more the fact that like we've got so many like rookie teams who are the on-form team, right? Who have the best meta reads. But like, what does that look like when we have some teams who are maybe not on the best of form, but certainly like good enough, like for instance NRG, right? What does that look like when they have the chance to the chance to like actually go and prepare for that and kind of more align themselves with these on-form teams? I think that's the most interesting part to me. I think it's probably, like as Minnie said, the hardest to call Masters event or international we've ever had.
Yeah, I mean, look, just another conversation that he actually opened up as well, funnily enough, was about teams that are playing anti-meta, and maybe MIBR being one of those names. I think the one takeaway for me from Kickoff is we've not really seen too many rosters like fully utilize Veto's kit yet.
Yeah.
I feel like we're kind of missing teams that actually want to fully counter what the current meta is, and it's way easier to just you know, go ahead and try it, because we had the foundation of double duelist set up for the whole of last year from Bangkok, and now it's been taken that step further, and we've got agents that are very specialized in their role, whether it's like the Waylay in your Mosquito comp, or you know, the Neon now too for the extra setup from the Yoru, which is like everywhere anyway. So yeah, like I'm just waiting to see that next development, and I think that's sort of what I'm maybe expecting that we get going into Santiago. Like, just looking into the future, anyone that's watching, look out for some veto, look out for some good veto, because I'm waiting for it, man, and I think it's not too far off.
I think I would agree with you, but where I see, I mean, we can get back to this conversation in a bit, because ULF right now are working towards the B site, and sure, there's not a whole lot of weaponry here, but there was bodies on the line, and unfortunately for them, they've not been able to stand the test of the execute. So Spike goes down into 2v3.
Yeah, nothing stopping the double duelist at this point in time. Fabian's had his part to play. Stop. Still breathing now. Olizera has a Bucky, Bald on a Bandit. It's really choice weaponry to try and get out of here with, or, you know, at the very least, stop a push. Bucky would be nice for a kill. Oh, and Olizera does manage to find Echo, so it's something, but look, the round that we're really building towards is the next.
Oh, yeah, and I agree. Nice shot from Odaz there. I think overall, just to quickly finish the thoughts on the veto, I think veto would be nice in a double sentinel. That's where I see it going. Maybe we can get Lothar's thought on and the analyst's thoughts and that in general. But as for this next round, Hazard, we have 6 ultimates in play, and most of them are on the offside. So I'm expecting them to just overwhelm and use as much as possible, considering UCAM's academy.
Yeah. Just starting to reach breaking point here, and it could propel ULF up to 8 rounds if they win this. You're expecting the next to follow it as well. Very early dimensional drift here used, and if you're joining us, ULF, we're on quite the streak of rounds before the tech pause. Sop has opened up the ult from inside the site, set up by the smoke, but it's actually Olizera that finds the first kill, and with their banner now over mid-control, UCAM in a pretty decent position here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you can see Bisk's TP has actually just ran out, but ULF are going to play on the front foot and get a pick back in their favour.
Great flash from Sop, repositions mid, but Olizera's on the next. Nothing getting past him in the centre of the map right now. Jesse playing goalkeeper, and as the players move towards them, UCAM just hold the line. ULF trying to go for an aggressive look in post, and they pay a hefty price for it.
That they do, doubling up their round count so far. Whether they can start to build upon that is another question entirely. We've seen something similar to this in terms of having a high round count and able to answer back. That's what ULF did on Bind. But whether UCAM have the same qualities is another question entirely. Both teams trading out that dimensional drift. It'll be a shake of the hands, we'll say, Hazard.
Yeah, and look at this stage in the half. This is now UCAM fighting to make things competitive in the next. We know they have a good attack side behind them. We also know that ULF's best half is this first half. So if they don't walk away with too much more, it's going to look scary. But Sop finds Bisk nice and early. Yoru gone. Been a much more difficult second map for him so far. But ULF don't overstep on this either. Olizera did actually spot a player in the middle, and it's Neki that he's going to find on the spam.
Big prowler there, though. It's going to end up in another kill.
Okay, yeah, this has flipped very quickly. UCAM now in a position of power. 2 players towards either side of the map, and at this stage in the round, you start thinking about giving up mid-control, playing from the mains, and that's exactly what they're doing over on A. Little bit of proactivity to go ahead and gut this out.
Yeah, the players on B, though, are a little bit in awkward positioning, especially when it comes to tradability, Hazard.
Olizera is going to have the molly at the very least. Do a little bit of chip on the way through, but he just leaves it hanging. Allows Fabian to snatch that one back for himself. Well, the Astral is going to come in from Ordaz. Does actually give a chance for Jesse to reposition, one which he doesn't waste any time in doing so. Very quickly slots into Garage, and with Bald here arriving as well, a nade in from Famzy. All things point towards this looking very dangerous for ULF at this point in time. Rocket goes off post-mortem, Famzy finding the kill that he needed, and another 1v1 situation where UCAM come out on top.
Yeah, and that's now 2 rounds in a row that UCAM have been able to win. ULF, I think, has maybe not expecting the positioning from UCAM. Obviously, there was a bit of spam there, a prioritisation to fight mains on a little bit heavier. I was a little bit worried when we saw here Olizera playing a little bit awkwardly with his molly, but I really liked how the decisive UCAM were in terms of how they wanted to play the retake.
I feel like I'm seeing a lot of similarities in how these rounds are beginning, how they're opening for ULF, to the game against Besiktas, because it felt like Besiktas really struggled to get on the board early, but then once they actually, got a pick, then they were set. They were doing fine. And UCAM here, I even trust in their macro way more. As soon as they have that, 4v4 situation, maybe even like 4 versus 3 as we saw in the previous round, they're setting up so nicely the protocols to control the main space in these retakes, not overstepping. It's exactly what you want to see, and it has caused ULF to go for a timeout here.
Yeah, and in terms of, do you switch things up? Because a lot of the time what we've been seeing from ULF is those 1-3-1s, so 1 player to either main and 3 in middle. Do we start to see a little bit more directness? Do we start to see ULF really start to take it to their opponents? With 3 players on this side of the map towards 8, I wonder if UCAM have read into that themselves.
Yeah, I was just wondering for a moment if ULF maybe wanted to go for some kind of a pump fake. You have the ability to do that with SOP's TP, of course. But actually, it's just a little bit of setup from the initiator and pseudo-initiator to get Fabian out early. He looks towards ramp, and he does eventually concede the space.
A lot of noise, a lot of information being thrown out at UCAM right now, and it's even propped Olizera to use his Viper's Pit and not sitting in it either. So a real issue now is ULF start to invade this space, and Olizera needs to be careful.
Great reactive use of the ult, because it is fully cancelled to this execution from ULF. Looking at splitting the B site, but now the spike heading towards main. And perhaps Echo is the one set up to make the late play that clears out the tower block at this point in time. No TP plays from SOP either, so this is a full commitment of the spike at 40 seconds.
Time starting to tick away, and as the players try to poke and prod towards A to force a reaction, they're not going to get it, because the other arm of the push is now activating in main, and they're being stuck out of there. Jesse going to be huge, Olizera even bigger, but as they come out, the players find the kills that they need. 20 seconds in a safe plan. ULF have the post plan.
UCAM not biting on that fake, and now in another position of strength, just waiting for UCAM to make that move. They're on the back foot. You expect them to.
Yeah, you want the player, especially Famsi, in heaven with a full belt of utility. Famsi said fumbling in his pockets. That's not the point. That's not what you need. Bold now trying to get out. Caught out by SOP. And that's a huge post plan. And it's all been won off the back of Neki.
I mean, Neki gets God's graces on that timing there into tower, because I gotta say, felt like UCAM have shown discipline in those situations so many times before. Did not expect them to fumble it there, honestly. ULF coming back in, not getting value from the fake. A very staple sight hold from the defenders in the end, and with the majority of the players going through the pit as well, it's just very, very surprising to say the least. Just a 2-round gap, Cairo, with 2 more to play for.
Getting spicy. So it's been more and more often that we've been seeing Split become more and more attack-sided. And with a player like Echo being able to buy you rounds like this, that's exactly what you need. All on his lonesome. He does walk into Bisk's operator, as Olizera takes a great timing. At least ULF able to keep things in their hands. A player advantage, and a spike heading towards B.
Yeah, I said 2-round gap. UCAM looking for the 2-round gap by the end of the half. But they don't have numbers in this retake. They do have the element of surprise. Jesse just unchecked, and SOP skewers them in the end. A brash timing, but ULF are getting the better of this half now.
they are. And as they head towards 9, look to finish this half out at the greatest advantage they could possibly get now. Question I have, Hazza, does this now look to be UCAM to come back in the second? I mean, long way away, Bayern not the greatest. You look at these attack rounds, all of them have been through elimination.
Yeah, and when you actually average out ULF's attack sides, I'd say about a 9-3 is the common denominator for them, so trending in the right direction, unless Olazera's Bucky has anything to say, but it's silenced by the shorter weapon in the end. Sop flashing himself in for a fight, been good for them so far. That doesn't change up anyway at all, and neither will Echo inside the pit. ULF set up very nicely now. A 9-3 queued up as we predicted.
Yeah, that should be it. As expected, ULF on to 9, a flawless round in fashion. As half, I mean, one round better could have felt flawless in the end, but a pistol round win will do just the same effect. UCAM really need to show us the goods in this next round.
I mean, I said that the track records, the wins for ULF on this map go back to May of last year. It's funny, actually, when we were talking about attack rounds, when they played Besiktas the other day, it was the first time we saw them have a, you know, an attack side with a less than 6-6 scoreline, right? Like, they went 2-10 in the end. It was absolutely terrible for them. They haven't had a weaker attack half than that since April last year, so even a month prior to that. And even then, that was only a 5-7. So, I mean, this is what we were fully preparing for. The thing that doesn't exactly get any better for UCAM, though, is that with them now going on to this defender's side, it seems like they found a way to improve that.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. It just shows you just the comfortableness, right? And if we do end up heading towards that map 3 of Haven, that's where we can start to talk about UCAM in that light in terms of the history that they have there. But we can get to that in a minute as the timer starts to tick down and we look at this pistol round. A really important round to win for UCAM, and it's a round that can feel so coin flippy at times.
UCAM need it to go their way, though. If they're holding out any hope that this second map, is one which they can seal the series with. Early trade, Biscuit gets no better, and for Fabian, it's about as much as you expect. He has been very back and forth in these first fights.
Players are starting to rotate elsewhere, but UCAM have sat patient. This one Prowler will give away that, oh, players are here. It's not the case. So Neki's went investigating and found exactly not what he's looking for. A nightmare, perhaps, as the players now start to chase him down onto the A site.
It's supported by an Astra Star here. There's a bit of a gap in the poison cloud, so he can't quite get out, and so Olazera will find him, offer relief to the site, and allow for the spike to go in.
So, advantage UCAM, and a round important to them to keep them alive in this map. And unfortunately, I was going to say the utility is missed, but it's played in Olazera, and this post plan should be as good as secure unless a great bit of mechanical ability is shown from the last 2 remaining on ULF. We know they're good for it. Time continues to tick away. Oddaz at least now the next in the kill feed. Needs to be one more, and it is. Guys, this is getting a little bit worrying now. Unfortunately, Sop doesn't realise Olazera was still lurking in the wings, and a 4K for him allow UCAM the pistol round.
Yeah, great individual round from Olazera, but it's propped up by the rest of the team there to support him, give him the confidence to puff out his chest and make the play, and sometimes that's exactly what you need. UCAM now have a light to look towards, and it's Olazera, the torchbearer here. A single player is going positive right now. They're all in the red. So it's got to start with a moment like that, and Well, looking at the anti-eco, I'm hoping we get at least one more gun bought up here, because a Ghost and a Sheriff is a little bit light with a Marshal in play as well.
Yeah, I would agree. I was just going to say, I feel as if Olizera was going to be an important player, as we're already seeing important plays being made. Balls, Spectre doing the work, and Olizera's Ghost as well.
Ghost is a gold standard, it looks like. Ulf shouldn't have too much more left to say about this. It's a nice flank from Neki, but the shots. Anything other than that.
Yeah.
Board makes it look easy enough with the Spectre in the end. Safe pair of hands, and there you go. Gap of 4 rounds, Cairo. UCAM starting to close in, but they would have to win what I believe to be a second bonus round already in this series.
That would be a high ceiling to reach, you know. In fact, no, it would be third bonus round 1, no? Considering, is that what you said?
No, I don't think so, because Ulf won a pistol on the previous map, so they wouldn't be able to be 3. They would have had to have won both pistols on the last. But no, it's a valid point to raise. Actually, no, did they? Oh,
yeah.
No, I've got memory loss at this point in time. No, you are correct. And it's not looking likely, at least, to start here, because they have lost Bisk again in a first engagement. But the next is far more forgiving. Echo lost, and the Viper really alleviates a lot of pressure now from the map with that death.
Yeah, that's 4 rifles now on UCAM's side, and this rotate's a bit heavy considering where Olizera is. The Spike could get caught in transition though, Hazard.
Considering the position of Bald as well, because he's heard all of the steps, calling the rest of UCAM towards this A site, but as you say, Fabian is there, ready and waiting. Finds the first and looks to follow it up with the Spike still in the hands of Famzy here. He's caught between a rock and a hard place. You can see the rest of UCAM doubling back to try and support, but it's just far too late. Fabian gets the next.
Yeah, and with 30 seconds remaining, sure the Spike is within reach, but look at how many bodies for the outsider here now. This should be over and done with. It is. I was expecting a save call, but with that round 1, that's double digits off, and your opportunities for UCAM slowly starting to dwindle away.
Yeah, so no bonus round this time, unfortunately, where they were able to win both on the previous map. Just correcting myself, and it's frustrating too, because it looked like things fell apart for them a little bit here. I thought Vent's control, taking Echo offline as well, would have been gargantuan for their chances, but I have to say, I think, look, if you want to know any difference between the performance levels of both players in the server right now, you're looking at Sop and Bisk on this Yoru, and with it sitting right at the crux of how your team performs, Bisk needs this kill and gets it.
Huge entry, because it's not only just the fact that you get a kill, but that's the Astra offline. Defensive smoke's gone. That's big information from Sop. He has seen the omen.
Yeah, huge is an understatement. Bisk finding the opening pick. Ordaz gone as well. It's another controller off the field. Echo's still alive though. Could put those toxins up as this push comes through, but just doesn't need to. Out in the open air, it's Neki and Fabian again. All moving one step closer to winning this map. It was not exactly a foregone conclusion. There were a couple of moments here and there which made it look like UCAM were in this, but they were fleeting.
Yeah, it goes like that sometimes, and now you find yourself on an equal round trying to deny 12. Not a position you want to be in, and that's why Bromas has used his second timeout to try and come up with a plan, or tell the boys a plan of how to bring this one back.
I don't know why, maybe this is just a personal pet peeve, but it always feels a little frustrating to see the timeout come in now when the 11th round has just been posted. And, you know, there isn't the best buy in front of UCAM in this situation, but you also understand the rationale if Bald is making the right calls. A seasoned in-game leader in challenges, multiple titles across many years, his first in 2022, his most recent, the last kickoff. you're trusting the ideas as a coach. You're not wanting to have to involve yourself. But sometimes it isn't just the ideas. Sometimes it's a little bit of motivation required, and I don't know where you would start right now if you wanted to make things any better on that attack half.
Yeah, in terms of like, I think it's just sometimes the timings as well. Like the fact that like Olizera didn't clear out Heaven in that last round, Taza. Like the plan was good, it worked out, but I felt as if for me, like if they just waited a little bit longer, been a bit more patient, could have seen it go a different way entirely.
Ulf ready for this eco round push from UCAM, which is snaking its way through A Heaven. Looked like it was destined for the site to start, but taking a quick dive into the vents before becoming static now.
Waiting to see if there is an opportunity to try and enter elsewhere, but instead it's the Nightfall that's being used. Neki uncleared and about to come through. It's just Sop escaping, and you know what he can do with his rifle as he tries to snatch and the target's going his way. But in the end, it's the quality that comes out on top. But he is sandwiched between two UCAM players. You can see Olizera looking to try and clear him out. Forced back by Audaz and puts now Jesse in a 1 versus 2. Rifle in hand and Spike on back.
Jesse's chance to have a huge moment here in the game to keep UCAM alive. Doesn't have much to play with, but will get the spike down.
Oh, but stunned up, and now both players are starting to spam him down. Health so low and no chance in. It is Ulf up to 12, a valiant effort, but not one that is good enough in the end.
Sop, the 17-year-old, showing exactly what promise he has as a player bound for VCT in the next stage. Won't be eligible until March 24th, but by that point in time, things should be underway, of course, so can join the rest of the team. And yeah, it's little moments like this, just such raw mechanical ability, has it in bucket loads, and with a system supporting him, Audaz by his side, you know, expecting more of the same. 23-7 right now, up out for him, and one more round between Ulf and that decider.
Rifle versus rifle. Last buy for UCAM potentially, depending on how this goes. Can see no ecos, can see nothing being given to their opponents. No margin for error at this point in time. But it is only map 2, and it is their opponent's map pick, so that's the thing you take away from.
That's the thing, right? This is the point now where you've already prepared for the worst. I think UCAM coming into this veto understood that this second map was more of a free hit, and that the focus really for them had to be on bind and finding success early. Can't be thinking about Haven just yet. Minute left on the clock, now starting to tick down, and again, their efforts to try and fake out this mid-pressure are futile. Ulf already looking deep into A main.
Oh, Olizera looking to try and dance with the idea, and the push into B Heaven is not worked out either. It's a pinstripe feed, but one which Ulf are coming out on top. Jesse using his ultimate to his own advantage, but where the hell is Bisk?
Used the From the Shadows to pick the spike back up with a range shorter than an Omen TP, and here you go. UCAM have managed to twist the map in their favor, find an opening on A, and there should be plenty of time to set up a post plant here as well. Sob just paranoid about this Omen ult, clearing every crevice before joining a retake. They have the tools to do it.
I do, and it seems as if the dimensional drift will be pulled very quickly, especially with Fabian very quick to the site and doesn't even need the support of the Neon. So it's Yoro versus Yoro, a player destined for tier 1 as we've spoken about, and already looks destined to send to map 3. Bisk though reacts better, and UCAM up to 6.
Bisk going through the motions and starting to improve on the score sheet, but we need to see the overall level of UCAM increase as well if there's any chances for this one to find itself an extension of play. out of regulation. That's still 6 rounds away, and it does feel like right now the individuals are really propping this one up, Cairo. I mean, sure, there's a couple of ults to work with, but ULF have more in that department. And it did get a little bit hectic towards the end there. Still not fully sold on this attack macro where their defense seems to be decent, passing grade, I think, especially considering the caliber of opponent.
Yeah. I mean, it's sad to say that it's 3 rounds of passing grade, but it just shows you how good ULF can be.
3 rounds per half now, so look, if the attack is better, we're getting 1 more at least.
Well, Neon okay, a dimensional drift to escape the Neon Ultimate, and I guess that's an ult for an ulti. I think you'd take that. Biscuit's just staring at Echo at this minute in time. Not menacingly, but doesn't get anything from it. Echo does want to try and peek out, and with bodies being sent his way, there's no way he survives that. Nice trade from Neki though.
Yeah, and it's going to proc the ult here as well, which should catch all targets as they're trying to make it through the vent. No, actually, Bull doesn't get caught, so only 1 in vents right now, at least as far as Fabian is concerned, and he's looking at investigating this space a little further. Only on a bandit, by the way, because he used the ult.
Oh, and the operator's only legged one of the UCAM players, and well, he might only be on a bandit, but it is only Fabian and Shop. And of course, they might have just won the round right here and now.
It's in heaven.
There's no TPs on the Omen either.
They can't get it.
Jesse has to try and get something here, but it's not even going to work out. We end up with ULF winning map 2.
Yeah, and UCAM relying on a lot of individual moments of brilliance, plenty more chaotic rounds carried over from the first map where they won the majority of those, dropped down to a 1 versus 1, and in this situation, that's just not going to cut it against an ULF side which have looked so efficient on Split over the last year or so. Their record of being undefeated there shall continue, now up to double digits off the back of that one against UCAM. And they'll be hoping that it's a record that they can take into the grand final tomorrow. Vitality waiting for them there, of course, but they have to get there first. Decider up next, Cairo, of Haven. Do you now start to swing the opposite way?
I'm still 50-50 here, Hazza. And I'll tell you why. It's because we can see UCAM with a 6 win streak so far on Haven. 6 games played since the start of the year, 6 games won. So it's not as if there's going to be any mugs coming into this last map, but it is the Turkish Haven. What does ULF have for us? They've played it 3 times, only won it once, but at a higher caliber of opponent.
That's what we're waiting to find out, of course, and so we'll leave the breakdown to our analysts who are going to take you through what we've just seen on Split.
Thank you, guys. ULF actually managed to turn the tables here with a very good Split map where they completely dominated from A to Z.
Yeah, they woke up, that's for sure. And I blinked and the map was gone. And also, like, SOP finished with 6 first bloods, 0 first deaths. He was absolutely a menace on the server, and overall, the entire team, from ULF, had like, I'm counting, like I think 14 first bloods, maybe more because it's still updating. So there was an absolute like disbalance on how the competitive advantage of everyone was being constructed in the game, and it was always for UCAM on a back foot. And not only that, UCAM failed at something that I gave them props for the first map. They failed at basic coordination. In round 4 and round 6, we had attempts at retaking the site from UCAM that had like the first step being done when they waited for each other, but then when they initiated with the pieces of util, they went 1 by 1. And were completely dismantled. That's why we're in that round, the casters went completely berserk, because we're like, how is it possible that 2 players at 10 HP are able to hold a retake attempt and get 2 kills? That lack of coordination from UCAM was costing them really pivotal rounds, because not only those are the rounds that were expected from UCAM to win because of how economy works, they also were losing ultimates during those rounds. So now they were feeding into the snowball that ULF was able to convert. So it was like a self-fulfilling prophecy And I pointed out before we went to this game that ULF will gonna have trouble struggling with pushing in through the choke points if they do not get the utility out first from the defenders. That was not the case because UCAM was just not representing enough of utility combinations to actually stop any of the executes. And even if they used something, there were good timings being done by ULF and they capitalized with trades. So there was a huge discrepancy between the quality of the first map and the second map when it comes to ULF. You could swap the, hide the names of the players. And I would say, oh yeah, UCAM is playing really well on both maps, for example, because they kind of reversed.
I completely agree. One thing that I have to notice, but you already talked about it a little bit, is the performance of SOP, and it's actually something we talked about before. For me, right now, as it is now in the roster of ULF, the performance from the team is too much dependent on the performance of SOP. It's actually when he feels fire, definitely the team is also on fire, but as we've seen against Vitality, for example, it was not quite there and the team struggled a lot. This player is indeed very, very good, but maybe there should be a more balance in this roster in the future. On the side of UCAM, for me, my impression is that they don't know the map that well, because this actually goes to what you said, as they did not attack correctly, like they were one-on-one, and also they were not checking the corner. They have been flanked several times. They were taken by surprise. I felt like they didn't know the timing exactly, because sometimes they were trying to prep some execute, but actually the player from ULF had the time to do the full rotation. So it felt like they were not quite aware of what was happening on the map, and for me this is a lack of experience here.
Yeah, might be. It's hard to know without exactly knowing what the teammates are talking about, but one thing you could maybe suspect is the fact that ULF was really efficient with utilizing Favian when it comes to rotations. Like his repositioning and then combining that with SOP repositioning on the Yoru was able to almost always have the strong side on the defense against the UCAM attempt at execute. So even though there was a specifically, I can't remember which one was it, but there was one round on attack when UCAM was able to get the first blood by peeking into B main on attack. They get the first blood, they're able to reposition, that was Bisk that got the first blood, and TP'd out to the rest of the team on A main. And they were trying to push for the A main, and they were still met with multiple players, and they were just caught in a crossfire. That is like one of the bigger problems that we could establish here, is the not exactly efficient tempo of executing the round, or not understanding how the rotations from the opponents will work and how many players they should expect in front of each other. So there was a quite big disproportion in macro planning, as you said, and it looks like, again, a team that is choosing their own map understands why they're choosing it. But I think in this case, Bind was being chosen by UCAM because ULF was not just playing exactly well on it, but Split is being chosen by ULF because they know exactly how they want to play on it, while it doesn't matter if UCAM knows how to play the map or not. They just go into their own strength. But now we're actually going to be going into a different direction, because Haven is one of the best, if not the best, from UCAM. But we're still going to talk first on Split. Let's finish the thought process here, because I feel like also one of the pivotal moments here was the hero play from Neki. That round on the rope, when he was able to get a double kill in a disadvantage round, when it was a 2 versus 3 in post plant, and because of that, it broke the economy of UCAM, was an absolute backbreaker. And that was the moment when the entire team crumbled, and I feel like that was the moment when the team just kind of gave up.
I agree, and for me, if we go even further in the past, when UCAM started to get some rounds, it was actually more because ULF let them win. I remember on the defense round of UCAM, so when they get this first round, actually ULF had 4 ultimates, I think. So they had 4 ultimates, and they only use 1, and it's the new round to the buy round from UCAM. and they use only one ultimate. So UCAM is able to actually take this round, and then they restore some economy and were able to get some things out of it. It still lasted only 2 rounds, so it didn't last too very long. But even these 2 rounds, I think, should have been for ULF in the end, because if they had played their ultimates correctly and used all of their power when UCAM had the weapons, they could have destroyed them in the long run, because the economy was absolutely terrible. They would not have been able to buy again after. So even this, I think, was a little bit on the side of ULF more than on the side of UCAM.
Well, yeah, I feel like both teams actually struggled with having a having a playbook of how to interact with the opponents when you have the ults ready. And this is not a critique towards specifically ULF and UCAM, because I feel like a lot of teams in Tier 1 are struggling with that. You see that the team has a Fade ult and a Yoru ult, but they don't rip it off the off the barrier, and they just wait for something to happen. Then suddenly one of the key players dies because something unlucky happens, and that entire plan just falls, and now you don't have that option. That is something that I in general feel like is not yet capitalized on by the entirety of the scene, and not just the particular teams that we are watching here today. But as you mentioned, I think it was a big factor, and it might be a problem in the future as well, where in maps like Haven, you have it's so important to be not patient, but actually proactive on the maps where you have free sites on. So you will have to, if you have an ultimate, you try to get the value as soon as possible to limit the amount of map control that the opponent can have on both attack and defense, because it's, of course, it depends on the context, but you need to be proactive to make sure that you stack the correct site. So you either have a plan of retaking correct with like majority of your players, or you push your opponents into the stacked site.
Yes, it's kind of sometimes not what we would expect, because there are 3 sides on Haven, but the map is actually not that big, so you can rotate and be very proactive with the defense, as you said, and try to be at the right time, at the right moment. We have 2 different ways to interact with the map with these 2 teams. Recently, ULF actually played the Chamber, where UCAM is in a more old school way with the Killjoy that is not played that much anymore on Haven.
I mean, it's a completely different approach to playing the game, right? So with Killjoy, you're going to be able to passively control the space much more without putting yourself in danger. At the same time, Chamber can capitalize on weaknesses of your opponents when they don't use utility correctly, and you can just get some really nasty kills when you're playing in an off angle. But you have to be proactive with the Chamber. You have to stand in a different spot essentially every single round, so you don't you put yourself into a dangerous spot when your opponents will expect you. That's the biggest aspect of like how to play Chamber correctly. But also, one of the really underrated things when it comes to Killjoy is the fact that it bolsters a very strong retake probability, because now you have a ultimate that actually allows you to take so much space. But when you combine that with other key pieces of utility, like the nanosomes that you can put like on A side when you're retaking into long, and you suddenly have like completely empty side, you're gonna be able to play very efficiently macro wise. But the problem with playing Killjoy is that you're tied to a side, which is not you're not like that tied to a side when you play Chamber, because of the change with the trap having now a complete lack of range restriction, right? So you can play Chamber on A, but you can have a trap on C. You can put your Chamber trap on double dose, you can play on B, or you can now swap the trap to B and play on C. So you have like freedom when it comes to that.
Going to see the agent select. No changes there is what we were expecting on the side of both Navy and UCAM. And one thing I wanted to note maybe before we go to our lovely casters is that when UCAM played against Navy, it was actually their victory was mostly because of a very strong defense side. They struggled a bit in the early of the game, but then they had like seven rounds on the defense, and they were able to close it out in the attack. So I think this is also going to be very important in this game for UCAM if they want to actually take down ULF. This is the last chance for them to go to the sorry, I'm dying there.
Yep.
Yes, to advance to the final. And once again, a team from Tier 1, but we're going to see this with our lovely casters.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kim, and I hope that you're okay and we don't see a choke from either of the teams here, because this is an opportunity now to wrap up the series. If you're ULF, coming right out the back of a really strong map, and, well, for UCAM, a banker that they've had sat in the back of this veto for a while, a map that they feel super comfortable in, and one which Bald has been calling at a very high level on for quite some time.
Yeah, that's totally expected now that UCAM should, I guess, slightly be favoured here, considering they have that 6-0 record, 6 times played, 6 times won. And then you look towards the other side, we look towards ULF, they've played it 3 times, only won it once. But the calibre of opponent that both teams have played on this map, Hazza, is completely different. That's the offset. That's where we're going to come into this with an asterisk and see exactly how these two match up against each other, because if you lose, you are out.
Yeah, you are, and you walk away with nothing, whereas if you win this game, you move on to the grand final for a chance to slide even further up the rankings. Maybe I made it sound a little bit more dramatic. Of course, you won't go home empty-handed, but with the opportunity to place first still on the line for both of these teams, it is an elusive proposition. Speaking about this map, and to just put a statistic in front of you, you said we're leaning towards UCAM here. I mentioned that Bald has been very good at calling on this map, and that is because back all the way to November last year, they do remain undefeated. Albeit that was with a slightly different lineup during the off-season, but Bisk was still here with Bald, and it's a map which has been part of the pool for so long. For as much success that he has had as a player, it looks like he's found a way to get this version of UCAM into shape as well.
Playing that double controller, which has become more and more popular. And ULF will use that against UCAM in this point in time, as they look to try and execute on C behind the Viper's orb. 5 players stuck in the chokehold of C.
Ooh. Bald sends the molly out, even though there have been no further contacts taken. A couple of stray shots through the smoke, but no harm done at this point in time in the round. UCAM still with some pretty advanced information. Famzy collecting the info and slotting into the close corner. ULF starting to scale now towards the A site on this pistol.
Yeah, with pace, solo Famzy not missing a shot with his Sheriff. Hello. Oh, Fabian nearly gets a chance at biting the apple. Not going to happen. Echo now trying to work the A site himself, but needs to clear a deep corner and won't do so. So Bisk gets a kill of his own, and now the spike has to make its way onto a site. But where do you even go?
Straight into the 2 defenders is where you go. Jesse here, Bisk as well. Shots traded, but they're playing for the double stack, and there you have it. UCAM with another pistol round in this series. Cairo, they've won the vast majority of them. They've won a few bonuses along the way as well. But I think the big thing that sticks out to me in that round is ULF were just looking for a little bit of ground to take. They had Echo walking out on on A. They had Fabian walking out on C, and both players die before the rotate can even arrive.
Yeah, it's just a disaster. I think, like, as well, just the fact that the players kept stopping and starting, right? And sometimes you just need to send it forward.
When it comes to ULF and their own struggles on this map, they have registered wins here and there, but the biggest issue remains to be the Sentinel. They have flipped between Chamber, Cypher, Killjoy, and really not found what has worked for them best. It's interesting, right? This is one of the few maps in their current pool where you're actually going to see SOP on that Neon, but there is no Yoru to support it, so it doesn't feel the same as it does on some of their others. This round a complete write-off, and, well, UCAM are making it look flawless.
They are. I love UCAM's composition personally, just because you see who's playing what, right? Olizera, who we've seen play Viper, is now playing on a KG, right? A Sentinel and Bald's moved over there, kind of flexing around, and rather than putting Famzy on the Yoru, putting Bisk on the Yoru instead, because we know how good he is with the scoped weaponry. And Famzy, like, hasn't really missed a beat on this Initiator.
No, an Initiator is a role which he has played in the past. And in this lineup, it's a balance between occasionally seeing him on Duelist and getting this role here in front of you where you know he has that potential. Olizera, even who you mentioned, spent most of his time on Koi last year playing the Killjoy Apex as well. By Phoenix it was, but still a player with VCT experience, and we're looking at it here, Ulf needing to bank some of that this core accrued in kickoff, because right now the attack side looking a little bit toothless. It's actually UCAM taking the risks here through board.
And I like this. A deep clear that Audaz needs to be careful of. The reset of the aim does not come through, and this could mean Ulf have an avenue in which to try and work as they start to pressure the C site. There is Olizera here, the Killjoy, but only a stinger! Oh no!
Oh dear. Just couldn't find the target, Cairo.
It's a disaster, mate. And the spike's still not down. Body's on the line here for UCAM.
No Viper Wall either in this retake. Jesse, no paranoia, just the one flash. Echo finds the killing garage though, and I think that's the dagger.
Yeah, I think that might just be it. The sword hanging above UCAM's head, about to be dropped as the players look to try and execute the remaining, and it will be flawless in the end, and it really comes through those coin flips.
It's the perfect way to get your first rifle round. Not a single casualty, just sweetens the pot. Plenty of cash to fall back on now, and all of a sudden, UCAM are the ones who drop on hard times. Bisc is still, you know, being able to buy into an operator here. But we're yet to see how that affects the macro game. I mean, the base of this UCAM comp is the Gen G one from, you know, year and a half ago now at this point in time. And it's about how you're layering that operator on top of a lot of these Killjoy setups. Looks like they're doing a decent job of it here on C. But Ulf constantly have that threat towards the other side of the map with the Viper Wall of their own.
Spams, nothing really in terms of real engagements, but if you look towards the B main position, you can see already Fabian has been set up, and Olizera might be met with a sight on toward. Nice shot by Bisco, that operator still with the same values we expect.
Generating value for them in an area of the map which they need it, because on A, that wall hasn't really caused much of an issue. There's a slow scale up from Echo though in long, and Famsi seems to be watching out for it. Jesse isn't.
Yeah, and well, Famsi not missing a beat there. Well, win out the duels. So we look towards the site defence with the majority of the forces beginning to combine with each other, and there is one a late play coming through from the Neon. In fact, all alone goes in shot, and nobody there to meet, so the site's been vacated.
I mean, orb up, second smoke. Looked like UCAM wanted to play Flood there, but with the knowledge safe in their minds now that they have that kill, puts them at a 5 versus 3. You have the tools up for this retake, you have a reveal, they will be able to play it with numbers, albeit without Bald. He's taking the long way around.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you're a player advantage, you can maybe risk that, but why would you into a team like ULF? We're back to even on the side push. Famsi managing to keep it alive, and now you need Bald, especially with Famsi so low. But where is that last remaining player? Fabian doesn't know, gets the timing, but doesn't work out. Bald trades, and UCAM get 3.
How many times have we seen Bald be the last player left standing, the captain on his ship, left to tell the tale? Because it's just effective trades, really, more than anything else. That can be the only answer in these situations where it goes down to the wire. UCAM have that extra jump on the last Ulf body every time, and despite Sop's best efforts here to thwart a retake attempt, it had been accounted for, and that late win condition crops up for them yet again. Still money left in the pocket, but I mean, both of these teams are really riding a nice edge right now in terms of money.
A big swing round to come through. Whoever wins this could have the momentum at their backs. Eldrone used early on the C side of the map, but it's not really got much, I would say.
Yeah, it's a complete change up in terms of where the op is being played too. It's on A this time. Spike dropped, and you're expecting that deep drone from Neki, as we so often see from a Sova player in this position. But yeah, he doesn't have it, and so it's just a dart through long instead.
On the Operator is not going to get the opportunity to swing forward. Bisk, though, is good at these snap decisions. Snap shots. He's holding quite a short angle. As the smoke dissipates, the players walk in. Bisk with an opportunity here. And there is time on this teleporter. Looks like it's going to expire before he even gets an opportunity to actually snap at this engagement. Here's the time, here's the steps, and looks to try and back out, but finally he does when the TP expires and takes an advantage with them. Players now, as they try and take backside, Jesse's there to defend, and UCAM completely wiped the floor of ULF on a big swing round.
It's another round from ULF as well, and I feel like I'm repeating myself here with some of these tropes that are cropping up where they're just brute forcing an execution. They're trying to be diligent, look around the map for some clues on what the setup is like, but then as soon as they hit the contact of the op, they go swinging into it. Neki gets dropped. There's no real initiation there. I think Bisk is very lucky to be rewarded from that position, honestly. He didn't ride out the full timer of his TP, as you say. And it has hit ULF like a truck. There is no money left. Not a stitch to wear. And so it's to the pistols that they go.
I mean, the fact that they get pushed to pistols so early. Now, and it's such an awkward time as well. You're looking at 6th round coming up. I mean, UCAM now hit 5 very early doors, and you're really asking ULF, like, without ultimates, to bounce back. I mean, that's really what I'd be expecting the attack to be working towards here, considering the A lobby and, like, C orb. How do you try and work towards that?
Yeah, I mean, look, if UCAM can carve out themselves a first half advantage here, well, they've been able to get at least 6 rounds on their attack side in their last 4 matches played, no problem. So Bisk's out again on the hunt, and ULF just fully grouped in A long this time. It could very well overwhelm Famzy here.
Oh, that's a brilliantly timed seize though, and it stopped it. They
Oh my God.
and it's trapped and its tracks.
Yeah, it's hit 4 players, so Famzy couldn't ask for a better seize than that one. And actually, ULF will just fully cancel on this. They deposit Fabian to create a late lurk, perhaps. It's Neki's drone, which ushers the rest of his team into mid, but UCAM are ready for this.
That they are. Jesse, though, not snatching at the chance that came his way, and now ULF have chapped at every single door on the street, so they have ended up at the last one, and it's not the one that you want to go towards. A brilliant shot by Neki. Okay, maybe it is. That last chance, UCAM come through and get rid of any delinquents causing trouble in the street. And it's left with Fabian to try and cause a bit of bother. Not going to happen. 5-1 for the defence.
It ends up in fisticuffs. This isn't trick or treat. They've knocked every door in the neighbourhood and there are no sweets left for them. So it's a sour conclusion instead. Really nice shot from Neki, but that is the sole consolation. I think UCAM have been really good at these high-lows as well. And actually, as much as, us and both the desk were lamenting them for maybe missing a little bit of synergy here and there, and we already discussed how the calendar makes that even more difficult. In a couple of moments, they have really shined.
Yeah, and I think as well, like maybe the other thing that you've got to consider is that ULF only get 1 ban. It could be like they have 2 bad maps, right? Or maybe they want to stay away from one of ULF's greatest. So many veto tricks can be played, and right now, is there a trick to be played on the A site? Is spam trying to be sent towards the ULF players?
I mean, is there, Cairo? Because I've seen ULF hit this same site so many times in a row now, and knowing this, Bisk's actually decided I'm going to walk out into grass and post up the op. We've got the Killjoy watching C. All that has to happen is the A site hold. Now, that's been simple enough so far, but all of a sudden, ULF actually starting to show a little bit of metal here. It's Echo and Ordaz combining to make things happen. Oh, and it's Echo again. 3 kills this time. And finally, that approach of brute force has actually worked out for them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you keep chapping at the door, Hazza, with a bit of force, eventually that door will fall down off its hinges. So overall, like, yeah, Ulf did well, but I think the big thing that really worked out for them was that 50-50 on Jesse on the vertical position. If he's still there, no way you get in. And that's why you got to depend sometimes on your individuals, on a player like Echo. And with that, a full flush of ultimates to come through into the next couple rounds.
That whole thing from you about knocking on doors, by the way, that's not life advice. If someone tells you to go away, don't keep knocking on their door, please.
Please, for the love of God.
It maybe works in Valorant, but, you know, if you've got a crush, just leave them alone. if they don't want you there.
Very valid advice, by the way. Very valid advice.
Don't be weird.
Yeah, don't be weird.
That's all I can give you, but
I was going to give you a bit of Cairo law there. My mum used to call me Kirto the Weirdo as a young. But maybe I'm just oversharing now.
You know what? At this point, I'm going to wait until our next VCT cast and call you Kieran just to see your reaction on the camera at the end. Just to see your reaction on the cam.
No bother, Harry.
Oh, no bother at all. No problems for all. I mean, up against another purchase from UCAM who still have cash left in pocket, but are starting to scrape the bottom of that barrel now. It just ends flawlessly. I mean, this is the team that we were promised, right? Rounds like this.
100%. The pace, the power, that's exactly everything that we expect. And maybe Alpha have just woken up and decided, hey guys, let's stop playing like we're scared and let's start playing like we actually want to win the game. And I feel as if that's the same eureka moment that they had towards the lower bracket in the kickoff this year. Hopefully this continues on, but we'll need to see.
Yeah, it really does feel like the longer this series goes on, especially now on map 3, that whoever won bind was in the best position to convert, because Ulf's slow start could very well cost them. They have started to heat up a little bit here on our decider. That's safe to say. And there is a black hole in the middle of the map, the B site. It's left as a vacuum, and Ulf sparing no time or expense in trying to fill that gap. Sop dropped by Famzy with a flick though. And the spike is delayed to be planted, but that's a nice pit.
It's a very nice pit, mate. And Echo gets to hold on towards the other side of the site with a tour de force. So the re-clear comes through from the dimensional drift. Ulf really want to try and get in towards the Viper's pit and hold on to that space before UCAM get into sight.
Yeah, blind leading the blind though. Bisk through the ultimate.
What?
Trying to search this one out. Fabian falls and so does the pit though. Famzy in form again on this fade. Not the duelist, but still finding the kind of service that sets up UCAM with a 6th round now. They've stopped Ulf in their tracks. And it comes at such a necessary time.
I think the interesting thing is as well, like a player like Famzy being able to play a fade and a raise to such high quality, right? And other duelists as well. I honestly don't think he would be that agent pool wouldn't be out of place in this meta considering the maps that we have.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's the thing, right? The players that have been hit the hardest are the breach players, guys like Fabian, I think, historically. Hell, even your KO players. Kind of depends on what your meta read is, really, but here's a huge exchange, and Bisk wins it again. Like I said, hot and cold, but when he is hitting the highlights, then nothing is stopping him.
No, there is not. There needs to be someone to try and stop Sop on the other side of the map, and it seems to be coming through. Bisk's operator. It isn't Sop, but it is going to stop him trying to go forward anymore. Fabian does get a great shot, but overall, as this is feeling like another UCAM round. They just wait for the players to swing their way.
Yeah, Bisk has looked untouchable on this up. He's looking for the 4K. Ordaz has a lot to do.
A lot. And unfortunately, not even getting one. So, UCAM and I guess, team of merry men going to find themselves up to 7.
Yeah, that's definitely one way to put it. I think when you look at UCAM in their history, I briefly looked over the chat earlier as well. People wondering, is this a university? Yeah, it is. They have not a collegiate program like we've seen in challenges in North America, for example, with orgs like Winthrop, for example, and Maryville, but an esports team which is sort of directly linked to their sports uni, and actually they have produced a lot of talents which have gone to VCT in recent years, more than almost any other org in their region, I think it's fair to say. But actually, this competition is the first where we see them as the representatives instead. I mentioned Ara and Flickless earlier. Famzy, the same grade of player in my mind, and here it's Bisk, and it's another op kill.
Yeah, I think as well, bringing in someone like Bromas, a coach who can who not only develops but really puts players in the limelight. Neki trying to be the one here and dips away at the right time because that's the operator now.
Yeah, Bisk will bail. So does Jesse. Doesn't want to play the fool's game of the solo site hold, especially in what would effectively be a 2v1. I mean, ULF have numbers here, but they're threading through the map on their own. They're playing an individualistic game, and one which is not going to convert this map for them.
I mean, lockdown put in. Where do you even hide? Trying to get back out too long? They're trying to fight forward. It's 3 seconds, guys!
Neki has to. He's been seized. There's no other way for him to just find one and fall. Echo has been detained, so he can't do anything but watch as this spike at least gets halved. A chance to interrupt it after the fact, but just doesn't take the timing. Holds on to the Vandal for a mere moment before he's forced to fight for it with his life. Echo 3, but Famzy equal to it, and that's enough to loosen his grip and, well, give UCAM a vice grip on this half. 8-3 now.
I mean, kind of to show you the margins of that last round, if Echo had got one more, it would have been one more off the tour de force. He could have chucked a rifle across to Shop on the Neon, right, and played to get an orb for himself. Instead, now there's a judge on that Neon, and the impact is greatly reduced in terms of range. So we head back in, straight into the round, and it's going to be a B-site hit, and Bisk oversteps.
Yeah, Bisk lose the duel, and with ULF now actually having a first spot of their own, this starts to become problematic. Oh, Sop misses every shot. Echo one back at the very least, and still probing the edge of the pit, but Bald just doesn't let go. Fabian trades it. Absolute pandemonium on B. But finally a moment for the round to breathe.
Oh, but the barrel's been seen by Famzy. He is the player who's been playing the best for UCAM.
With the paranoia in, Neki starts to wonder, where is that next player coming from? He guesses correct, but Famzy will still win that fight. Fabian a clever reposition to the side of this Prowler, and now he knows exactly where Famzy comes from. The C's will stick, and the Shorty will send them up to 9. The first half of Haven dominated by UCAM.
And on the defensive half, the thing is, Hazard, you can argue with double controller, you favour them on the defence, but it's just as good on attack. The fact that we can see a great phantom pressure across the map, but there's one thing I want to do here before we go any further, is I want to take my hat off to Famzy. 17-9, he is carrying UCAM to victory right now.
UCAM as well, the affiliate team of Giant X. It's the reason why we saw some of those talents promoted. Famzy had his stay at the end of 2024 on a cursed Redgar team. I do feel for the guy. No offense to Redgar, but you know, that roster was not in a brilliant position when he had to step in and do a thankless task. But I think with his Ascension run and now Clash, there is good tape and good track record in mind to see him picked up later down the line. The big thing for me here, though, Cairo, setting up the second half, you spoke about attack-defender bias. The one thing that could potentially turn things good for ULF is the fact that they do now have this chamber, which they seem to have settled on when it came to those issues with the Sentinel in the past. And if they want to disrespect that double controller, well, they have the option to.
I mean, options, sure, but like, whether that actually comes through is another thing entirely. And I think as well, if you're UCAM and you've played at as many as 6 officials so far, only 2 months into the year, you're expecting a team like ULF to disrespect you, especially considering the practice you would have had. We head into the next at 9-3 in UCAM's favour. Here's that disrespect you spoke about down mid.
Yeah, and Sheriff purchase as well for SOP. He's also testing the limits. It's Echo that we look at for now, though, with the Headhunter. On board with the Chamber player as he jumps up into the window and does find Board. Needs to get back in range of the TP, spamming the key, spamming the voice line. But at safety now, with that toxic screen back up, a chance for him to take a new angle.
Look at ULF at the same time, while this has all happened, they've taken advantage and moved up A, but at the same time, that brawl in mid finally stops, and that's because Jesse got the trade onto Echo.
It's another kill from Echo, though. Still Sheriff in the hands of SOP, as I said earlier, and he's creeping behind them, lines up a couple. And with that, ULF should have the pistol under their belts. Olazera in a 1 versus 4, fated to fail in this situation, and Fabian will make sure of it. So ULF are chasing a 5-round lead right now from UCAM, but it must be said that it has started the best way possible.
That it has, with ULF winning the pistol and now the anti-eco. They'll at least be able to cut down this lead to about 4 rounds. 4 rounds can still feel like a mountain to climb.
But, you know, just one gun round or the other, then the cycle starts to get a little bit more brutal, I think. You know, that's why 9-3 feels so fragile at times, Cairo. And again, seeing ULF go for 2 pistols here.
See already Audaz is holding from high above, and Echo really good at playing towards the limits here, trying to play maybe a bit too towards the limits. At least ULF is all here to support in the endeavours, and Olazera's right click good, but SOP with a hip fire through the smoke, gets himself a kill.
Look, I said 2 pistols on the buy. The bigger point was the 2 snipers. I don't think we see that one too often, but actually it'll set up the bonus quite nicely. It's a weird variation of the FPX purchase for those who remember. I want to say modern day Na'Vi, but even I don't think that sort of analogy holds, as it has changed a lot. We're just old now, man. We are certified UNC status.
Yeah, it's bad days, man. 3 years away from 30, you know, it's starting to get to that point.
You might be, I'm not.
Cheers.
Good damage here, at the start at least for the youngsters on ULF. Olazera does find the opening pick though, and with Echo down, probably expecting them to contact a little bit more space, anticipating a trademark. There isn't one. Look at this from Fabian. He's all the way out, just in front of defender's spawn, or attacker spawn, sorry, and where the barriers would be.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, is he's lost, and he's a big component to this defence. Whether it might be really towards the end of this or not is another thing entirely, as it looks as if UCAM now starting to send towards 8.
Yeah, and SOP is here with the Marshal, but despite his best efforts, you're just sort of not expecting it to be enough damage. It's Neki's rifle which steals the show at this point in time. Embedded in short, he shall soon be encroached upon. It's how much damage SOP can deal on the way through, and it might not be enough. Neki stepping into the limelight and just blinding UCAM in the server. Audaz approaching late. He's on the flank, but I think the turret spotted him.
Oh, this is going to be a quick 1 versus 1.
Audaz just respecting his own smoke right now for the fear that Olazera could have repositioned inside it. He's in the corner instead. Audaz rounding it. And with that, Neki's heroics might have just helped ULF onto a round which sets them on a much better trajectory.
I think for now, if you're the coach of UCAM, you're already got your finger hovering above the timeout button. A huge round. And as you said, it's 1 through Neki. a complete spray down of 3 players, and a simple mistake of not having your swing timing like lined up as a team, it could cost you a round.
Neki also only has 5 kills right now, by the way. I hate to be the bearer of such bad news, but he has found more kills in that round than he had for the whole rest of the map. This guy, it feels like he's been calling his arse off, because you've seen his performance suffer recently as UCAM are still figuring out what works for them this year. Echo no problems though. Fast play from UCAM on this eco.
And they know the chamber's still on long, but they're caught between a rock and a hard place.
Olazera finding Ordaz. Echo trying to restore order a little bit, marshal the situation, does so. Neki with the shock, Sop with the shorty. And in the end, ULF encircle a wounded UCAM on the site and clean up the job. It's just 2 rounds now between the 2 teams, and it feels like we're getting that same UCAM we've spoken about a lot of times, and the ULF that we were promised.
Well, timeout will be coming through from UCAM. The first of what has been a fair few rounds, 16 in total. And yeah, I think at this point, if you're Bromas, you've got 2 timeouts, you're in a pretty decent position. But you're wondering, where did that UCAM from the first half go into the second?
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a world of difference. And I gotta say, Cairo, I hinted that ULF could look better on this defender's side, that we might see a resurgence, that it would come through players like Echo being so difficult to root out of position a lot of times, but it's been simple enough from the chamber player. I think it's fair to say it's, you know, actually been Neki calling some effective rotations, backfilling the space with the double controller, as UCAM were able to successfully do many times. I mentioned that they had not gotten any less than 6 attack rounds in their last 4 games here, but right now they only need 4, and they've lost the first 4 chances to break the ice.
So they're forced to be brought out by the defence. It's over towards the C site, and it's only Bold who's really in the crossfires, but as I say that...
Ooh. Yeah, it looked like UCAM were trying to fake a little bit of pressure towards Sewer. The idea that maybe Olazera would be queuing up with that lockdown. ULF have responded to it though, and Echo has to know that his position could be under threat very soon. Split focus through Garage. Here come UCAM.
For a minute, it looked as if Echo was going to try and play towards long here, but lockdown's thrown in. Echo to play from the back of site, and even has a position on ramp.
Has a bit of a pocket from which to play, like you say, and with 2 seconds till this lockdown expires, UCAM haven't really made any advancement on the site here yet either. Plenty of ground to cover. A couple players caught in the slow field, but eventually they do close the gap, and now there's a chance to move this to post.
Yeah, Sop is on the flank though. He does have an operator. That's the worst thing for ULF in this moment in time.
Oh, huge 1 versus 1. Steps will certainly have been heard behind the turret there, and Board already repositioning up close. Sop has to be so diligent to clear this, and he walks in blindly. That might just be the one which pushes the boat out here, unless ULF have anything big to say about this. And in fact, they do. 2 kills very quickly. It falls on the shoulders of Famdi to see if he can carry the burden of the rest of his team here, as he has done so brilliantly in the first half. Sticking it out in the second is Ordaz, and by a fraction of a second, Board will save them again. It's those same 2 players coming up big for UCAM when they need it.
Yeah, and I think on top of that, the fact that UCAM give nothing away to ULF here. You think about it right now, the fact that Echo is only able to get a kill after the lockdown is well and truly about to expire. And it's the awareness around the map about Sop about to flank, about the fact that the players could potentially come straight back onto site. The reposition, excellent. UCAM find 10. We're into the next round.
Trying to just go back at it here. Sop again, try as he might, has just not found the same levels of success in these opening duels. Echo is a completely different story though. And he is right behind enemy lines here. Caught by the alarm bot, finds a weak bald. Oh, finds a pretty healthy Famzi and Olizera. And with 3 of the best, Ulf back in a position of contention. Look at the health on UCAM right now.
Yeah, I know, but at the same time, I was about to say the Spike's being rescued, but Fabian winning out the round, bringing it within 2.
Yeah, and just as Jesse dives for the ult, I think the Ulf players realise that's one less player that can actually fight this 2 versus 2. So they use it as a timing to flood back into the site, and it works out really well for them. Just as I was about to commend Bald for being an intelligent player through his positioning, I think UCAM were caught a little bit sleeping there about how quick Ulf started this round.
Well, there's not a lot of rounds left to be played between these 2, it has to be said.
Nice switch up from the Viper Orb here as well for the first time.
Something that UCAM will need to be careful in the future if Echo's going to continue to disrespect the Viper utility.
The first time that they're actually playing behind this smoke, I should say, as Echo has been noted close. Olizera getting 1 at the very least. I mean, this is still pistols here, so not too much cause for concern if you're Ulf, and Sop makes it no problem. 1 round game at this point in time on Haven, and there is everything to play for in the closing stages.
Sorry, some of the fans may have noticed me going, "Oh, nice," not because of the kills, but I really liked the little micro detail with the Euro TP being used to fake and then throwing a haunt in at the exact same time. So you draw away the crosshair and still be able to get the reveal. And usually, for folks who don't know, that's usually done through like a flash and a haunt rather than anything else. So I really like that little micro detail.
I was gonna say, can we rewind for a second? People calling you biased?
No, I know it was called me biased, but I just thought I would explain.
Okay, yeah, you just gotta clear your name. Fair enough. Risk, oh my days. The fake out goes in, and you know that's one thing, but then to find the kill off the back of it while blinded, completely different ball game. Sop reloads the op, and Jesus Christ! I mean, cheers, guys.
Interesting. Echo playing on top of his own trap here right now. Typically plays away from it, so breaking the conditioning there.
German jump scare, man. I thought I'd escaped Berlin. Player who would love to be there on the big stage, though, is Echo, of course. And now in the corner with the TP. Huge opportunity here to get one back and get out.
Oh, but he is being cleared. I thought for a minute he was being cleared. That's not the case, and Echo gets out with 1. Actually gets another in the same time. That will activate the Hunter's Furies. Famzi manages to dodge all the bolts, but it's Fabian within his own pit who's able to grab Famzi and the rest. We're all leaving at 10-10.
Ulf really starting to turn the heat up now, and it feels like we're moments away from UCAM crumbling under the pressure of a potential grand final. They came into the half just 4 rounds away. They currently sit at just 3, but Ulf have matched that tally from only having 3 rounds of their own coming out of the opening 12. Timeout called, and even for the 1 round that UCAM were good for, which felt like it set them on a good path, they've just not been able to replicate that success at all. And Ulf, honestly, look unperturbed by the situation. For how young these players are, they just ooze confidence.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. The fact that, like, for the most part, when we see UCAM move in towards the sights of Ulf, it's a case of, like, you're moving into Ulf's territory in that sense, right? We don't feel any comfortability about the exec. And that's exactly the case here, like not clearing Echo properly and allowing the rest of Ulf to just frag their way out. So the timeout finished, Bromas has said his piece. What changes now?
And who is it that's having these big moments as well? Sure, Fabian's had his part to play, but it's Echo and Sop, and this is why. you know, myself and others think that this is a team that ends in the top half in stage 1 if it plays at its best, because the UCAM team in front of them have given them a damn good go, but that doesn't count for much if you can't win it at the end of the day. ULF have certainly been put through their paces, but now it's SOP bringing the op out on the Neon of all agents, and there you go. Famzy, the one that falls. The star of the show is missing. Bisc has to try and pick up the pieces in his place. The pit goes out on B, but the commitment is not all too fast behind this.
Unbelievable blinding shot, but that pit should allow for the spike to go down.
Yeah.
And there's lots of utility being thrown in, but UCAM are respecting it so far.
It also allows ULF to just backfill the B site as well. They've got 3 players here in white shirts ready to receive. Spike now starting to get planted, and Audas should be taking a spam at this, doesn't actually. Plays a slightly more patient game, and still ULF wait for this retake attempt.
Yeah, it feels like there's coffin with loads of swords thrown into it, but nobody's been caught, and the pit still stays up. ULF, though, hesitating going back in.
Oh, but ULF now finally starting to clamp on down. They find Bisc, but it's not the player they wanted. Bald still propping up the pit, yet to be defumigated. SOP looking for that info. Now they know where the Viper is. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but it might just be enough. Down to the 1v1. And for what feels like the first time in this series, ULF convert from that position. As good as the fundamentals have been for UCAM, not this time.
Pit down, everything against them, time ticking away, but ULF pay attention to the smaller details, play together, and that's how it works out in the end. It's not through anything magnificent, it's through the tradability, and even at that, the decay looked as if it had done its job, looked as if it set build up for success, especially right there. But it was the trades on towards the last position.
I mean, the health bars, that pit just choked them out for so long, and now UCAM are back to the drawing board. One less ult for them to use. Would like Biscs here, and he's going to get it. Just plucks that orb off the shoulders of Echo.
SOP set up really early on that C line. The dimensional drift surely going to be the decider there, but instead the players go elsewhere through Garage.
Yeah, Fabian does at least get a bit of a heads up. For him to drop the molly here means that the rest of the players can't just funnel in behind as comfortably as they would like. Bisc exiting the wall on the opposite side, just trying to reverse engineer it for himself here, and actually it's just worked out perfectly. Bisc gets one, and the flashback in is just not going to help out Neki enough. Only Audas remaining, 1v3, and just too many angles to count for. This one's going the distance.
Guaranteed to have 24 rounds played by the end of this third map. And the best part is, there's still another best of 3 to play after this. So do not go far. You're not going to see the end of this one.
I mean, look, for many teams, a map can define a season, but there's still plenty left to play for here. And if UCAM want another chance at playing a VCT team in Vitality in just 24 hours' time, then they've got to find a way to close this out here and now. Early util behind the smoke, similar play to what we've seen before, but this time SOP will punish, and this time ULF are doubling down. They go in for the kill, they take them at the jugular, and UCAM have only Famzy left standing. Nothing to support him, it is Fabian to close it up. There you go, 12-11, and ULF have the lead for the first time on this map.
So one chance is all ULF will get to finish out this map in regulation. And it comes through that key aggression that we expect of a roster like this. And again, playing off one another brings them to 12. So the last round, there's a big buy here from both teams, excluding Olazera. And the biggest thing here, the biggest difference has it, would be that Olazera does have that lockdown.
Can UCAM find a way to force the hand of ULF and bring an extension of play here in the Alpha Lower final, or do ULF have it wrapped up? SOP sending marching orders, but it falls on deaf ears. Jesse trades. Not for the first time, ULF will be without their Neon in the opening stages.
Trade him, but it's all Zera that was lost, and that's the big loss. The lockdown gone, but the players look to continue to try and fight on towards Ahaza.
Oh, Neki abandoned ship almost, it felt like, but Ordas just happy to join him there in back sight. A quick double from the Omen player, and while Jesse goes one better and finds his third, it's still a 2 versus 2 situation here.
And that defensive orb is going to allow them out.
Echo trying to jump in the window. Smash and grab from UCAM, Board getting another. Fabian dancing around his own toxins here and has just about managed to thread the needle back sight. Walking into another one of these notorious UCAM double stacks. It's actually Board that just peels away. And Jesse that saves the day. There you go. Overtime on the cards. And it is nothing less than this series deserves.
These two teams have been going at it, both with the same scoreline from map 1 into map 2. Just different results in terms of who won, obviously. So we go the full distance on Haven. And the thing is, though, Haza, both have had great defensive sides, but the attack has left a lot to be desired. So in this overtime, I'm expecting the team who cracks the attack is the team who will crack overtime.
In the uphill struggle that ULF have had to get to this point as well, I just don't feel like I can necessarily see them throwing it away at this point in time. UCAM with less experience, of course, of their own. They've got many players that have shown up on a big stage every now and then, but not to the same extent. ULF starting this one off by trying to fight through middle, but just as Bisq was for the whole defender's side, omnipresent with this operator.
The glass cannon comes through to claim another opponent and Bolt's position a little awkward with the garage push.
Oh, Paranoia gliding past. It doesn't catch Board. He gets 2, but ULF 2 of their own. Still at a man disadvantage here, but a little bit of space and time now to rectify things with a spike plant.
Still though, UCAM don't blink. They wait for the retake, and that spike plant's probably the go button.
It does take just a moment. Neki here first, furthest player forward. Fighting just on the edge of the smoke and able to reinforce it with the shock darts. Further damage onto Bisq, and with this op back through, he just has to flash for a teammate, has to set up Famzy, does so. But now looking down the lens, it's still Ordas that he requires. Cooped up in the corner, nowhere left to hide. Bisq will deny it. ULF not able to manufacture a comeback in that round, not this time. And so UCAM will get their chance to see through the series here on Haven.
Yeah, pressure on ULF once again to come back into this map and this series, because this one round could decide it right here and now. This full best of 3 and grand final spot comes down to this next round and who comes out on top.
I mean, we know ULF have had their own trials and tribulations. This map hasn't been the best for them. They haven't had enough time to work with the new lineup, but for all of the excuses you can possibly give, UCAM certainly punching above their weight class here. Sops up early, dealt with, and it's just not the first time that he's fallen in that position. Far from it.
No, it's not, and that makes a massive gap in mid. Does UCAM realise it? They've got to pause it, and Bisq towards the long position, but Echo, the highlight for ULF over this full Haven, has made impact once again.
Certainly feels like out of those 2 players that will step back in for the substitutes in the first stage, it's Echo that's made the most amount of difference. But I tell you, who hasn't gone missing, who's been there the whole damn time, is Fabian. Quick double, keeps the numbers in front for ULF. And now they set up, spread thin across the map.
So that allows the 2 players to try and isolate a duel. And it is going to be Ordas up first.
Has to find something. It is mandatory for him to do so, and the Paranoia will land at the very least. Famzy looking to have sidestepped it, and with that shot 2-on-2, all of a sudden there's life to this. UCAM might actually just take the map here and now. Only Neki can save them.
Famsy's out, but at least Neki did have the info dart. But it's Bisk who's been so good over the best of three to win the map.
It's a real culture shock at the end there, but UCAM the ones which walk away with it. The upset brewing for the best part of the last 2 hours. And finally, they pull the trigger at the end of Haven. A 2 versus 3 converted to make sure that they end up winning a map which it looked like they were set to for some time, Cairo. A 9-3 lead, but they made us wait until overtime to see that one send them to the grand final.
Yeah, I think that's the best part about it, the fact that we do see UCAM claim another VCT team. It's not the first time we've seen a Tier 2 Tier 2 team being able to go and claim VCT lives. We've seen it in the off-season on the Blender and now in EMEA Clash, where UCAM are managing to reach a grand final. Another team awaits them, has a Vitality, but that's a much different opponent to an ULF who has yet to get their year started as a full 5.
Yeah, it's going to be a matchup which UCAM failed to see earlier in the competition as they dropped to focus, but through the lower bracket they go and now find themselves in the grand final, one of our grand finals here in EMEA Clash. That is all for the first series though, and with the breakdown as always are our analysts, so take it away.
They have done it again. UCAM managed to take down a second VCT EMEA team. This time is the Turkish ULF. Amazing from them, even though they make this map maybe last longer than it should have.
Yeah, I feel like they could have just closed it out when there was the one round when they were pushing with 4 players towards A side, and there was just Neki standing in their way, and he got a triple K. And not sure if you remember, but on split, I also talked about how Neki was rescuing one of the rounds, and he did it again. He kept ULF, even though he doesn't have a lot of kills. Neki was the reason why ULF on this particular map was able to go neck and neck and go to the overtime. He had really some really massive impact kills. But I wanted to highlight something else. Before the match started, I made the comparison on how those two teams played on Haven against Na'Vi and how they were able to punish Na'Vi mistakes when they were overpushing, overheating, and both of those teams capitalized on those mistakes. The map started exactly the opposite. We have seen ULF trying to do exactly what they did against Na'Vi. They tried to punish the overpeaks, and UCAM was not giving in. They were not giving the first bloods. They were just holding angles patiently, and ULF was running out of steam. They couldn't get any utility out. They couldn't get any first blood. There was no free map control that was given to them, and because of that they were failing with the first rounds. But then suddenly those heroics just came in, and UCAM got a little bit impatient, and suddenly the game became a much closer.
Also, when we changed it up, so UCAM is now on attack, there was a concrete change of pace from ULF. On the defense, they were very proactive, especially at the beginning of the half. With the chamber, they were really trying to utilize fully this teleport and push towards mid, towards window to get this first pick.
Yeah, and it was actually quite impressively efficient in many rounds. But at the same time, we have seen Sop being then the player that was being downed a lot of times in the first moments of the round. So there was like this disproportion of effort and efficient kills being done for ULF, because the chamber was efficient while the Neon wasn't. And that was the round where Neki just completely rescued the entire team, even though the clutch was being done by Audas over there. But also one thing I wanted to highlight, in this map, this particular map could show to you, if you were paying attention, how big of a difference is running Fade over a Sova. In many rounds, ULF was completely stopped by 1Cs. There was an execute on the A main full long. 1Cs caught 3 players, no more possibilities of just pushing straight up in, and completely stopped an entire execute. Then the dogs sometimes were just a little bit of a bait, and you could have gone through a corner and a player wasn't caught. There was a situation on Suez where that Fade was getting punished. But overall, I feel like this was a showcase of how a Fade player can have so much impact against the opponents, which typically Sova would not be able to do, because the stopping power of a Sova is not as big, it doesn't have this big of a potential as a Fade.
The other player on the side of UCAM who had a really great impact was Jesse on the Homan, and also this is maybe a player that an agent that we do not see all the time having this immense impact, but definitely he delivered for UCAM, and especially on the attack where they were struggling to get these last few rounds and actually close the maps. It was so difficult, and he had a really good plays there, keeping them alive long enough so that they could win this overtime.
Oh my, look at the stats on Bisk. That's insane. 8 first kills, 21 kills overall. He was just handing them out left and right. But at the same time, what you mentioned, there's the chamber. Very similar, let's say, first impact. So we have 6 first bloods and even more kills, 26. But at the same time, you have to remember context matters. When you're dying first on defense, it's like a double-edged sword, even if you get the kill. So you might just get the first blood, but then you get instantly traded, and suddenly the team is at a disadvantage. Not only because the map stays the same size, but you have less defenders now, so it's a 4v4 on a big map. But now with 3 sides, losing a defender, 1-for-1 trade is really hurting you. And in case of ULF, that was mostly what was happening over here. And now we have a comparison between Echo and Bisk. As you can see, the stats are like, there are no assists when you're playing chamber, you know, unless you hit someone in the legs. That's about it.
I want to ask you also about another player that is Olizera and was playing on the Killjoy. So I think this, I'm not sure what the impact of the Killjoy was on this match. Do you think this was still a good pick overall? Did it bring something to the overall roster?
Yeah, I think so. Because the thing is, Olizera, if he was a little bit more patient, he would have had much more impact. We have seen ULF just kind of struggle to like go through that go through those positions where like double doors, they couldn't go efficiently. They had enough util to clear up every single position on the map from the alarm bot and the killjoy turret. But at the same time, then Olizera was a little bit too aggressive to my taste. You know, this is my personal opinion, of course, so people might disagree, but there were many rounds where Olizera was first in line. If I'm not mistaken, the round that was 11-11 or 11-12, where the UCAM started with the ultimate on Killjoy and were pretty obvious that you're gonna push towards Suez, and Olizera was going first and was getting punished first. So that Killjoy ultimate, which was the win condition, at least the first win condition of that round, was just being completely instantly dissipating from the round because he was going a little bit too aggressive. Then we have also seen one round when he just jumped out of double doors window and tried to get a backstab when they were up in numbers and just get traded instantly, and there was no like impact from having that jump, you know?
Yes. Overall, I think we've seen some of the same mistake we've seen on the split. Definitely still a struggle. They're still struggling with this picking issue where they do not pick the right way. They can lose 2-3 players where they were definitely supposed to win the round. And I think what you're saying with Olizera is kind of the same. They do not have yet this structure that a very, very top team would have in order to be sure that every time each player is at its right place and in a position to be able to be traded and to be sure you're losing the least valuable player for the rest of the round.
Yeah, but I will tell you one thing. This is a struggle that tier 1 teams are like still having in their teams. It's one of the most common issues that you will find when you're voter reviewing, that the spacing between the players or the timing between the peaks is not enough, or like not strict enough to actually have a decent trade, because if it's more than 2 seconds pass before you can trade, that is already too late. But if then the spacing is too tight, then you can find yourself like in that angle against Neki when he just gets 3 kills instantly and you're just gonna go like shrug it and it's like, okay, well, I guess we got unlucky, you know? But there's no luck involved there. You just put yourself in that position.
Yes, when you pick in a line, it's bound to happen sometime. Maybe there's some kind of chance where the spray bullet goes actually the right position, but still this is bound to happen if you pick that way. So let's have the interview. We have Bisk here with us that has been amazing on this all matchup. So welcome him. Hello, Bisk. Nice to meet you.
Hello,
Thanks so much for being here with you. Congrats for your win.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And thank you to be here. So my first question for you is apparently you are the sniper master, right? And I was wondering, do you specifically
Wannabe.
practice for it, or is it just natural talent?
I mean, I've been playing a lot with with OP back in the days in CS, so I think it's also I got some impact from it. But yeah, of course, I'm practicing it daily basis, and yeah.
Okay, cool. I have a question actually about your map build for this match, because you chose to play Bind. And we have our theory that we said before the match started, but I would love to ask you if you could tell us, why was the Bind your first pick? Was there a specific reason for it?
Why was the Bind our first pick? You know, like, how to say it better? We have really good Bind. Like, I mean, we had really good Bind in the prax, but when we were playing officials on Spanish league, we were losing. We have like, I think 0-5 on Bind, and like nothing was working for us on the officials. I don't know why actually. Like it was lack of decisions, lack of and some individuals mistake. But now it's a really decent map for us. We changed. We put me on chamber, which I feel very comfy, and I'm doing a lot of impact. So yeah, it's very good map for us, and it's very good to start on a good vibe, you know. So like with a win.
Okay, so
yeah, that's why we decided.
So the fact that ULF didn't have like the best Bind was not a factor for you guys at all?
No, not at all. No.
Okay.
So this is a perfect transition for my next question, because actually I was gonna ask, so you changed to the chamber on Bind, and I was wondering, in your opinion, what are the strengths of this agent on this particular map?
On Bind?
Yes.
I mean, you're asking what the strengths of chamber on Bind, basically, right?
Yes, exactly.
I mean, chamber can be good on every map. It's actually so annoying to play against good chamber. I mean, against good operator who's playing on chamber, and it can be good on every map, you know. Like, but on Bind, I mean, that's the reason. Like, it can be good on every map, and I'm playing good on op, and it's really fits me. That's it. Like, it can be good.
Right, so in your opinion, it's a very good sniper. Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much for being here with us tonight, Ves. Congrats again on your win, and we'll see you in the final
so
then
much.
against Vitality. So have a good night.
Yeah.
All right, so my suspicion was not correct about the Bind. They did
we
not
were
care.
wrong.
they did not care. They just thought it's a good map for them. Okay.
What I liked is that he was even surprised, like, oh, no.
Well,
that
you know,
would
maybe
ask the
someone
question.
else was doing the picks and bans, and maybe I am still correct. You know, that's gonna be the world that I'm living in. You know, but I was actually, now when I think about it, he said that he's like a born sniper, right? And I was wondering why. I mean, Yoru is fantastic on Bind, and he was playing Yoru on Haven, right? And why not just play Yoru then on Bind as well? Maybe that's gonna be the next iteration of what they're gonna try to do on this map.
After the win on Vitality, maybe we could ask him the same question. But right now, we will have a short break, but stay with us because we have another amazing matchup coming soon. It's Giantex against Enterprise. See you soon.
Nothing was meant to meet. Distance kept things apart. This is the moment where everything shifts. What are you afraid of?
나의 속도가 돈이라면 Benz 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나는 rain 내 가슴은 bang bang 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance 모두 몸을 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 나니 노리는 것들이 꼴 밟을 때 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알파가 아니지 그런 스톱 위로 올려 넣어버스 하늘 위로 떨어지는 너는 looking like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 날 믿거든 꽤나 좁아져도 너의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you, better you turn when I pull up 계속 me down down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리고 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like 3, 2, go Told you myself I'm so boss, I'm so bad I told you myself I'm so boss, I'm so bad I told you myself I'm so boss, I'm so bad I told you myself
And we're back for more entertainment, more Valorant, and more amazing matchups. We have some amazing match coming up because it is Giant X against Enterprise. Enterprise, the team, the Slavic team from Northeast that actually already took down Kermin in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to this match the most because Enterprise impressed me the most when I was watching the VODs, specifically also because now they're playing with a different player than they played in the previous matches. The one against Job Life was already played with Cozy, but before that they played with Swagzo, and they look like a different team when they play with Swagzo, and they look like a different team when they play with Cozy. But it's actually kind of impressive how Yoru is being played by Cozy, and it has a completely different playstyle than what you would typically see in the games. But I'm going to talk about that a little bit later.
Okay, we'll talk about it later. But yes, as you said, this is something that is important, is that Swagzo is not here anymore. It's Cozy that joined. Swagzo was just subbing for the beginning of the year, but he was actually pretty great, and I think he brought a lot to the team in the previous matchups.
Yeah, he was actually sick. Not only good aim, but also pretty decent utility on the raise. I really loved how he was entering while covering one of the angles with the paint shows, being aware of the possibilities on the other side. It was very conscious decision making. That's something that you always want to see from a duelist. And also worth mentioning, Enterprise in the past 60 days had 100% win rate, and they lost their first match in the past 2 months here during this event. So, you know, there's a high level of competition, right? They are playing suddenly after against also tier 1 teams. But before they started this tournament, they had absolutely insane stats. In a 5v4s, they had like 89% win rate. In 4v5s, guys, 4v5 and they had 49% win rate, which is just absolutely mental. Like, you should not have a 50-50 when you're one man down. You know, imagine just playing with an AFK and you're just like, yeah, we win anyway 50% of the times. It's actually kind of insane.
And there is something else that is insane. It's the second clash. We had some pretty good clips previously, and I think we both agreed on the Carmine one with the kunai, but let's see what the chat decided. And actually it shows vitality, so they chose to ignore our advice. We fail at trying to manipulate the crowd.
Really? That's crazy. They ignored 11 like incredible kills on Jet within the ultimate. Okay. So,
and a man actually falling down.
Yeah, it's like, you know, and I thought I am a little bit biased when someone falls off the map on Abyss, but I guess it doesn't work that much, you know? Anyway, we'll see.
Do you really want to talk about this right now?
Well, maybe not.
We'll see maybe later if we have an Abyss. But we have the clip from Navi. This one is going to be good.
The way they're preparing or reading the kind of ebb and flow, and with the new IGL coming in, that's great as well. That's really good.
And some
biggest positive for me
play right here.
What the plan is and what's being called in round here.
Okay, so what's the plan here? Philo also has the ultimate. Oh, missed the shot.
He knows they're coming.
Doesn't start that great.
Gets out. Doesn't want to stick around.
He's getting baited into looking into the arrow. Got fully flashed, but has the TP to fall back.
And they're still not up on the site here. This is tough. KC struggling to scale incorrectly.
What is it? This is gonna be it. The triple in long.
Okay. All right, let's see what the next clip is gonna be, because this one, I'll be honest, you said this one clip with the two previous ones that we had before. I don't think this clip would stand a chance.
I mean, it's not a clutch. It's a triple kill. It's pretty nice. But still, they were 5v3 already, so I agree with you. It doesn't feel that impressive compared to the ones we've seen before, but still an amazing play. I mean, you're always happy to have this triple kill.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Decent. I would say decent.
Decent.
Yes.
5 out of 10. This is your...
It's like 6 out of 10, maybe. Yeah,
okay.
Let's see the giant X clip.
Definitely. Oh, yes, I remember, I think.
Two of the players are desperately low. Yeah, I mean, Flickless and Westside share an 80 HP, but Grabinho's it's perfect!
That's 4 headshots with 4 bullets.
Yes.
And he didn't even crouch. My classic doesn't work like that. It just, the bullets always go like, you know, astray.
Yeah. I think you have a malware in your computer this way.
I need to buy a new mouse, that's how it works.
Yes. The connection is not good. Wireless thing. And it's not over, there's still more.
Okay, yeah, 4K for Grobinho over here. Oh, I mean, that's a nice one. He avoided detection, went in, backstep with 2 people. This is pretty sick clip. Like, he single-handedly wins the entire round. Like, he carries the entire team this round and says, I got this. So, yeah, I think there's no way I'm gonna be wrong about this one. This has to be this clip. No chat?
I mean, we're gonna have to see if the chat agrees. Maybe they just want to disagree with you. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
This is a possibility. They want to show that they have free spirit. They are allowed to choose whatever they want, but this is from GiantX, and you can vote in the chat. You viewers, no matter where you are watching, just select your favorite play, and we will look at the end of the match from between GiantX and Enterprise who actually won. This was a good also preview from what we're going to see in the next matchup, because this is GiantX against Enterprise. Let's look at the bracket maybe to remind ourselves what is coming up, because the winner of this match will change brackets, so they will go against Foot Esports.
Oh, okay. So wait. Okay, so we have GiantX on Enterprise playing on the right side, and they're going to be playing against Foot Esports. And ULF and UCAM now decided who plays against Vitality. So we have UCAM playing against Vitality, and GiantX or Enterprise are going to be playing against Foot.
Exactly.
Because they're swapping worlds, just like in Valorant lore.
Do you want to maybe do some point about Valorant lore?
No,
I'm not that. I don't know it that much, to be honest. So I would be okay for a culture point, but maybe later we'll see if we have some time. But for now,
to Google, because I'm not the best at it.
Okay,
you know?
So you just know that there are 2 words that they're swapping.
Yes, that's
a start.
Yes. And one team is stealing their Radiant and the other one doesn't want them to steal their Radiant. You know, that's what I know.
Okay, that's a good start, in my opinion at least. But what we're gonna swap here is the team Giantex or Enterprise Esports, who is gonna go against Foot. I mean, this is gonna be, as you said, a very interesting matchup because on the side of Giantex, we've seen really some good stuff coming in this tournament. It's actually only their third match, and they lose pretty serially against Foot Esports. It was a slight slip from this roster.
You know what's the most interesting about Giant X here over here for me is the fact that they swapped Westside from his normal typical role. He was known for playing Sentinels, he was known for playing Killjoy Cypher, and now in the past few matches he was actually playing Yoru. And it didn't look confident, that's what I'm gonna tell you. It didn't look like super bad or something, but it had like this kind of complications when you see someone being on a completely different spectrum of roles, and that's what you get when you put a Sentinel player on a duelist. And also, they, for example, play one of the most complex compositions that you can play in Valorant, which include a Yoru and a Neon. Because if they want to work together and they have the composition like that built, then you have to get like perfect coordination and perfect spacing between those two players. Because what I found in practice is that the problem with those two characters working together is that if the Neon puts in the wall, that completely disrupts your typical flashes that you would like to do as a Yoru. So you need to find perfect new positions that adjust for that Neon wall if you do that execution during those 5 seconds where the Neon wall is up. So it's very hard to do it properly, and that was one of the main struggles that I have seen from Giants. So if they fixed it for this match, this is gonna be like really, really efficient, but it's a tall task.
Definitely a difficult one, but still can be done. And it's Enterprise Esports, so maybe they stand a chance. I agree with you. We had actually a Westside on the interview that it's very interesting to see him on the duelist, and he was actually pretty upfront about it and about actually liking this role and feeling good in the duelist shoes, especially in the Yoru. And as we already talked, this is almost mandatory right now to have a good Yoru player. So if you can find it in your current roster, this is just the best. On the side of Enterprise, we have this new player, Cozy, joining in, replacing Swagzor, as we said, but the roster definitely is amazing. As you said, they were undefeated in their VCL league, and even in the kickoff, they didn't lose a single map. So this is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and I have two main points to talk about this roster. Let's start with Cozy. He's 16 years old, by the way, was rank 1 in Radiant leaderboard, just, I can't remember the date exactly, but it was very recent. And he is playing Yoru that is not your typical Yoru. What you're gonna see from Enterprise, or at least what you have seen in the previous match when they played it, Cozy was being set up as a passive player. So on attack, he's not using his TP as an aggressor. He's not doing like a flash TP play that you would typically see from other aggressive Yorus, but he's being slotted into a Kabi position. So for example, on one extremity of the map, like if we play Pearl, he's going attacking B long, he's being put close to the side, they do a fake push, he stays there while putting a TP to go back to base to spawn. And when the team falls back and does pressure on the other side of the map, that's the moment when he strikes on the side of the map that was left, and then TPs back to the other team. And he's very consistent at it, and he's actually pretty decently getting map control for the team, or even just getting informations about the rotations. That's what I've established when it comes to how Cozy plays this character. He's very efficient at supporting his teammates, as you can see here in showers with that flash. It is well orchestrated, but I have to speak also about Magnum. Magnum was never like super known in his times in VCT as the most efficient aimer, but here in this team, he's calling and he's also very confident. He looks like a different player from my memory when I was, analyzing in VCT EMEA. He was not ever that impressive, but now he's calm, collected. You can see it in his aim when he's taking those decisions. It's really well crafted, and his aim is on point lately.
I think he probably has gained some experience, and now that he's the in-game leader, definitely he has to think more about how to approach the rounds, and he can use this VCT experience to actually bring knowledge and resource to his current team in VCL. I think this is what is exactly what he is doing, and I think this is one of the reasons why this team is so successful in the league, because definitely I think he's a great shot caller right now. It works well in this team, and I'm very curious about how it will go with Cozy, because this is some kind of a change also. Definitely you change the duelist as well. Player is very young also, so this is something that you have to take account. It's different from playing with someone who is 16 and someone who is 25 and have experience, sees a lot, is more, maybe have more calm and composure. You will have more explosivity from a very young player, but you also have to canalize the emotions and the will to be aggressive.
Yeah, but you could not be able to tell that he's 16 when you only watch how he plays. Like in the one match, on very small sample size, but in the matches that I watched, and when he played Yoru and Neon, in both of those maps, you couldn't see that there was no like hot-blooded decision making. It was more calculated, and you would associate that kind of decision making with someone who is older. So even though I don't have a lot of experience when it comes to Cozy's like gameplay, I feel like this is really good promise, like for the future.
I think we had a similar discussion about Sayonara in Vitality. We will be able to talk about it tomorrow, but it was the same for me. It's a very young player, but he plays in a very mature way. He's very composed. He's not only wanting to play duel, he's very aggressive. He's here for his team as a supporting member, and for me, this shows great maturity, even though he is very young. And Cozy Baby has the same vibe.
And we have the map ban. Oh, okay. I think we didn't see those maps for quite a while. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, very original.
Yeah, it's Haven and Split. Yeah. Okay, so the two last maps that we've seen, so not a lot of change when it comes to the atmosphere that we're going to be looking at, but I wanted to point out something that in the first map, we're also going to be most likely seeing a mirror match of compositions, because they weren't really changing for neither of those teams. So Omen, Cypher, Yoru, Sova, and Neon should be the case, unless the teams are changing something. There's a small chance for that, always, but we'll see how it goes. But I wanted to point out also one more thing for the fans who are watching the match right now. I would like you to point out to one thing. When Enterprise is on a lower buy, you can expect this team to work as a 4 or a 5-man team, slowly taking one lane of the defense and trying to flank as fast as possible, execute as fast as possible. They're incredibly fast at that decision making. It shows that the playbook is also set up before the game starts, and they have those plans already laid out. It shows good leadership in general.
And this is going to be interesting what you've said before, because on this Haven, as you said, Enterprise is playing this Neon Yoru, so they will have to implement. Actually, both teams are playing Neon Yoru, so
they should be playing both of these.
Yeah, so they will both have to implement what you said as to trying to make these two agents work, and it's not that easy on Haven, as we said. Something that is also interesting is that previously we had two teams with very strong defense side, and here against Job Life, Enterprise went 9-0 on the attack side. So very impressive attack side, and if they manage to pull this out against Giant X, could be a very strong start.
Enterprise had a really good macro against Job Life. They were like, overall map control was really on point, but Giant X playstyle might actually put a question mark to that, because Giant X is known for, not known, but they're peaking at planting when it comes to that 25th second of the run. That's the most common like timer when they plant, so they're very aggressive. And I think that this might catch Enterprise a little bit off guard, even though the compositions are exactly the same. They're played a little bit differently. And the two question marks here are gonna be, are we getting the upgraded version of Westside and Ara playing together, or is it gonna be inefficient as it was last time they played on the Haven? And for Enterprise, the question mark will be, how will Cozy do with Lime, who's typically playing on Initiator on other maps? So, because last time it was actually pretty decent. Let's see if they will repeat it.
Also, one thing that is interesting is we'll see the Cypher, so it's a bit different than what we've seen previously. We will have some new gameplay for you guys, and to comment this, we have our two lovely casters, Cairo and Haza. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, thoroughly looking forward to heading into the second of our series for this evening. And our last grand finalist, right? We've already locked in UCAM to be playing against Vitality, but someone's got to face Foot tomorrow. And between a GX team, which we saw go to Champs last year and not make any changes coming into this one, and an Enterprise side, which for me is probably the biggest statement coming out of a Challengers roster heading into 2026, I really can't call this one.
Yeah, Hazza, I think between these two, it's going to be an interesting one. The fact that it's kind of similar stakes to the last game that we had in terms of a roster and a team who wants to experiment in their current position and a team who wants to go and prove themselves for the upcoming year, especially with Split 2 on their mind, because that's where the Tier 2 teams will come into play.
Only a second official here for Kozzy and a fourth official in total. An absolute rank demon and someone that we'll be talking about a lot more throughout this series, I'm sure. As is part to play in the A pressure from Enterprise as they start on the attack. GX in the meantime, trying to be the protagonists themselves. Westside on the Yoru, as we've seen him make this change up. Has taken the TP nice and early from mid. And the attack able to re-clear that space quite nicely.
Yeah, shake of the hands, the fact that that space is cleared, but in terms of health pools, Enterprise are actually worse off than GX at this moment in time. And it seems if GX have a pretty decent read, but they also want to re-clear mid themselves.
And Magnum has to be cautious he doesn't get caught with his back to this. In fact, he does. Flickless finding him on Cypher again. Another role change on this GX side, but settling into place here for now. Enterprise down to their final 4 members. 3 of them scaling towards the A site, line with the opening pick, but Kozzy can't follow it up from the other duelist, leaving just the Brit in the 1 versus 2 here in this position. A 1v3 in total. He's a kill deep, and Westside has to be cautious not to overplay his hand.
Yeah, he's waiting for Alluri to come and join him, and he's coming through shot, but time is getting low.
And Alluri has taken a lot of it to get over here on site to support. Far too much, in fact. Lime cut out of position, and Alluri now left 1 versus 2 himself. Has a dart, has some shocks from which to play, knows about Flickless position, but Westside cannot be over-considered here. Does end up finding him in Graffiti, but that is all. GX with the opener.
GX come out on top. And I think a lot of that is brought through their ability to play off one another. Enterprise maybe not realising, especially like for instance here, Magnum looking at the re-clear coming from C rather than expecting anyone from Garage. And then from here on, it's just that micro play, the ability to play off of one another. And yeah, I don't know what's going on with Alluri on this wraparound.
Yeah. It felt like he was maybe trying to sell a bit of a fake, but still had the dart. Didn't use it once in the round. It would have been yellow on his hotbar if he had. Into the eco, I think, gives us a little bit of a chance to talk about this GX side, which are having to find their identity again. That was the story of their 2025 season and the push for champs in the end. It was the double initiator, which really worked for them. But now in a world dominated by double duelist, you have seen them having to course correct.
Yeah, trying to fix things, and oh, okay, this round might need to be fixed at this moment in time as they charge onto the site with the classics. Where does this come from? GX lose control of the round.
Yeah, Enterprise purging the A site from long, and another round passes. I still don't know what Alluri's up to. Ara with a double though, and GX might just be back in this one for a winner. It looks like they are. It's just Prox remaining.
Oh.
Does get an upgrade and has space to play with, but no spike.
Prox is worried about where Ara has been, but given up the position and joined up with a teammate, it's a 2 versus 1, but health pool's not the best. I still fancy Prox here.
Has a smoke, but elects not to use it. Walks into the firing line, Flickless finding his 3rd, and yeah, despite all of that, it's the duo from UCAM which have won the 2nd round for GX.
Yeah, that was a little bit worrying, and it could have easily went Enterprise's way had they shored things up, but you're totally right. I think as well, you spoke about Alluri there, I think the big thing for him is he's not known for his fragging capabilities, but known for his calling, and yeah, while he's not great with a gun, it's better if you have one in your hand, mate. So we move on to the next.
That we do, and with rapid pace, as GX are looking to pile on the pressure towards A. Standard setup. It's more of a 4-1, in fact, with Westside now TPing over in support of C. Enterprise taking the route through the middle of the map and gaining access to B quite handily here.
Yeah, without much contest at all, but GX are wanting to play those numbers, want to play the retake, and let's look at the flank.
2 players on it, both Ara and Grabinho. Ara, the one of most focus, as he has the rifle, but it's Grabinho looking like he'll be the player to take first contact. Sets up Ara for at least one here, as Lime does get a shot to the back of the head. But still plenty of work to be done by the rest of GX on site. Enterprise looking like they're doing a decent job at holding this down. Flickless still yet to fall, but you feel like this might just be the round. Down on numbers as it stands. And with a one-way smoke in his face, finally the Belgian will drop. And with Kozzy starting to get on the scoreboard, this Enterprise team only gets scarier. They're first here on Haven.
Well, with the round going Enterprise's way, we start to see the quality that they truly have on the roster in terms of the mechanicals, and that's just from round 2 onwards, right? The fact that they're able to almost buy themselves into the anti-eco here, well aware of the flank and set up appropriately in the post. Allura even getting one of his own even after my joke in the last round. So, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, he will have his impact, as you can see here already. Enterprise now coming into the first full gun round for both teams with a bit of an early A play, and Kozzy is razor sharp. Removes his fellow countryman in the opening engagement. And again, with GX starting the round, 3-4 bodies towards this A site, they lose one of them early this time.
Very quick reclear, proactiveness, and it's what the Enterprise have in stock. Heard the footsteps.
But Kozzy isn't holding this line actively. He's been flashed back onto it by Lime, only good for the one, and Westside following it up with a couple of his own. GX with a quick gear shift there, just changing the pace, and Enterprise trying to claim back that space themselves, just not able to win the fights.
What's the call? What's the play? GX at the same time.
Again.
Happy to go and reclear. I love this from them. This is a great look.
Yeah, and these are the kind of fundamentals that they have just been advocating for so heavily from their push last year up until now. Flickless gets the one with the hat off his head, just confirms to us that it is Allura in the window, and he falls from the windowsill thereafter. GX winning such an important round at this stage in the game to build up their monopoly on this defender's side.
It's a great round to win things over, because they obviously take the over the economy for the most part. Kozzy not wanting to opt for a rifle, even though he will have the ultimate in the next round, which is an interesting one.
I think there's a nice combo up here early for Enterprise with the Hunter's Fury and Dimensional Drift, but of course a round like this doesn't really give you the best facilities to go for that. Prox is the rogue rifle in the mix, as it might just be a straightforward C-send.
Prox sticking with the pack, that way that rifle can be easily recovered. You can see Magnum looking and dancing with the idea of flirking, but it's just a straight send, as you see.
The reveal hitting a couple of targets, actually. Thought that one might go the other way. It doesn't. It's GX just completely cleaning up the site. And the Enterprise eco goes pretty much as expected. I think rounds like this are great for GX, because when you look at them at the moment, I would say that they're a team in a slump, especially just individually across the board, player performance-wise. They have struggled to gel to the start of this year. Very much the same way that the beginning of last year didn't look too great on them. But this gives them a chance to sort of try stuff out against a weaker opponent, I think it's fair to say. But this Enterprise team has a pretty high point on it. Oh my goodness, what is going on? It's just Ara straight in early on, Grubby trying to follow it up and just nothing comes from it.
Yeah, Grubby at the same time uses the ultimate to get to backside and hold that down. So he's playing in his own smoke and there's going to be more bodies to flood in.
Yeah, but nobody with a gun in their hands other than Cloud. He's the next to be shown the door. Grubby's still playing from short, but the nice jump peek out from Alluri sets up Lime to trade it. As you say, the spike is in an awkward position here. Westside trying to batten down the hatches from long, but Enterprise are hunting in packs, and with that, they will double up for rounds.
Yeah, I'm getting deja vu from the last match that we've seen on Haven, which was literally the last match we've seen in the last series. Very deathmatchy, ready to brawl their way through. GX caught a little off guard there, and I don't think Ara meant to send it forward.
I mean, you can really see how Enterprise, in the amount of series they've been able to play through, you know, Swiss stages and playoff brackets in Northeast, that they've built up this synergy. I mean, I think a couple of the rounds so far have been the perfect example of how in the current meta there are phases. The utility ebbs and flows. You clear, you re-clear. And at the moment, GX are just about getting the better of it, but the previous probably case in point that Enterprise can punish you.
Yeah, it's not a team to be underestimated. I think that's why we've seen GX start on such a high gear already. But at the same time, while they try and mid-round and do their own stuff, let's look at Westside and how far up A he's already been able to get.
Yeah, looks like he's just about going to nestle that TP. No, towards the A site. Still far away enough for him to actually get out as the canary in the coal mine. The first sign of any danger towards A, and look at the reaction from GX, immediately sending 2 players over there. Meanwhile, Illuri is committing an ult, which hasn't found all too much, and in fact, Enterprise are on the back foot right now. They've not really got too much ground other than Lime.
Yeah, I mean, Magnum's able to at least get mid-control back, wrestle that through his own luck, but it looks as if EP want to try and send it A-ward again.
And from this position, GX look all the more commanding. In saying that, Ara just peeling off of A as Westside is wrapping back around from sewers. 4 players have just gone right underneath the defender's side nose here, out onto the A site. Magnum left behind for a signature lurk, and a huge 1 versus 1 about to open up for Kozzy, and he's smart enough to check for it.
Oh, Magnum's timings are really unfortunate as Grubby goes by, so that could be another ace up the sleeve for GX. Let's see how it develops.
Yeah, Grubby has a TP as well, so he will get past that trap, but for now, full focus on the site itself. Arrow doubling up and finding a third for his efforts before the night is done. Alluri trying to stave off as much of this retake as possible to just get Magnum into a position to backstab. But with that now revealed, he's got many targets to find. The flick from Flickless will take him down eventually. And GX continue on the warpath.
Yeah, demons from last year for Magnum up against Giant X, the team that denied him his opportunity to make it all the way back to champs. I still can't get it done. And that's why we're going to see an Enterprise timeout here. Giant X are completely ruling the roost.
And that's the thing. This is an Enterprise side which is lined with quality and international experience. Magnum returning to the organization for 5 years after he left for Fnatic, all the way back when. You've got Prox here as well, of course, who played in VCT last year. Alluri notorious at this level, as is Lime. And I think to me that just speaks volumes about Kozzy's pickup more than anything else, because as a youngster, 16 years of age, only just eligible to play in Challengers 2 days ago, by the way, not VCT, Challengers. It, again, as I mentioned, isn't something that you see all too often, Cairo.
It's not. And I guess, at the same time, I don't want to say there's a lot of expectation put on Kozzy, but for us two, like kind of being in amongst the tier 2 scene, experiencing what has happened in the past few years, there's not many players who are given this opportunity so early on in their career. And I'm wondering for Kozzy, what does he kind of I get what's he going to look like in a few years. I mean, a few players that we can draw comparisons to here.
Absolutely. I think the closest thing in my mind, at least, was maybe Sayonara on KPI. But even then, it didn't feel like that roster was stacked with similar levels of talent. Maybe the best parallel to draw would be Kiko, as he was part of the previous Apex core to which Magnum on this Enterprise team, Shadow as assistant coach, and Itapata head coach, of course, there are remnants of. So a track record for scouting definitely there. And it's not like you're taking a huge risk on this player, as the #1 ranked on the leaderboard in EMEA. 64% win rate in those games, according to Tracker GG. That doesn't come for nothing, and I think it is becoming more and more commonplace, especially with the teams we've seen come up from Premier in the last few years as well, Cairo.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of Premier teams that we've seen come up, like, I think, like, obviously the highlight of goes straight to BBL and ULF. That's the two ones that I think of. But they kind of, for both teams, they kind of came on and established themselves straight away. So it's not even as if we can draw comparisons there about transfers or how that went. It was 5 talented individuals who kept themselves together, and Causey now is a kind of phenom in this position right now.
Yeah, really. And it's just about setting that bar as much as possible. And I guess with the players that he's surrounded by, that's the headspace that you put yourselves in. All of this really just leading us towards the statement that this is a prime candidate for the play-in stage later this year in stage 2, right? But the question we now ask in this game against GX is, do they have a killer instinct against VCT opponents, where you look at their previous matches, they were able to take down KC, but that is a team with, a unique set of problems itself. So I have to say, I feel like a win against the GX side, which, haven't had the easiest run into the start of the year, but at the very least did have prior champions quality, is definitely something to think about.
Yeah, I think like that's the other aspect here, is this is a different level of opponent that we can kind of judge them against, a different litmus test. To try and, I guess, decide whether, where you're at for the year. And it's a long year. That's the big thing here when it comes to the VCT calendar. Many twists and turns in the tails, as the owners of Enterprise will know.
No, absolutely, right? They've been in this game for a long time now. I said Magnum is returning after a 5-year gap. That only happens by having an org that's been in Tier 2 for 5 years. I mean, like, that's crazy, There are very few other names that can say they've been around and have consistently reinvested as much as Enterprise have. Of course, it was a very different version of the team back then. Magnum, a Czech player, this a Czech org.
Yeah.
Had a point in time where it was predominantly players from that country, with the exception of my favourite Czech player of all time, Benji Fishy. But they have produced a lot of talent. I'm thinking Alexik, Mini, plenty of names.
Yeah, I mean, there's loads, right, that you have to consider. Enterprise themselves have always been there or thereabouts, considering the upper parts of Tier 2 were challenging Ascend back when they were still around and not making weird tweets. So let's get into it.
Yeah, let's. Of course, GX the ones in the lead right now, though, and they always demand your attention, as the VCT roster can be volatile at times, explosive in others, and Ara finding the perfect start to this round. Cloud's here as well. It's looking pretty scary for Enterprise, but even with this mishmash of weaponry, they've managed to recover at least one rifle. That goes missing, and so it is just Alluri and GX. Keep on marching forward past the tech timeout and on to a 6th.
Yeah, it looks as if that tech timeout has done absolutely nothing to dissuade the Giant X players. Now I wonder if they're all playing remote or if they're all probably playing from the facility in Berlin. That's the other thing you've got to consider that the GX will have over Enterprise is the support from the organisation.
I mean, most of these players are based in Berlin. I did get a chance to speak to Flickless briefly before the end of kickoff, though, and I think he said he was going to be going back home just for this point in time, bit of R&R, so wouldn't be too surprised if the players are on their local setups, but as you say, there is definitely the infrastructure there for them.
Who's next?
Looking at it here, this is the big rifle round between the two. Ult's in play, and already Lime using his. Great to just scout out these first few players. A couple more of them left on the C site.
It's as if we're going to get the Euro combining with Magnum as he tries to steal away more real estate from the defence. Still just 2 at the back of sight right now.
And GX dropping deep to anchor here. Magnum in the window. Westside actually being a bit more proactive in middle. And yeah, Magnum is rewarded for his positioning. Just when GX wanted to go onto the offensive, they run into him instead and he'll double up for it. So the C site open for business.
But both players of GX looking to work together. No flashes though, or 2 flashes used to get out. But Cozy there at the double. So Enterprise, half of what GX's round count is.
And I have to say, look, one of the big things for a player coming out of having got most of their reps in ranked is that you have to put away some of those bad tendencies. The flip side of the coin is, Cozy just feels so prepared for almost every fight sent his way so far. Even the weird little ratty angles, how quickly he corrects. Another double kill. And Enterprise are, you know, keeping themselves in this. It's one every now and then. This will end them in the half with 4 rounds total. But looking at GX's buy here, this is a great chance to actually close things up a little more.
Hey, not too far away from Westside there. Here's a weird 1 versus 1. Lime eventually comes out on top of.
Lime, the player with far more experience on the Yoru, of course, and just reads the situation really nicely.
Yeah, I really like this from Flickless, though. He's already starting to close the map in on Enterprise.
And when it comes to GX playing this Yoru, I mean, Westside did find a little bit of success on it in general against Stallions, but that was more so on Split than Haven, so bit of a stalemate right now. Like you say, I mean, Flickless has so much information from C. The GX are happy to keep 3 bodies towards the A site. It's on Enterprise right now, actually figuring out where they can finish. You can see Limes drop the TP back in the direction of C.
I think if they had someone breaking the trap, he's, I don't know where he's off to, but he's away, and Lime has been caught out by Flickless in the back line, so the players now look towards B, but look at Giant X, so quick and ready to fight. His arrow at the back of sight, tries to duck, dodge and dive to safety he shall. That spike's still not down, and the spike carrier denied, so that needs to go down successfully, and it will do so with a second to spare, but it's up to Flickless's Guardian. And he's good in his own right, but not good enough here. So Enterprise, they'll get within 2.
Yeah, they will. It's the round count that we expected from them, but it doesn't come without a cost, of course. I think sometimes criticisms of Valori's teams in the past, 4-time winner in total, but plenty of those years spent on a Mao's team which played this slow contacting style that I think has kind of bled its way into the identity of this Enterprise team, and what I'm seeing so far is, yeah, the pace isn't always going to look the absolute best for them, and rounds like that can get really cagey if GX have a quick, snappy reaction to hit you with.
Nice from Westside, straight in, operator usage. Declaring that this side of the map is a no-go.
Something else that we were thinking about too is Westside highest headshot percentage for the last 3 stages of VCT EMEA, putting him on an agent where really you're expecting him to op more. Is that going to work? Especially when you've got Ara in the team and how good he was last year. Seems like he's going to hit headshots if he's on that gun anyway. Enterprise a little more diligent here. Magnum off on another lurk, but Garage is where the first priority is placed for reclaiming a little bit of ground for the attack.
Lots of bullets expended, but bodies as well as Westside uses second shot to get his second kill. Yeah, and well, unfortunately, he's gone after procs.
Someone can probably tell him he doesn't need to aim for the dome when he's using this scoped weapon. Cloud, however, in the corner is not going to have any trouble plucking off Allurian. Well, Magnum is able to reverse things at least by finding one deeper towards the site. They've still got to remove Cloud though, and it comes at the cost of a kill. Ult available for Prox to reposition. The C site is his free of charge.
So spike down, both players closing in. Ara the quicker of the two. And unfortunately, those pings giving away his position, so both know where to swing onto. And Prox will give Flickless the kill easily enough, so GX find advantage into the next half.
Very, very weird one there too.
Yeah.
In terms of the round, again, we're seeing like the spike moving in late on Alluri's back. I don't know if Enterprise are trying to fake towards A little bit more through the Sova and the Yoru. It's something which we've seen some of the best teams on this map do in the past. I'm thinking Fnatic, for example, boasts attack side calling notorious as ever, but just the spacing feels really weird right now. There's a lot of gaps opening up, and GX, I think if there was any team that was good at punishing those kinds of gaps, it would probably be this GX roster.
It's just going to be a straight send from what it looks like. But it is into an operator. And Westside, unluckily, not able to get more than one with one bullet. Still, though, they continue to try and push up. And Westside has plenty of support if needed.
Let's get stunned up! What is that from Westside? He's found a collateral kill from the hip. And, I mean, say what you want about his Yoru. Sometimes all you need is a little bit of luck.
Yeah, I don't know, man. What just happened? What just happened? Unbelievable stuff from Westside, and he was unlucky in the first grab of trying to get 2 kills in a row with one collab.
Hey, but Kyra, you know what they say, if you don't buy a ticket, and he bought a ticket.
He definitely did buy a ticket, I'll tell you that, and I'll give you that.
So the half ending at a scoreline of 8-4 in favor of GX. It's a defender's side for them. You look at the record of both teams here. GX 1-1. They struggle to perform against Foot, but I think we're taking that in the mind at the very least, that it's a bit of a bogey team for them. The clash of styles, Pipson versus Geist, doesn't really work out so much. That's the excuse, the official one at least. And for Enterprise, look, 3-1 record on this map so far this year, including Clash. Sure, the overall level in the region Northeast won't be as competitive as what we're seeing here, but they've got to find a way to turn this around.
Yeah, need to find some sort of success. Or Enterprise can find themselves very quickly staring down the barrel of a gun that is GX favoured. I mean, we expected that to kind of happen in the ULF game, right? Like, UCAM had shown us time that they can show up. But for me, I was like, well, if ULF show up like they can, then that'll be a game that they run away with. This is Enterprise's pick, that's what I'm alluding to. And GX 8-4, starting on the attack.
Quick B play to kick things off. Grabinho gets in with a plant, no TP expended for it. Enterprise now forced to retake. They are fully in from main here in the site itself. There is no second layer to this.
Yeah, Enterprise been denied onto the spike, and is there a bit of panic from GX with the utility expended?
I mean, Prox has a smoke here, and he's going to put that up with no problems at all. It does allow, though, however, for pressure to be incited. Stopped in his tracks is Kozi on the run towards the smoke, or Ara, I should say, but the trade's there anyway, and GX just make the pistol look effortless, honestly.
That's what you would expect. Flickless on 17 kills and only 4 deaths. Westside's Euro looks like a success, a confident story. Interestingly enough, Ara, who I thought has had a decent start so far, has kind of been what we've seen fall into a trope of a duelist who goes in for the space and allows his team to backfill, you know? Not necessarily having much impact in the kill department.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing for Arrow. I mean, you've got to consider his strengths. He is a brilliant rifler when he gets in there, but we've just seen him playing with the operator so much so far, at least from kickoff. He used it more than anyone else, but had such middling success overall as someone who came as third place runner-up for Rookie of the Year, and a lot of that from his off play is surprising. Flood attempt here from Enterprise actually doesn't look too bad. But for the most part, GX with the better weapons are just impassable at this kind of a stance. So it will be double digits for them in the end. And now comes the real test.
Yeah, the rifle round. The one where Enterprise have a bit of biter out to them. And Giant X, what can they show us on their attack side? Expecting to have a more than passable attack side macro. But it is usually fairly simple when it comes to Giant X. They're usually not going to break ground in terms of the meta.
So once again, Arrow has made the protagonist here, trying to create some space. A lobby default, as is very common on this map. I mean, it's a mirror that we get here, and both teams have really been playing it a very similar way. But Alluri caught there, sleeping. It's just not been his map so far, really, Cairo. I mean, you can let him off as much as you like for the kills and say that, yeah, he's calling, but just little mistakes like that gonna cost you.
Yeah, they are. I think when you're playing against a tier 1 opponent, mistakes that Alluri would have made in the past are completely put under a spotlight here. Nice reposition of Magnum's setup actually will stop GX in its tracks for a minute. And as soon as that trap gets broken, you can see already Magnum's repositioning, waiting for his teammates.
GX gifted a huge opportunity here at converting the bonus. Enterprise hamstrung, but Magnum is able to level out the odds. Finds the pick onto Aaron. In fact, actually now Enterprise in a great position to retake this. Without a flash, but at the very least the fake out does a decent job for Lime. And following this up with a paranoia, they're into the site. Cozzy does drop at the front of the train, and then the rest of GX come crashing through, leaving only Lime. A player who has so much potential, but Cloud is just going to wrap back around and is 10 steps ahead of him, unfortunately. 11 for GX, bonus in the bag.
Yeah, Lime is always a player who's on the lips of whisperers of the rumours in terms of who picks up what and who picks up who in off seasons, right? Lime always at the forefront of trials, etc. Whenever a player who feels like he gets picked up and always just misses out.
I mean, honestly, for me, and I'll just say it here, I'm standing on business. Lime is the most snubbed player to not make tier 1, in my opinion. He's a unicorn when it comes to agent pool. He can play Anchor, he can play Duelist. He can play Yoru in current meta, which is huge. He's vocal enough, right? Like, he's a good teammate. I know people who've worked with him closely enough. I mean, I might as well say it because they're not in VCT anymore, but I think Koi were looking out for him, you know, a year and a half ago or so, but they didn't pull the trigger, and maybe they should have, because I think just the waste of talent is on display, and well, here they're going to need Lime to come up with something big. Enterprise have split the buy. GX have a full purchase. We've reached the minute mark, and it's still no engagements taken.
Yeah, and GX continuing to erode at Enterprise's setup right now. Flickless, that's a huge 1 versus 1 against a man that we set up to be so good. Magnum now under pressure, and you know how good he can be in terms of anchoring a site, and he's proving it right now with a triple kill that's unbelievable. Flickless now trying to embed himself into the back of site, won't work out, so Cloud in a 1 versus 4 with 20 seconds left will throw in the white tilt, or what I thought was throw in the white tilt. He only has an outlaw.
And he might as well. This one is heavily stacked against him.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, and only 1 to get out. So Enterprise answer right back, but it's all thanks to Magnum.
Yeah, it is, and some incredible mechanical prowess here. You spend almost a minute talking up a guy and he just gets hard cleared on a corner. What can you do? But I think it's such a relevant point to bring up. Enterprise have all of the right pieces to make this team work. Magnum is one of them, not just the experience he brings coming off the back of some brilliant individual form with BBL last year and a great anchor as you saw there. Fast play from GX, a bit of a feint towards the A site, but B is where their true intentions lie, and with Grubby and Flickless both finding kills towards that direction, Enterprise's response feels meager.
Yeah, I mean, they get one back, sure, but as you say, like the site's already set up, GX are already embedded, and Enterprise are all going on their ones, which I do not advise against GX.
Alluri again showing agency. Just taking out fights on his own, and Westside wins that. It's left the rest of Enterprise to retake from spawn side, and with Magnum dropping, the cam that could have been so useful for retake is smashed. There's a chip in the lens and the shoulder of Enterprise now because GX look more than well set up to take map point on their opponent's pick, and they're going to. Enterprise want nothing to do with this. Those two rifles are worth their weight in gold. Gold which they don't have enough of at this point in time. I gotta say, Cairo, it's always a long process finding yourself in this ecosystem which changes with every passing day, but GX and this double duelist is looking better each time I see it.
I like it. I'm liking it. Again, is it against an opponent of VCT quality? The answer is no, because there's a bigger microscope to be put under. But of course, as you say, the fact that they're becoming more acclimatized to this this meta, this agent pool, I do like it as well, and I'm excited for what stage 1 looks like.
Looking ahead to this round, at the very least, Enterprise have been able to cobble together a bye. Concession of Alluri's Guardian, but other than that, it's Magnum that's started things off successfully with one of those repossessed rifles. Can actually see Limes playing over the trap in Garage. His TP a mile away from Kozzy, who is the sole defender of this B site. Flickless set up for a lurk, and the rest focused on A.
Does have support in Prox, who's hiding within his own smoke, and unfortunately for them two, they're going to be identified through a neural theft. That paranoia won't be hitting either, so now all focus on this short hold, and it's going well for the most part, and Flickless from elsewhere is opened up mid, but that spike is downed, so we have to see Flickless try and clutch up, but he's got... Yeah, I think he's got the capability of rescuing that spike. There it is. Oh, there it is. And now he can escape.
Yeah, with just 21 points of health, he kills both rotates, so there's a clear path back towards the C or B site. Quick tap, wants a duel.
Looks to take, but unfortunately for him, he loses out. The health pool will betray, and Enterprise will find themselves at 6, but still a mountain to climb.
Look, I have to say, for one of the first times, at least in my memory, that we've seen Flickless on Cypher, feels like it's coming to him quite naturally. In fact, I'm looking at it here. This would only be his 3rd official on the agent. Only played it twice before this point. And with an average rating of those two performances of 0.58 and only 133 ACS, this one definitely tops the bunch. Can they build anything more off the back of that, though? He is sold towards Suez. They're without Cloud now, though. Kozzy removes the head of the snake with one click of his mouse. And there are plenty of Enterprise players here to counter the GX push on the B site. Prox moving in, but so is Ara towards Link. Westside getting one of his own as well. Alluri with an ult getting another, but yeah, Ara just hasn't stopped. And now there is a path towards A, which GX can and will take.
Yeah, they will, but remember, Grubby and Ara are both on 8 points of health.
So the Phantom in Lime's hands looks that little bit more scary. A stray bit of spam is a warning notice posted, and red clearly. Magnum closing in, has to win this fight. Lime just simply can't do it all by himself. Any more damage on Flickless would be great, but it's down to the Classic, and well, now it's only just Magnum left. He wins the first of the duels and funnels more bullets back into the next magazine. Grubby on 8, Magnum 14. It's down to the wire, but it might just be the pole to win it here. Time against Enterprise, as are the odds. They have been for the majority of this map. GX looking much better today.
Yeah, looking more like themselves, more like what we expect of them. And this new look begins to get better and better. They're really starting to settle into this one, Hazard. But for Giant X, can it get even better and send themselves towards a grand final against Foot?
Look, that's what we're waiting to see by the time we get over to Split, where Giant X do remain undefeated so far this year, at least for the 2 times that they have shown it. The best confirmation of any of these role changes or concerns that maybe we have, at least at this stage in the series though, is that the 2 top performers are the 2 ones on new agents, or at least not agents we've seen from them much in the past. Westside on the Yoru was putting up decent numbers and looked like a supportive asset at many stages during the game, and Flickless, what more can you really ask of him if he's finding picks on the lurk, if he's finding as many kills as he was in general on Cypher, and on a defender's side at that, to start things off. You have to be happy with this one.
Yeah, you do really have to start to look towards the positives. But again, I think the other aspect to it is, I hate to be like this, but it is Enterprise, right? It's not the players who are on Tier 1 and playing in LAN environments every single day of the week when they're practicing. It's a different kettle of fish, and obviously Split is one where a lot of success is to be had. For Enterprise, though, Hazard, if they're going to turn things around, I really need to see some individual step-ups.
Absolutely, and it has to happen now. For anyone who followed Enterprise in the last 5 years, or even the last year of Valorant, they know that it's not been an easy road and not a quick one either. That development's still ongoing, and we'll have to see if it gets any better for them on Split. But first, something from the analysts.
Thank you, guys. We're back, and Giant X might have struggled against Foot, but definitely did not budging an inch against Enterprise. They serve us a majestic Haven map.
Haven, yeah. First, the positives. I am happy to see that Giant X actually was playing way more efficiently with how they executed with the Neon and Yoru. It looked way more coordinated, it didn't look out of place at some point, although there were moments where the Neon wall was actually stopping other pieces of utility, like for example the Sova arrow was being blocked, and we have seen actually that was wait, actually I'm incorrect. That round was actually being done by Enterprise, so that was the you know what, it's okay. But it worked for the it worked out for Giants X. So I'm pretty happy to see the advancement when it comes to the way that they played. I also like how they were finding the gaps in Enterprise's attack. They were getting a lot of space, always like trying to sneak through the lurks of Magnum, and they were successful many times, which was catching Illuri off guard so often it was actually ridiculous. We have seen and questioned actually, and I heard the casters were doing the same, how Illuri was being caught off guard in the pistol round. He didn't even use his recon arrow in pistol round at all. Then the same happened in round 2 when they actually should have just literally just win that anti-eco. They had three kills on site without any losses, and then lost a 2v5 retake. That is, I don't think that's an acceptable round, and you cannot really say, oh, it's still a good eco. Like, that was unlosable if you just play correctly after getting those 3 initial kills. So there's a big problem that needs to be fixed for Enterprise for the next map, or it will again look like this, and there's a huge gap between the 2 teams right now.
I completely agree. I think on the attack side, for me, Enterprise, it felt like the way they usually play the attack just didn't work at all against Giant X. They were trying to bait some utility, to create some gaps in the defense, but Giant X were just so composed. They would not move. They would not give anything. And when it was time for Enterprise to actually do the execute, because they have only 25 seconds left.
This is insane, by the way.
Yeah,
What
there was
happened?
so much utility left for Giant X at this time.
Yeah, that's a consistent problem in many teams. Like, you're not getting enough pressure consistently done on a lane to draw out the utility. West side, I like talking about macro, like overall strategies, playbooks, and set plays and so on, but sometimes a singular player just says, no. And it just punches you in the face. And I feel like Westside was that guy in this match. It doesn't matter what was happening. He was just getting incredible impact kills. That collat in the last round of the first half with the operator no scope, I don't think I've ever seen something like that in any like broadcast.
It was stunned either.
Yeah, and
crazy.
here Magnum over here just says no as well. You do a full execute, he gets a triple kill, incredible stuff. Unfortunately for Magnum, that didn't really change the outcome of the match. But sometimes you have a moment when you shine, and when you combine this with the aspect of Valorant when it is snowbally, because we do have two aspects of the game, which is the credits and the ultimates, now you're suddenly able to convert that one miracle round into a win streak. And that is a big aspect of how you play Valorant. So even though we don't focus on the performances of a particular player too much, it does matter when it is some like ridiculous rounds overall.
Definitely. I think it was completely true that the amazing performance from Westside has to be highlighted. I think also another player that was amazing, and we see this on the scoreboard, is Flickless. Especially on the defense, I think his Cypher has so much value. He always gains so much information. Maybe it was also partly the fault of Enterprise for not trying enough to put enough pressure on the attack, but still the value from the Cypher was amazing.
It's something that many teams also fail at, is to set up properly your lurker, and with Giants here, they were able to do that because they are doing enough pressure with the main core of the team. So the Omen, Yoru Neon were able to just put so much pressure on a site that allowed to create a gap for Flickless to exploit. And he was great at that. That's why he shines so much in this in this map as well on attack. He gets 2 first bloods to open rounds, which is really great. That's like, you don't see this value often on screen because those kills might happen off screen during an execute, or he just gets like an information about rotation, and it's incredibly impactful. But here we have the comparison between Magnum and Flickless, and yeah, there's a gap here in performance, but at the same time, yeah, there was a gap in performance in the entire team, so yeah, that converts to singular players as well.
It's interesting also to see that in both teams, the player that is actually on top of the scoreboard is the Sentinel player. This does not happen very often, and it really highlights, I think, how good their game sense is actually. And Magnum is also the IGL, so he has this knowledge, this drive to actually guide the team, and still he finds time to find also the value. This is pretty impressive from the player.
Yeah, but Flickless on defense, like, holy. He had 17 kills and 4 deaths on defense, including 3 first bloods. So he was incredibly impactful on his strong side, let's say like this, right? That's where you will get your usage out of your traps. You will be able to just anchor your side, and he was doing that really, really well. So overall, there was a big gap between the two teams. And I feel like when we're gonna go now to Split, it might even widen. And because the worst maps, in my perspective, for Giants would be Breeze and Bind. While Split, they didn't lose yet on it, and in the past like 60 days, if I remember correctly. And also, what even more important, they are more defense based on that map, which is not something that is that common. Because on Split, I would say that it's one of the most balanced map in the game, in the entire game, but it's slightly curved towards the attackers, like 52 to 48. But in case of Giants, they are able to even capitalize on the defense side, which puts a big hurdle to jump over for Enterprise, because they typically would be better performing on attack.
It's very interesting also because on this meta of double duelist, you would think that maybe the attack side would be the strongest and it would be difficult to actually defend, but they they do it pretty well on the side of Giantix. They've not faced a very big team on this split map this year. They actually went only against Pacific and Stallions, but they did win against Stallion, where Enterprise actually lost to Stallions in the same tournament. So it was not that long ago, and I think definitely I agree with you. The gap might actually widen in this second map. It's going to be difficult for Enterprise to find how to win against Giantix, because they were highly gapped in the first map of Haven.
Yeah, but it's also going to be a little bit more interesting on Split than on Haven, because we're not going to have a direct mirror match. You know, we had the same compositions here on Haven. On Split, there's going to be a huge difference in playstyle. We're going to see in Enterprise, at least we should see in Enterprise, a Terran Whaley, Yoru, Viper, Omen, while on the other side, Giants should be playing Omen, Viper, Fade, Raze, and Yoru. So a more traditional, quote-unquote, composition. But you can imagine if Giants have a stronger side on the defense with that kind of composition, you can imagine what are they doing. It's like proactive space taking on defense, establishing like B early area denial with a smoke, and possible like C's nade combo. So that's one of those strengths with this composition. And let's take a look if there are any changes. No changes over here.
No changes yet. And what is interesting is the Terror, because it's not really meta anymore, but it is possible to gain some impact with it on Split. We've seen him, I don't remember if it was on the side of Enterprise, but in this tournament we've seen him and actually gain a lot of impact with his missile.
Lime was playing it actually a lot.
Yeah. I guess you're right. And with the Armageddon also. So there is something to do there, but it's not going to be easy against Giantix. I think it is interesting that Giantix are starting on attack, because on the previous map, we have not seen them that much since the map was not that long. But let's see what happens for both teams.
One more thing I wanted to add.
Yeah, let's
with
go.
Teho, with the change to his drone, there's one tactic that is really underused right now. You can just literally just put the drone into a smoke and left click immediately after letting it go and instantly scan outside of the smoke. It's like a kill utility that is not yet utilized that way at professional level, but there's a possibility that it can be used that way.
Very interesting information. And with this, we will get it to our lovely casters for the rest of the match.
Thank you, lovely analyst desk. Yes, looking forward to this one. Honestly, I think it is a good chance for Enterprise to prove that they do still have the level to take on teams like GX, which we have seen at Champs, right, so far as last year. And sure, they're not playing at the same level that they were during that event, but it's the experience that molds for you. And I think this Enterprise team as a group looked a little bit too disconnected in the previous to cause any kind of an upset for me.
I think what we're going to need to see is really Enterprise showing up, Hazard. We're going to need to see them stepping up to another level, or very quickly we'll see them drop out of this level. Giant X on the attack, double duelist. Let's see if we can see an even better look as well.
Yeah, Giant X with Westside on Euro on this map specifically looked at their best from what we've seen from them so far with these changes in mind. Ara back on the Raze as well, bounding into a B site, which is stacked with Enterprise bodies. Prox, one of them, fighting inside his own smoke and dominating this space pretty well, but that commanding presence quickly fades as he drops right out the front, and Westside immediately online with two of his own. Enterprise down to their last two members. One of them's Cozzy, does have a Sheriff here, and running dry on bullets for just a moment. It's Flickless to wrap around the side and wrap this one up in its entirety. Another pistol round for GX.
Yeah, and one with very little of a response from Enterprise's defense. And the other aspect to this is Enterprise are on split defense, right? You can see what you want, but there is plenty of utility, plenty of opportunity, and you're playing the same map as your opponents, and one which you should realistically be favoured in.
With how snowbally these maps can be at times, I think attack side pistol in particular is so valuable, especially on split. And GX now winning every pistol round so far in this game. haven't really given Enterprise a chance at all to make something happen. That's until Lime steps up. 3 huge kills. Grabinho, the last player left, plenty of damage on the targets in front of him, but not enough to stop the end result. An immediate Thrifty to return the result of the pistol.
And that's the difference, Hazza, from the first map. Is Enterprise got close, but they had no cigar. This time, there's a lot of smoke. GX seemed to be burning, so can they now start to make this one hot? Very big, very well played by Lime.
The timing is heaven sent. It catches a couple of players. I think it was Ara was reaching for a nade. Westside was in the middle of switching weapons. But sometimes you do just need a little bit of luck. I know that for a fact GX had plenty of theirs on Haven. And the spam is rewarded to start this one off.
GX so far up of ramp. There's utility here. They're using that to scale pretty well, especially with Westside catching out Lime. Surely not again.
You'd think not, but who knows at this point. We said that this map was a strong suit for GX, but Enterprise's own record of 5-2 isn't just anything to shake a stick at. I mean, even here, Alluri is going to fall, though. That's another rifle into the hands of GX. They have the numbers. They have the presence on the site now. One thing they're missing is a little bit of extra space, and with Kozi closing in the distance in A main, that's an issue.
As players slowly starting to scale, and unfortunately, with a classic at close range, it still doesn't get the effective value that they wanted. So those 2 rifles that we can see towards the extremities that you want to see moving quickly to get onto an angle to deny the spike. Doesn't come through. Enterprise take full control of the round. The last one in heaven is Ara, already identified, and that spike getting to work. So now Enterprise get to Giant X with a chance missed.
Yeah, it was a huge opportunity in actual fact as well, because I believe it was a 4 versus 3 in their favour with site control. And then things just looked to fall apart from that point. Felt like Kozi had maybe made a bit of an error in not clearing out backside fully, but I suppose he was worried of a potential second swing coming through and eventually did find Flickless anyway. Now the goalposts change for the defense. Much more mid-focus here from them this time. 3 players looking to make something happen.
Slowly starting to walk down. The operator shot not hitting, but Magnum certainly is. And Giant X look a shadow of the former selves from Haven.
Ara especially struggling at the start of this map. 0-4 as it stands. And yeah, with him being the primary gap closer here onto those sites, you're looking at Westside supporting him, whereas so far it has felt a little bit more like Westside playing for his own individual utility in fights. It's a headshot there, I believe, through the wall onto Magnum, so he's now dropped down to 30 and becomes part of this pushback, this re-clear into Garage. Smoke timing nearly betrays Grabinho, and in actual fact it does in the end. Magnum collecting another, and Cloud left to swallow this pill of a 1v4.
Seconds left.
So 1 versus 4 that barely even gets started with the time on the clock.
Yeah.
Enterprise are giving a little bit of leeway here to Cloud, though.
Second highest fragging in-game leader in this event, just behind Yumpy. Both of them capable in a clutch situation, of course. And in dodging the hinder, given a window, chance to take that first fight. But time is of the essence, and there's just not enough of it to get a spike plant here. Cloud can hope to walk away with the weapon, but even those hopes are dashed by Lime. You asked for individual performances, and Enterprise are giving us them all across the board.
And that's what you love to see. And one player who's dropped away, who I had noticed didn't have the greatest first map in consideration, was Ara. 0-4 right now. I don't know if it's just maybe the online environment that he's not used to, and what feels like a decently long time for him in terms of officials.
I mean, it's where he would have cut his teeth. It's where Blender was played in the off-season that they won. So you expect better of him, and it doesn't get half a chance. Lime already deletes him from the round, and Magnum, in the meantime, finds one in mid, which does go traded.
So the players from Giant X begin to move over towards A, and the question is when does Pipson start to think about the timeout? Because this is the last rifle round, you'd presume, with the way that money has it.
Still time on the clock left for them to play with this one, though. Does Kozzy look to take a timing and interrupt the slow rhythm that GX are currently moving on with? To the beat of their own drum, finally, Kozzy takes the chance to strike and strikes efficiently. 2 quick kills from the Phantom, putting him within one of the convergent paths. Lime with an ult of his own. I mean, there are a couple up here for GX, but as you just mentioned, I feel like that may very soon become a topic of conversation in a timeout. If we're to get one. I mean, Pipson is not the timeout guy, Cairo, so we'll just have to wait.
What do you mean? He loves a timeout. He
does. I feel like, didn't we get like a round 2 timeout from him before or something? Like, stupid. But other than that, he's like, barely does it. It's just,
I think the round 2 timeout was a long time ago, though. I think that was like the first iteration of that 2025 roster, from what I remember.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I think it also might have been like at least round 3. Let's be honest. If you're having to check in that early, the servers, sorry, I should say, the problems go beyond the server. That's a satchel. I don't really know how else to say that. It's Ara's slow start isn't going to get any better by trying to boost himself to the barrier. I believe I was going to say with the replay we were going to a timeout. No, we're not. It's into the next. Soul purchase here for Westside. Let's see what he can do.
Perhaps waiting for a complete rifle round has it. And it seems as if Giant X, slow on the B side of the map, very quick to try and create pressure on A, using the fake out, using the Euro route, using a fade. So that's 3 bits of information that Enterprise are using to make decisions.
I mean, with GX very quickly putting Westside embedded here in top ramp, that's why Lime took the early TP. There was a nice setup from Enterprise on B where Prox was baiting for that operator to then just slip towards Garage late, but now we've seen a complete changing of the guard. The stack of defenders has gone from the A site to B, and very soon it's going to have to come back to A because that's where GX are looking to finish.
Looks like that is the case as Enterprise look to contest here. When you think about it, only really the rifle on West side is the big component to this, and he's got his ultimate if he wants to invest it, but Alluri on the middle of sight, I mean, the rest of Enterprise are doing the business though, and it should be easy enough at the end. Clouds, Sheriff getting some of its own, but that's all it's going to get as Enterprise sweep up in an almost flawless round.
Yeah, some really clean shots there. I find it crazy, right? Because he's just turned 16. He's got the best part of, what, 2-3 years to put himself in the conversation for VCT, and he's playing like this with the names around him against teams like GX. I mean, it's exciting, really, it is. I think, honestly, sometimes we go through moments in Tier 2 where it doesn't look like there's that next upcoming star, but actually, quite a few of them cropping up this year. Still waiting for GSR, of course. We've got Jamalino as well from the off-season now.
Yeah. These off-season tournaments are always good for allowing a player to pop up and announce themselves. And I think, like, for instance, like Sayonara as well.
Yeah, true. First time we'll actually get him in. A bit of a set piece here, trap play from Enterprise to compress the mid space. 2 targets taken by Magnum, and at this point, I think you've just got to call it quits. No overheat, drop back. Prox doesn't have the best position to play from. He's actually committed to the mail room, and he's going to send bad news to the doorstep of GX this time. Flickless, the last player remaining. And as has been the case for GX a few times now, they go walking into a fight which doesn't best suit them. And it's just a complete non-starter.
Unfortunately for them, I'll have to bow out. Hold on to a rifle for the next one. Again, I beg the question, Hazard, when do we get the timeout? Giant X, no stranger to a comeback on Split.
Yeah. This is true. It's a great map, as we said before, that favours momentum a lot, similar to Haven, I suppose. Flickless wants to get away with the gun. I think, oh, I was going to say Cozzy had him dead to rights here, but the steps actually give the game away. And as you were saying, I would be willing to bet that we just don't get a first half timeout here, honestly. I know we should, but I'm willing to bet that we won't. No, I genuinely think it's just not how it's just not how they do it in the GX parts.
But what do you think the reason for that is?
Because it's Pipson. Yeah, I mean, I would love to give you a proper explanation. I think he just feels confident in his team that they're doing the right things. I personally disagree with it, but I have watched enough Giant X games to know that it's just not going to happen. So trust the process. The process has resulted in 3 opening deaths. But look, I sound like such a hater. I mean, they got to champs by not calling timeouts. They're not calling one here either. It's fine.
I've seen them call plenty of first half timeouts.
Yeah, I feel like it might have been sort of in spite of that fact, the whole qualifying to champs thing, but
yeah, I'm not gonna say that that's the
The point being is, Pipson has found players which have bought into his system. As we know, he has a very strict way of, applying his methods.
Yeah.
And not everyone's always receptive to that. I think the group that was there previously, earlier in the year, it just didn't suit them. Whereas these guys, they take it on the chin and they go next. I think the problem is they actually could do with some of that motivation right now.
Yeah, I think they really could. Even if it's like, I don't even know. Oh,
no way!
Come on, show me the goods. Has a GC, get ready to eat your heart. Get ready to eat your heart. So what were you saying about timeouts?
Yeah, I mean, they've called the timeout. It was a good decision, but as you say, I think it maybe could have come a few rounds sooner.
Definitely.
Caveat to that is that, if they trust in the calls, then why would you go for it? But we can debate this as much as possible. I think one thing that does show through the gameplay is that there's a bit of a disconnect in these executions right now for GX. They need to tighten up on those fundamentals. We know that they can be good at it. And players like Ara maybe just need that kick up the backside, that gets you in the game, because we know how good he can be and we've just not seen it yet.
We have not, and we really do need to see Ara at his best. But that was a conversation not only had in Clash, but in Kickoff, about Ara and how he has been hit or miss. He hasn't been at his best. And so far, being 0 and 8, this is his worst performance I think I've ever seen in a map.
In a very long time, it is going to be double ended here. The timeout with a technical pause. But if you want to talk about what could have come up in that 60-second break, well, 5 ultimates for GX. If you don't create a plan with that, a plan that you're confident in, then there is no saving you, That's what the strat book's for, that's what all the pracs are for, the dry runs, the lot, especially on this attack side. They have so many offensive tools, and if they're able to space them out a little better, then who knows, maybe they can get a decent return on this half, because Enterprise already at 7 are going to be pretty happy. 7 rounds consecutive, that is, since they won against the anti-eco.
Yeah, it's insane that it's not even been like a pistol round that started it all. It was the anti-eco conversion, and it just feels as if Giant X have lost all hope, all momentum post that. The good thing that they have is they have ultimates, and they can absolutely send it, just even to get one round, to get the confidence back, you know?
Yeah, that's what it all starts with, right? Got to put one foot in front of the other, and I kind of want to circle back to a point that I was making earlier about GX being in a slump. We spoke about sort of individuals, right? And you're asking for a step up here. I feel like we said a lot during kickoff that the agents they were running gave them a low ceiling. Like they couldn't play to the maximum potential. But I suppose at least what the numbers say and the eye test is that, yeah, there's a bit of a struggle going on right now. I mean, I think of a player like Grabinho, for example, whether he's had a confidence hit, because out of all the series he's played so far this year, he's only had one where he's gone positive and one where he's broken even. And when you consider his role in this team, a lot of the time on the Omen, but sometimes also on the Astra, it's one which is right at the middle of GX's plans and helping provide that supportive utility and, you know, be that guy that you're trading off as well. So, yeah, it is definitely been frustrating to see.
I don't even think it. I know you're saying you don't think, like, you think Grabinho's had a confidence issue. I don't know, man. I think, like,
not necessarily confidence, but like performance. That it's speculative, right? To the confidence part, but when you look at the results, someone's got to show up on GX, and I think across the board, on the whole, it has been a hard start to the year.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. But the point I was going to say, I think it's like it's what's in the meta and what actually goes against the GX just go against the grain, right? For the longest time, like talking about flickless and being able to actually like be the flash initiator that everybody expects him to be. That's what the initial kind of iteration of the double duelist looked like. But yeah, I think like obviously now we see Westside that's been having a go on it. His open capabilities certainly shown, and yeah, it's the Astra versus the Yeoman like you were talking about for Grubby, and he needs to get better. And then it's like, well, if we move Westside from the Cypher to the Yoru, then who fills that gap, you know? And I feel as if Westside is just so good at anchoring a site.
Yeah, it's very true. I mean, I think in a different world, Westside would make a pretty good smokes player himself. I have to say, we've seen players with that capability before do it. I'm thinking Alorante is probably a great example of someone who's gone from being a more traditional Sentinel player to a smokes player. And I mean, as you say, GX have a few problems right now, and maybe it's just symptomatic, you know, the individual's struggling because the system's maybe not quite working, not enabling their strengths, and that's the main part that we want to get to. Let's talk about Enterprise for a little bit, though, as we do have some time before we head back to game. Apparently the player that had a connection issue perhaps should be back with us in just a moment, so tech issue should be resolved. Yeah, this is a really positive start for them, Cairo. I think they've just got to, out of this 60 seconds and the tech timeout afterwards, keep that momentum going as much as possible, right? Not lose sight of what's been working for them.
I think that's the big aspect to this, not letting the momentum break cost them rounds. That's exactly the case here as we look to restart. And yeah, I think the other aspect to this is what were they talking about when they were able to talk about plans, right? If they got a chance to, and how to stop the ultimates and the onslaught that could potentially be coming their way.
We already know how good Enterprise can be. We saw it domestically, and you know we saw it against KC as well. Mentioned earlier that was a team with issues, but if you're playing Clash, then you're not at Santiago. Not everything's perfect, I suppose. That's one way of putting it. And here, Lime finding a kill on the drop down and getting back out. That's now both TPs burnt through as Enterprise are setting their feet for a retake.
Yeah, that spike though. Still yet to go down. A tap maybe to try and bait out a peek, but it is Grubby with the spike, and he is also the one with the rifle.
Another aspect to this is that GX just don't really have the guns right now, so that's why they want an engagement. Some way to whittle the number down and give them a real advantage in this situation. Magnum dropping on the head of Westside, trades it, spams for the second, picks up the third, and Prox is in position to wrap up the round. So 8 for Enterprise in the end. A patient play on their B retake is rewarded.
That it is. And now the opportunities for GX to give themselves a lifeline in the next half to win those more and more. This is few and far between right now for Giant X. Really need to see a step up now in this next round. So we head into the rifle round, and the first one post timeout.
Yeah, we saw, you know, obviously the ult committed by Enterprise here, but Ara his own showstopper. And of course, Cloud with the Nightfall as well. Now into the gun round. I feel like you probably would have liked the showstopper to pair with the Yoru ult or even the Nightfall. So missing pieces here as GX need another round.
And I don't think they're even going to get another round to start with, right? Lime already getting in the kill feed, and Westside Shorty not working out either. As Lime continues to hold control of the site, surely rescue it back to a 2 versus 3, but it's an advantage which did favour Enterprise, the defence, but it doesn't anymore. And that's all through Grubby, and the trades come through, but it's Enterprise who went out.
Yeah, Prox caught looking the wrong way, but makes the correction in due time. And so with that, Grubby falls, and yeah, it just doesn't look any better for GX. They invest another ultimate into that round, and another round which they're unable to win. Lime striking first in so many of these. Hate to be that guy, but Ara still sat on a donut. 10 rounds in. 0-10. He's been left to fend off with a stinger here, and I bet that's the one time he's actually going to pick one up. There it is! There it goes.
Yeah, you couldn't write that. And Causey still alive. The Julius taking over the server at the minute. It seems as if, where's Grubby gone? He is on an adventure, and he's not being cleared. Lime will not be happy with Alluri at the moment, as he tries to escape and find a safe space in which to play.
Looked like for a second Alluri wasn't even fully aware of Grubby's position, in fact, because either the comm didn't make it through, but it didn't appear that he was looking in the right position. Salvo stops the open plant attempt and should do for a second time, but Cloud just repositions, and it's looking nice for GX now, even better with Westside's kill.
That's even better. Grubinho looking to play on the edge of heaven, will catch off the last 2 remaining players. So Giant X finally get a second round, and that is a big round in the general play of this map.
That's the Grubby that we know can show some crazy moments. I think, you know, that was the entire narrative surrounding him from his time on Koi. Can GX find a way to get the best out of him? The 2024, 23, 22 Grubby that we'd seen in the past. Not the one at the start of last year, and they did, but it took a bit of time. And maybe now he feels he's able to again. Prox, the other Omen in the server, however, has been punished by the op of Westside. And there's a red carpet rolled out for the B play this time.
As players looking to send it through, Causey though, looking to disrespect this. All the way in, Elise gets a kill and out, and Magnum one of his own. Viper's Pit is successfully bloomed though. Whether that spike goes down is another thing entirely, because Enterprise are trying to make GX uncomfortable as the two brawl with each other. As you can see right now, Alluri just walking through, able to get a kill of his own. Enterprise will end up on double digits.
Yeah, Enterprise adjusting the setup, playing a lot more heavy towards middle and just reacting to what GX were looking for on this attack side. Very direct in their play on many of those rounds. And so many times we saw them thwarted at the gates, unable to breach it. It's been a half to forget for many amongst the GX ranks, but those wearing blue and black jerseys will be hoping that the second half will offer some respite. Otherwise, we are off to the decider of Pearl Cairo. Couple rounds for confidence, but that confidence still taking a big knock on the way.
Yeah, they're not looking great. I think the thing about Split is, we've seen it before, defender side, what can happen time and time again. These side biases have creeped more in towards the middle than they have towards what we expect from like the kind of natural way of things. But easily we can see it kind of pop back here and there. So it's up to GX. They have the capabilities in the map to do it. But whether that actually works out is another thing entirely.
It is. And what was that?
I was going to say, it all comes down to the pistol.
It does. It does. It's a worn-out cliche, but at a scoreline like this, there's no other way really to put it, is there? And Enterprise will surely be aware of that fact. They lost the pistol at the start of this map. Yet to win one so far, if I'm not mistaken. However, the immediate reversal of that with a win against GX's anti-eco has allowed for them to build up a streak which just took too long to stop. A little bit of a fake towards mid, use of the clone and some salvos in vents, threatening a split which forces GX to react into this main play which is ready and waiting for them. Kozzy executing Cloud. Ara is left behind, the site is open.
It is, but they walk straight in towards Flickless, who is trying to hold on and is doing so successfully and brings the numbers back even.
A couple kills for him, but Alluri has hung back from the rest of the pack and is waiting for Sewers. He can hear the players coming, finds Grubby, the burst on the second's not quite there. He's had enough time to reload. What are we doing, Westside? Only Aaron now, and it's a clutch you don't feel he's capable of at this stage in the game. At least he won't feel that way himself until he starts finding kills. Paint shells land onto Prox. It's an open plant, and he's locked into an angle which shall not be gifted away. Has to go hunting himself, and it's just cost him too much time. Alluri has won it for Enterprise in a very cagey fashion, but they won't care. They've got the round they needed.
Hey, that's it. But we've seen a team win a first round and get things over the line. And I'm going to be honest, we're expected Enterprise now to win this one. It is 11-2 in Enterprise's favour with the economy advantage. Does Giant X want to try their luck by sending it all into the middle of the field on this round? Or do they wait till the next to wait for a full buy?
That's what we're waiting to try and see. GX can attempt to dig in their heels, but even their best efforts now might not be enough. It is a force buy. Grubby with the Bucky, can't even find the first kill, so with that, Enterprise have been gifted an opportunity. The floodgates open, and as they plow through the B site, this one's only going one way.
Denial, though, of the spike is Cloud, and you can see Westside trying to get out of CT, but right now Enterprise so aware, so ready, and I think this one is just about done.
Westside is low, but he still managed to find one more kill and another onto Prox. 6 HP, and with that 6 shooter, he takes another head. Ara's looking healthy, and while he may not have the same kind of form to his name, all it takes is one moment.
Yeah, and you can see right now Westside giving Ara time to relocate.
It's gone all the way back through main, and with it taking so much time, Enterprise have cottoned on to this idea and can now set up in the 2 versus 1 accordingly. It's a double peek taken. Always going to beat the Sheriff in that situation. Map point secured, and to the decider, it's looking set in stone.
Looks like this one Yeah, could be already looking at Giant X. Looking towards map number 3, which will be Peril. A map which, let's be honest, Giant X haven't been the worst on.
No.
And have decent ideas. And one that actually has I hate to say it, I actually don't mind the original Neon Keo setup.
Yeah, no, it's not the worst. I mean, they had a dominant win against Liquid. We can get to that in a bit. If you're talking raw reps and record, Enterprise do actually have a better one there as well. Again, this is inflated by their own regional play, but some of those being shown in this event against that very KC team, which we have lauded them for beating, it's hardly invalid currency. Enterprise have gone a man down at the start here, but they're still in a prime position to split the B site if Grubby's shotty's not going to find the return value, which you thought maybe it would, and it hasn't. Prox also ahead of the play here, dropping Flickless one step at a time. Enterprise just creeping closer to making it to a deciding map.
Last player standing.
Magnum even catches out Ara, so 3-on-1, 3-on-0, 30-32 for Enterprise, a dominant map for them to win out on map number 2.
Yeah, and an equalizer in this series. We set up Pearl a little bit already. It's an open field really to see who ends up winning it. GX felling one of the Santiago representatives for EMEA there in their most recent series before crashing out of kickoff. Enterprise, more reps, more success, but albeit at a lower level. Hard to say who takes it at the end of the day here, but I have to say, and at least mention, that Enterprise looked so much better on this second map.
Yeah, they did, and I'm glad for it. I'm glad that we do get to see what we expect of a team like Enterprise and the quality that they have on the roster. I think that's the biggest thing to come out of this one, has it?
Yeah, look, both of these teams have plenty of quality. They wouldn't be here if they didn't, and the fact of the matter is, it is still anybody's game as we're going to be treated to the 6th map of this evening, but not without a word from our analysts.
Well.
Thank you, guys. This was a quick map. I think...
I think the tactical break was longer than the match, actually. You know, it's like...
it's possible.
Haza wanted to have a talk about the match. I don't know, what can we say? It was pretty fast. It was there was one flip, one moment, and it was very early in the match. I'm not sure if you remember. They won the pistol round, and then they lost the follow-up to 3 classics. And that decided everything about how that first half revolved around economy and the ults. And from that point, it felt like Giant X didn't have like a good idea on how to approach the game. They were losing first bloods. They were losing first blood in a fashion that doesn't really like make any sense, because when you're attacking and you're just not checking even the closest corner, like you're just getting demolished by a Yoru or an Omen that is just standing there and just intimidately just gets the first corner, gets a kill, and just runs away. And that was the every single round I felt like, So Magnum also had some incredible kills, like this one double kill in mid on round 3. But overall, it just felt like not the same team. Giants were just not looking like the same team that we have seen in the first map. It was very uncharacteristic.
It's the thing that is even more upsetting, in my opinion, is it was the map pick from Giant X. It looked like they were playing this map because it wasn't banned and it was picked by their opponents, but no, they actually chose it, and I have no explanation actually, because the other side was a complete disaster. As you said, they were surprised all the time by Enterprise, by their positioning. Enterprise always was one step further in the rounds, and they just couldn't do anything. It looked like they had no plan, which doesn't make sense because it was their map pick.
Yep. Games like this sometimes happen, and I feel like the only course of action for a team who just had a map like this is just to completely forget about it. Like, you can do a VOD review later on after the game. So you just want to now forget about that this ever happened and just play like another best of one, essentially, on the 3rd map, which for us is going to be Pearl. But at the same time, let's talk a little bit about Enterprise, because I felt like this was the coordination that we were missing on map 1. there was a lot of double peaks. There was a lot of visible communication. And what I mean by that is that you can see that the player is like waiting for someone to join him. They have like this pause moment when they establish a plan or like do a countdown, 3, 2, 1, now we go. Those small things were missing a lot in the first map, and they were very like important on this one over here, where they were able to overwhelm with numbers when their opponents were already down in numbers. So when you do that and you never allow your opponent to kill 2 for 1, you always will end up with 1 player more than the opponents to finish the round, which is the recipe of a successful team if you get the first blood. And that was like a most common scenario in this particular map here on Split.
I completely agree. I think both micro and macro actually improved tremendously on the side of Enterprise. It was almost night and day compared to what we've seen just before on Haven. It was pretty impressive. They had everything, as you said. They had the micro playing together. They had the macro because they were always at the right time, at the right moment, waiting for Giantx. It was as if they actually knew where they were going to be, because there were so many flanks and actually waiting in a corner to surprise the Giantx player. It worked so well. They were moving across the side, just going forward as if nothing was stopping them. It was really impressive. Actually, the confidence that they played with was absolutely unmatched from what I've seen from them in this specific tournament.
And also what they fixed is the biggest problem on Haven was the fact that the, let's say, formation that the team was moving in case of Enterprise had gaps. Those gaps were being exploited by Giantx. Like physically, I mean, someone was slotted into that gap on the map that was not controlled by Enterprise. On this split, there was only one moment when Ilori was creating a gap that was exploited by an opponent when he was droning on his Tejo, and that was one problematic round. But other than that, none of those gaps were being found on Split, and Giants couldn't exploit those moments of weaknesses on Enterprise. And I feel like that was the biggest upgrade what we have seen from map 1 to map 2. And also now let's take a look at the stats from Magnum and Flickless over here. And as you can see, Magnum has, well, just more kills. That's about it.
Yes, I think this about sums it up. But I mean, as you said, when you've had a map like this, the better thing to do is just forget about it, because definitely a 13-2 doesn't represent the level from Giantx. One thing I would like to highlight is that I think this is one of the weaknesses of this team, because against Foot it was almost the same. They lost 13-5 also on Bind, which is a map that they actually are pretty decent on. And maybe this team is a little bit too susceptible to momentum of their opponent, and if they start to lose, they do not manage to find the energy to come back.
Although, you know, I'm personally not a fan of like this momentum thing that draws like teams to a success. I feel like that's the problem that sometimes leads to many mistakes. You know, when you're just thinking like you're on the cloud 9 and just breezing through, and that's the momentum that pushes you forward. I feel like those are the moments when you should be actually at your highest alert, because those are the moments when you think like you're just gonna win whatever you do. And those are the rounds when you actually lose. Like when you're playing against an eco and you do one mistake, you give away your weapon to the opponent who had a classic, and suddenly that weapon kills 2 of you, then that was the momentum that you lost, right? And it literally happened in this game, right? Losing to an eco when you just go into a crossfire of 3 players with classic and you lose to that, those are rounds when the lack of awareness and the lack of preparedness is the reason of the downfall. And those are the things that you see most commonly on maps that have a lot of close angles, when those weapons are actually the most deadly. So like Split, Bind, Haven to some degree as well, although there are more lines there, so it's easier to avoid like stacks, you know. So Bind and Split are probably, and Ascent are the easiest to exploit when you're on a lower buy like this.
If we look a little bit towards Pearl, that is our next map, this is kind of scary for Giantx, because Enterprise actually won 13-3 against Carmine Cup just a few days ago, so it looks like this map could be pretty strong for them. And on the side of Giantx, they mainly lost, but it was against stronger teams, obviously, but Team Liquid and Team Vitality. They won against Stallions in EMEA Clash, but I think overall, this is not especially representative of what we could see in the next map. So maybe Giantex is in a bit of a difficult corner right now.
Well, thankfully for them, statistically speaking, Pell is not their worst map because that's Breeze and Bind in the last 2 months. So it's not like super, tragedy to play on Pell. But in general, to be put in a position where only one map matters for a team from VCT against a up-and-comer like Enterprise, it is challenging, right? And it puts a little bit of pressure on your back. Like you should be winning this, right? You don't want to lose to a team coming from tier 2 in a tournament like this.
Yeah, I think it would be pretty interesting for us though, because it would mean that both challenger team reach the finals against Food and Vitality. So this would be, I think nobody would have predicted this. It's not what we expected going into this tournament, but in my opinion, it really looks like Enterprise could do it. I think we've seen very strong individuals in the previous game. Definitely there is a lot of macro adjustment that has been made, and they are very strong on Pearl. So this is almost a done deal, and we're gonna see back again the Terror. This is also interesting. They're playing it on Pearl.
Yeah, and also this is the map where I was talking about how Cozy plays on the Yoru, because if they're gonna repeat the same playstyle that we have seen the last time they played on Pearl, we're gonna see how on attack they're gonna put Yoru in an extremity, put the TP on like a safe side somewhere in the spawn of the attackers, try to create a gap, exploit that gap, and then TP back to the team and join the rest. So there's gonna be like a lot of different vectors of attack that Enterprise will try to execute, and it will put a lot of pressure on Giants. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, they play Killjoy, which is more static when it comes to your positioning, so it's easier to find the positions where the Killjoy will be. So you might be easier to exploit, specifically also because Yoru has a clone that can destroy the Alarm Bot. So if the Alarm Bot is being put on double doors, you can just use the clone there to destroy that Alarm Bot instantly, just for 200 credits. And those are the like key pieces of information that Giants will need to stabilize on defense. So there's a lot of challenges towards that Giants will have, and one of the other also very challenging things will be playing against Tehel from Lime on this map, because we have seen a lot of really efficient utility usage from him. There was like one round when on long B Pell he was able to ultimate, push his opponents towards the side, so towards the stack, right, with the ult just pushing down. Then he was stunning and filling the gaps of the ultimate with the rockets, which resulted in like 2 kills and a complete like demolition of an entire plan of his opponents. So there are some really high impact moments for this composition, if they of course play that composition even. I hope so. Yeah, here we go. So Lime on Tehel, Cozy on the Yoru. Those are gonna be the 2 key players I feel like in this composition from Enterprise Esports, and the support is the Astro of the global with the global range of the utility, and the ultimate actually mattering on this map a lot. On the other side, we have Giants who are playing the double duelist on the Neon in Yoru, which was challenging before for them on the previous match, but it doesn't seem that problematic for them today. At least it wasn't on the first map. Other than that, we're gonna see similar support, but it's gonna be Sova instead of the Fate, so less synergy with the Yoru.
I think it's interesting that they stick to these double duelists. It makes sense from what we've seen from them in the rest of the tournament, but this is the first time we're actually going to see Giantex on this Pearl map, so there is a bit of a question mark, and definitely something to take from Enterprise. Let's see if they can defeat the second VCT EMEA team with our casters.
That is ultimately what we are here to find out, and it comes all the way to a deciding map to get there yet again, like it was in our first game of the evening, Cairo. Pearl, as we've already stressed the details of, is one which GX have shown decent results on in the past, but for Enterprise, they have the confidence, they have the track record. Now can they do it against a much more difficult opponent?
Yeah, that is the question, and it's the same. It's almost like the exact same sort of storylines we were getting from the first series, right? A team who had been experimenting, a team who has a good, or who wants to reach the next level, and also that same sort of difference in terms of opponents on that last map with differing sorts of records on it, right? So can we see Enterprise, who have played it 7 times and won it 6? or Giant X, who have played it twice and won it once against much better opponents, can win this last map.
That's what we're here to see. 10 seconds until the barriers go up, and we are ready to get into Pearl. Enterprise looking to join UCAM as a challengers team in one of our 2 grand finals. That one already booked in versus Vitality, and Foot waiting for the winner of this game. You can see GX kicking off their attack side by pressure on both sides of mid, Art and Link. And Enterprise have numbers in connector, and as they start to flood back out now and take these fights, the bait from Grubby looked good. The kills there in support. West Side's having to do everything again, leaving only Flickless left.
Although he still has a haunt to set up Magnum here. Flickless doesn't even get a chance, so Enterprise straight in with a round win.
It's going to be another pistol round for them. GX won the first 3 in the series, but Enterprise responding on the second map with a second round win, second pistol, and another one here. I like the idea from GX, right, to create that presence early on, but it does really feel like Enterprise have been so well prepared for a few different plays they've gone for. I'm thinking on Split specifically when they were on the attack side and they were trying to force out a reaction, and here when they were just so prepared for the mid control. It feels like they have prepared accordingly.
Preparation is looking good, and at the same time, I thought for a minute we were going to see Causey actually go for an aggressive B long take, but TP straight in to support the site holds.
That's what Lothar was talking about. Extremity control so important on this map, and Yoru, the premier agent to achieve it. GX will be hoping for a spike plant here, and I mean, it would have been nice for them, but have to say now with the smokes fading, Enterprise in the perfect position to make sure this one doesn't slip through their fingers.
And it doesn't seem as if it's going to, as it's fairly easy in the end, with only Causey being lost to the Giant X onslaught. With only one player lost though, has it? That would typically mean that this bonus round is going to look pretty decent.
Yeah, it is. Prox is the one using the Outlaw, as it looks like right now, and well, only player in striking distance for that is going to be Grabinho. Him and Ara struggling to find liftoff so far in this one, and I mean, that's got to be your biggest hope, and one of the main focuses I think we want to bring up here in this duelist head-to-head right now. It doesn't feel like much of a head-to-head. I think Causey has dominated map to map, at least in terms of how invaluable he is to Enterprise in the game they're playing, whereas Ara on the other side, an absolute shocker on Split, wants to put that behind him and simply has to show up here.
Yeah, that he does. I think that's just the bottom dollar for Ara. You know how good he can be. It's just like, again, this year so far, it's just not been his friend. I think he is a player who he can be hot or cold. I mean, that Split 3 towards last year, he'd hit the ground running. But for such a young player to be in a position where the how to describe it? To be in a position where, like, you have to kind of go through these trials and tribulations, and knowing how cutthroat GX can be in terms of changing players, really hope he doesn't get the bad end of a change.
Sure, I really feel like that would be a step too far at this point in time.
Yes, I agree.
I feel that's unrealistic, but yeah, look, he had a bit of time to warm up into the second stage, which we saw him star in at the end of the first last year. And now he's got a rifle in his hands, and maybe a renewed sense of confidence on this A execution.
Yeah, just to clarify, I was not asking for Ara to be dropped, just saying it can happen.
Yeah, it's fine.
Right now, Enterprise are ready to fight here, and it looks decent for the most part. And unfortunately, Giant X, who still keep themselves in front, and will able to grab themselves their own round. Enterprise trying to flood, but unfortunately they're the ones who drown.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid round from GX in the end there, and Ara with 2 big entry picks. I mean, look, don't feel that you have to explain yourself. I feel like everyone knows what you're talking about, but yeah, it's the sort of round that you do want to see from the partnership here. Interesting Astra smoke. I like it. I mean, it allows Alluri to play through it. It makes it more difficult for players to push site, but the fact that GX can encroach so much on the site itself, then there you go.
Now, Operator has been announced on the defensive side at least, so GX know they need to be careful, especially on these extremities.
And with this being, you know, one of the maps in the pool where Kozzy's the one playing Yoru and not Lime, I want to see how good this Operator looks. Both of them have made a real point of purchasing it. Enterprise re-clearing A main. Should be able to focus now on the B push coming in, and that starts and ends with Prox and Magnum in link. Spike still making its way up long, but Kozzy gets the 2 for 1, and it ends flawlessly. Perfect way to carry on in the rifle.
Flawless round. Denying all opportunity for Giant X. No extra economy there. No spike down. What's been forced up is at least one rifle on Cloud.
Yeah, it's put them in a really rough situation. Could see from the stat there, or if you've not got your reading glasses on, maybe you can't. He has the record for assists per round, but as a smoke player, that's kind of what you expect, right? You get an assist for players exiting a smoke that get fragged, so I think it would be a little more surprising if it was an initiator player. Still though, when you see him on the Astra, for example, that's a great opportunity combining with other util on players such as Lime, and even with the stun there on his head, does find the opening pick. And a second one for his troubles. A open now though.
Yeah, and rifle recovered as well. So things not entirely the worst, but Spike, where's Spike going? It looked for a minute it was heading elsewhere, and that's allowed for EP to get into position.
GX maybe just doubting themselves a little bit here, wondering if there was some mid-space for the taking, and it's given Kozzy an opportunity to actually reposition. Has a TP headed towards B, so as soon as these steps are heard by Prox, he's going to quickly gate crash over, now ready in heaven, the ops repositioned. Prox holds the line for the first of those fights, and Grubby is walking into a spring-loaded trap. Enterprise all over GX, a side which, even on the eco, looking a little bit directionless.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a Grubby call or if that was a call by someone else, but at this moment in time, whatever the call is, it was a bad one. I don't know what the hell is going on. And as you said, directionless is, I would say, a compliment at this point in time. They're just running into Enterprise player after Enterprise player, and I'm not seeing the clears that we expect. The timing on the smoke there is off to allow the Kozzy op, to deny any sort of line of sight into that point of the map. So, looks like EP want to play on the front foot once again.
Challenging this A main space, but not overstaying their welcome, knowing GX have a tide of their own utility to re-challenge this space. But the proactivity continues and sets its sights on middle. Flickless is here by himself. This could be a serious issue for him, and it very quickly is made into one.
Yeah, and now GX have to go and re-clear this mid-space, and that's what we're seeing from the dimensional drift. As the players start to make their way towards A, but this is going to run out very quickly, and you've cleared next to nothing.
That was green-lit a path towards the A site at the very least. GX backing this one up, but trying to fight forwards. Arrow with another double kill. And now slotting into Secret, he has an opportunity to go one step further. Prox is guarding it though, and the spike felled before it can go down yet again.
So Enterprise find themselves firmly in control of this, and the question once again we have on our lips is, when does Pipson press the button? And it looks as if it's going to be pressed straight away.
Okay.
Hey, listen, mate. I reckon I could have like a third eye, you know?
Yeah. What, for pips and timeouts?
Yeah, specifically.
I mean, I wouldn't choose that as my party trick, but if that's what you want, then go for it.
What's your mastermind subject? Is pips and timeouts?
Pips and timeouts. Yeah, I don't know if there'd be enough questions for that, but I mean, jokes aside, have to say that's worrying though, right? Because we know he's an emotional guy. He likes to sort of get that out of his players, and he just says that there are a lot of issues with this team right now. I think what I will say, though, on the flip side, if we're going to compliment Enterprise for what they have done well, take nothing away from their performance on the last 2 maps. The mid-rounding has been superb in how they're re-clearing the space right now. And their meta read, veto, something I think we've seen G2 do a little bit of in Americas, but otherwise, can't remember the last time we saw it in EMEA, probably FUT during kickoff last year. Yeah, really underdeveloped during the Teho meta, but so strong. You've got really nice combos on those agents.
Yeah, can you imagine what it would have been like when it was at its strongest? I totally agree. And, I mean, it could possibly be made better. I don't know what you would use, but with a KJ here, you know, maybe switch that out for another duelist. Or maybe I'm asking too much. Ready to head straight into the A site, but it's all shorties, it's all pistols, and it's all going wrong straight away.
Clouds gets a couple of tags though, and so does find an opening pick. Again, GX are on the A site, but they have only enjoyed a post plant once here so far. Enterprise with plenty of numbers and those salvos.
Salvo's already doing a bit of damage, but so are the pistols of GX. Nice shots to come out from Cloud, and that 1 versus 1 though, line trades down. It was easy enough in the end. It doesn't really look like a 1 versus 1, considering the body behind them. They just got taken out, so it's 6-1 for Enterprise, guaranteed at least even on the next half.
I mean, GX, as I say, have been doing well to get into these situations, but there's just no finishing touches, no win conditions there, you know? It's a case of getting from point A to point B, but there's no backup plan after that, no extra thought, second layer, whichever way you want to flip it. I have contingencies now with a few ultimates, but feeling very confident in this Enterprise team so far as we head into the next of the rifle rounds. Lime holding an ult. She may be looking to stop any aggression here, and yeah, it's perfectly placed. It's all on Kozzy to find the kills. He's only going to get one.
Cloud is the one that's gone, and that's a big opportunity of clearing, and it's just ultimates flung in everywhere. And Giant X just go flying through the wall, and also Ara. And he's the one that's going to get taken out. So the counter and the lockdown comes through. The spike will at least go down in the meantime, but right now, this is decent for Enterprise.
I mean, look, the Cosmic Divide is playing against GX here because they can't break the Killjoy ult, so it's given them sight space, but now, counter ult coming back through again, and another Divide, this one they can defuse behind.
That is the case, but they're going to at least attempt to get half. That's through Magnum. And well, he tries to escape, he'll get taken out. So 3 versus 4, or at least that was the case. And Enterprise just catching so many players off guard. Flickless trying to play through the Cosmic Divide, but as it drops, so will he. Enterprise guaranteed an advantage in the next half.
With the core of both of these sides, they're so heavy on post-plant when you look at the agents that they have available. But that's something that I said was noticeably missing, absent from GX's game so far, and the same could be said here. Yes, there is a bit of a threat of the Cosmic Divide up, so they feel they have to fight in front of it, but just the delay, the Gravwell here, which, I mean, Grubby, you're expecting him to be using, just never comes through. No nanos from Flickless either, or at least from what I can see initially. And so another missed opportunity, a 7-1 scoreline. Prox playing deep on B with this operator.
Do they consider it? The answer is firmly no. Great from Prox, and Cloud gone.
It's not the first time that Enterprise have done a great job at setting up an operator behind a rifle, baiting GX into thinking that it's just the one guy there and it's not the early line. Full punishment, and 3 players here waiting to receive it.
Kozzy playing behind it as the Fastlane actually plays into his advantage. Kozzy and Alluri and the rest of Enterprise use GX's execute against them. You want to speak about one-dimensional, Hazard? This is all this is looking.
I mean, look, when I was watching Enterprise's VODs on this map specifically, I think it was the KC game, I thought, oh my god, it's a second timeout. Now that is rare. I was going to say just very quickly, they were a team that loved to abuse that B-site execute. It's something which GX haven't really explored all too much so far. They were able to find success from it, but here, as you say, it is feeling very one-dimensional, very direct. And Enterprise sort of know what they're looking for as well. They're searching out the map for info very effectively in these mid-rounds. I mean, we criticized Alluri a little bit for how messy some of the stuff looked on attack, but defense has been somewhat spotless, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing that has to be given compliments to, is the fact that it has looked so good defensively, but I would say that's the easiest part of being an IGL.
Maybe, if you want to downplay it a little bit. What I will say is, you know, there is also the fact that there is very capable coaching staff joining this Enterprise team as well, and they'll get a chance to check back in with them now as well. Not just Itapata, but Shadow, who moved over to coaching after an unsuccessful spell with Koi in 2024. Was the Metasport coach before then, and yeah, I mean, look, they clearly know what they're doing. This time, actually, they're happy to give up A main because they've not really been winning those fights.
Quick TP over to the B side, and looks as if this is where the rotates are, as both teams move to the opposite side of where each other is. The big thing that this relies upon is Magnum and his setup on the B side.
Yeah, Lime just clearing through A with the drone. Magnum spotted by GX's own Owl drone from Cloud. Mostly pistols here. Flickless has a rifle. Oh, you got to get in the sight to make it even look dangerous, though. Magnum sweeping up. Bucket and a mop is out, and there is just nothing to be said of GX on this round. I get it, it's another eco, but at what point do things start to get better?
What was it Weber said? There's nothing to be happy about in my life, and there's nothing to be happy about if you're a GX fan at this point in time. 9-1, 2 rounds to be played, and if one more round is won by Enterprise has it, yeah, I think we know exactly where this is going.
It's a conversation that we had between Ulf and Besiktas, that even if you can't play your game to the right level, maybe you have a bad day in the office, you know, still show a bit of that blind confidence, go for the play that you think is right, commit to it, no hesitation. And I mean, for GX here, it doesn't feel like they're making the kind of plays that you expected them to in the past. It's just so straightforward, hitting their head against the wall until something is going to work. And so to A they go, they will get it, it's free real estate. How much extra space are they going to take?
That's the big question, right? Prox, if he gets a kill, gets the Cosmic Divide up, and that's where you're expecting to be the key retake piece of utility. Spike's pretty open in general, and unfortunately for them, Prox does get that Cosmic Divide.
A big kill, retake coming in. Ara had such a nice position, but Lime just clears it out anyway. 4 versus 2 situation, Cozzy's unstoppable. Put the first half in the bag, it's double digits, no problem for Enterprise.
First half, maybe put the series here, has it, because at this point in time, at 10-1, a pistol round could decide this map here and now. Giant X look totally out of it, unlike themselves. I can't help but see it. Look slightly embarrassed by the performance.
Yeah. I mean, I think Giant X are lucky they got that third round. I hate to just be punching down, but really, this is a bit of a trend. I think it's fair to say at this point, it becomes a bit of a trend. The only team to have lost 13-0 in the partnership era, twice, by the way. Once last year with a completely different roster, once now this year against Vitality. And to just not look their usual selves at all after starting off this series 13-6 just makes you wonder what is happening for there to be such inconsistency between performances map to map.
Dimensional Drift sent in, and so are the rest of GX. But remember, Causey has one of his own, and the Cosmic Divide there. The rifles just working so well for Enterprise. There's absolutely no chance.
Man.
Giant X. Yeah, the round is over before it's even started.
Make it stop. Make it stop. I don't want to watch it anymore. I don't want to watch it anymore. It's like, you know, I myself enjoy some of the Valorant that GX have played in the past, but it's like watching your comfort character be killed, you know? Like, what's going on? It's just so far off the pace, so far below the level we expect. And at the same time, I've got to say, Enterprise are having an absolute blinder, and it's kind of quietly going under the radar because they're just doing absolutely everything they possibly can, winning every fight in front of them. This is a VCT team, though, so the expectation naturally is so much higher on the other side.
And this is just the start, right? The kingdom can come crumbling down come split 2. Always an opportunity to fight for that last champion spot.
Even that's the thing, I feel like Glyph right now. You went to champs? Like, what changed? What happened? It's not exactly a mystery, I suppose, right? The meta has adapted, and with it, GX have tried to make changes. Flickless is off-roll. Westside is off-roll. Like, probably, arguably, in my opinion, their 2 best players are off-roll at the moment.
Yeah, I feel as if, like, but the question is, right, do you play that double initiator style? Like, how do you change the team so that it does have a success in the meta?
Beats me, bro. You're talking about the team that put Tamasi on smoke, so I'm not here to offer a suggestion. I really have nothing to say. But as much as we can sit here and joke, Enterprise have been fantastic. And to do that after Haven, credit where it's due.
Well, Ara seems to be back after 1 kill. Can he get any? Can he get more? If that is the case, me and you and the rest of the players in the server are in for a long night.
We are, but we've already done 5 maps, so why not make the 6th entertaining? The last couple, little bit stompy. You questioned the Killjoy in the comp a little bit earlier. One of the reasons is just the amount of lanes that it's able to control, and with GX having that support, they've got the opportunity to move some numbers towards the A site. A couple more black and blue shirts. Enterprise going deep, though, and just for a moment it looked like Lime was going to head through the sewer and actually wrap behind. He doesn't, but Magnum has found Cloud.
Or maybe Cloud found Magnum and Magnum took his head off, you know? Same time, though, seems as if there's a lot of ones being taken on the map, and this next one could be absolutely huge. Ara just misses his timing and retreats back to A main.
Open A site for Enterprise here on the pistol to make it both secured on this deciding map. Can Ara step up and be the hero? That runner-up rookie that we know he is? No, that's the answer. 3 versus 2 for Enterprise. All 3 agents you want in poster here, but only the salvos are remaining.
Salvo's already being used early doors. Lime trying to wrap round in a bait to come through, but nobody is biting, nobody is falling for it. A nice play in from Westside, but he's caught out, so Flickless all on his own. Spike already has, and already Flickless gone. Enterprise have 11 chances to win against Giant X.
I mean, Cairo, if they actually pull this off, from losing 13-6 in map 1 to winning 13-2, 13-1, I can't say I've seen the like before, really. I mean, the pendulum has swung and then some. This Enterprise team are right up at the caliber that you're expecting in the play-ins, right? In Stage 2 later this year. And if it's teams like GX that we want to call gatekeepers, then Enterprise are ready for that road.
Well, Enterprise seem ready at this moment in time, but I tell you who has been ready. Magnum, looking for revenge for 2025, and Enterprise looking to announce themselves on this stage as they do so straight into A main, alluring Causey Spike on the back. I'm waiting for a reaction.
And at this point, Alluri rolls out the blueprint of the map and says, go wherever you want. He has the whole thing at his own disposal now. Turret contact in mid, that gives Enterprise a heads up. And at this point, you're probably looking at just taking it towards the B site with full confidence that wherever they go, wherever they lay their hat, they'll have numbers. And not only that, it looks like they are going to beat GX on this side of the map at a player count of 5-0. A masterclass in the mid-round yet again.
Spike, ready to, yeah, it goes down. Next to no issues. And then the question is for Giant X is the time they have to take to re-clear back towards the site, set themselves up, and even go for the retake. And look at the utility left. It's only really Cloud that can initiate back in.
Enterprise went from being a poor Pearl team at the start of last year to one which reached Ascension in the end. They've gone from a roster which started this series down 13-6 to one which looks like they're going to reverse sweep it in the most remarkable fashion. 13-2, 13-1 on the last couple of maps, and the VCT team are sent crashing out.
Enterprise can hold their heads up high as they look to face up against Foot in that grand final. If I'm Foot Hazard, I'm starting to look a little bit worried, because that is some performance to come through, although they will have veto advantage. Absolutely emphatic way to win out a best-of-3 series.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually have to double-check what the veto advantage looks like, because it's another 2 best-of-3s that we're going to be heading into tomorrow, so I'm not sure how the double ban would necessarily work there, but perhaps it does. We'll just have to see. Check in with the admins on that. But what I will say, and what is fact right now, is that in this first event that is supposed to bridge the gap between VCT and Challengers, we have 2 VCT teams and 2 Challengers teams in the Grand Finals, in opposite Grand Finals as well. So I think if there was any better marketing, any better way to sort of sell you what it is that we're going to get tomorrow, it's David versus Goliath in each and every map. Goliath may be a bit of an exaggeration considering the teams that have made their way to this stage of the competition, Cairo, but look, the premise is selling itself, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. We're nearly there, Hazza. We're nearly got our victors for Clash, and it's looking very, very good, I have to say.
Yeah, exciting times ahead, and look, we won't go so far as to stage 2, but what I can say is that there will be teams that surprise people come the end of this year, and I feel like Enterprise are a safe bet for one of them. UCAM as well, congratulations to them both. We'll see them in the Grand Finals tomorrow, but for now, we have our host and analyst duo of Kim and Lothar to close out the show. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Caro and Hazza, for the night, for commenting this difficult game to watch. We said to Giant X to forget about Split and move on to the next one, but I think we can safely say that that Split did stick to them all the way into Pearl.
Yeah, I think so, but at the same time, you know what, I don't want to focus on the negatives too much about Giants, because there's a thing to talk about, and that's Enterprise. And I'm very happy that I was hyping them up before the show started today, because now I look like a genius, you know? Like, for me, this team really looked good at the VODs that I watched, and I really liked the way they played. I'm just unhappy with one thing. I was spending so much time setting up the idea of how they play attack on this map, and we have seen how many rounds on attack? 2. 2 rounds. I was not even able to show you like how they are setting up the Euro, how they are putting up the positions. Like, Enterprise is really playing the macro game, and that's something that I really like. The positioning of the players makes sense. They play in correlation to each other. The communication also works. You can literally see how when the TP from the Euro happens for the rotation, it makes sense because it is being triggered by something else happening on the map. So the players are relying the information, like a crucial information about a step head or like a utility piece being used, and that triggers the reposition of the defenders. It was very efficient, it was very nice to look at, and it doesn't matter if they hit the shots or not, but as you can see here on the screen, those plays, those kind of setups, you can see the ultimate from Tejo, the stun, those are exactly the examples that I was pointing out before this map happened. So I'm very happy to see Enterprise having a consistency, you know, now, even though they swapped the players, and I know against Job Life, Cozy was already playing, but before Cozy was playing against Job Life, we had Swagzer in the team, and the team still looked consistent. So this is a premise that I really like from this team, because it looks like it's consistency in coaching and consistency in listening to the plan of your IGL. Big kudos to Enterprise, really well played.
Definitely, I think we can easily highlight how well they played this game against Giantex. The first map was not that easy, and they actually lost pretty heavily, but they were able to come back, and to come back way stronger from what we've seen on the scoreboard. And as you said, I think one thing that should be highlighted is that they changed one player during the tournament, swapping Swagzer for Cozy, and definitely the form is the same as at the beginning. Now they have taken down Carmine and Giantex, and they're going over to Foot Esports. So let's see if they're able to maybe make the magic happen once again. But from what we've seen from now, it's very impressive. And also, they always won with 2-0 game. No, sorry, this was a 2-1. Yeah, but I mean, the last two games were so...
2-0, we just, Haven didn't happen, you know? So,
the last two games, were so impressive that I was like, oh yeah, easy one.
The timer that we had to count for map 2 and map 3 combined were probably less than one of the maps in other matches, you know? So that's probably why.
Maybe true.
But overall, Enterprise, impressive performance. They fixed the issues that they had in Haven. Like I was talking about the gaps in the map control. Those gaps were nowhere to be found on Pell. And when you have no gaps while defending maps that has very narrow choke points, you can set up consistent crossfires. But it also helps that Giant X was not consistently using utility to get players off angles. And that's where Cozy was striking with the operator, because he was getting like the first blood on a Sova. Those things, they should never happen. Like if you're dying as an initiator first an operator, there was something wrong with the planning. And that's where Enterprise was also punishing the mistake from Giants. But one thing I have to say about Giants, I feel like the problems that I was pointing out about the combination of Yoru and Neon kind of working against each other and not helping each other was again visible now on Pell. There were many executes when the Yoru TP was completely like disconnected from the entire plan, and he was getting caught off guard. Westside was getting caught off guard completely after the TP, getting killed in open positioning. His ultimate was set up in a way where his TP was exactly at the same position where he was standing with the ultimate. It kind of made little sense. So the lack of practice, I feel like it was still very visible, but that's also very important for him to get, because he needs to, if he wants to play in Split 1 on Yoru, he needs to get that experience over here.
Definitely, because against other VCT team, it's gonna be way more difficult. We have teams with amazing Euro player like Martin, for example, and if you want to compete with that and be able to actually take down those kind of teams in this meta, he definitely has to get the experience. He has to know how to work hand in hand with Ara on the Neon, and this is gonna come at the price of a lot of practice. I want also to talk a little bit about Ara, because I thought in this game that he was over-aggressive a lot of the time. He crossed Cosmic Divide with almost nothing, with 5 players alive. I think maybe he was trying to build the confidence back, even though they were losing pretty heavily, but it didn't work at all, and I think he died. It's not I think, it's the case, it's a fact. He died way more often than he actually managed to find a kill, and a lot of his plays were over-aggressive and would not in a million years bring something positive. But I mean, in this kind of games, it's easy to pinpoint things that are bad, because obviously they are struggling a lot, and I think this also comes down to how they were feeling in this game, and maybe the previous game actually kind of broke down. It's the end of the tournament, it's the end of the night. I don't know, but something something wasn't right.
Like when a player like playing on an aggressive character like Neon, for example, wants to compensate for like seeing like the plans don't work out. I need to do something myself. I need to do a hero play, and then on a character that is like so disconnected spacing wise from the rest of the team tries to do that, and it doesn't work. Then it looks really awful because you're on an island of your own and you get killed. There's no support, there's no trade, and you just look like you're not playing with the rest of the team. But that's like a symptom that is found in many players who are playing characters like Neon or Waylay, less on Jet, because Jet, when she's in trouble, she just goes smoke bomb, and sits there for 5 seconds when the team scales up, right? Neon and Waylay don't have that possibility, so you look kind of like a little bit silly when you do those kind of plays, when you're just jumping around and you get killed before your walls goes up or stuff like that. And those things were happening in this particular match. But again, I feel like it's more about the fact that Enterprise was playing really tight and like a well-oiled machine, while Giants X was not playing that well, but at the same time, it was just, exaggerated because of how well the opponents were playing against them.
Agreed. And with that said, we have an interview with Magnum on the side of Enterprise.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Magnum. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations on your win and on the next matchup against Foot that's going to come tomorrow. My first question for you is, Enterprise built a completely new roster for this year, and obviously you guys are crushing it in VCL and also in EMEA Clash. So I was wondering, how did you manage to build the synergy in the team so quickly?
Well, it's been rough, obviously, since we had to play with sub, but we are super lucky that we found that Swagsor, which is an incredible player and guy, so he managed to fill it in. But yeah, I think it's just a process of trials, because we did interviews, Itopata did interviews, and we were as well looking at it, like what kind of people we are taking into the team. And I think all people that we took, like there is like two main things. First one was be hungry to play, and second one was like normal human towards each other. And these was the key aspects. And yeah, we just clicked. We are good friends. On start, it was obviously not clicking the best, but I think last 2 months, it's so good. And yeah, I'm super happy that we managed to go so far, and I'm very grateful for this tournament because we can actually like benchmark and see how we can do in officially. Even though some people say they don't try hard this, I'm still happy that we managed to beat them even when they're not playing to 100%.
Congrats, Magnum. Your performance overall and your personal performance was really great. It was awesome watching you hit those kills on roles that are not designed like to get those kills in the first place, So really great job. But my question to you is like how different it is playing with Cozy when it comes to like comparing him to Swagzer, because it seems from the outside that there's a vast difference in playstyle. How it is from the inside?
I think Swag is a type of player that is more energetic and he's like more playing on an instinct, So sometimes he does a play, and sometimes it looks bad, but sometimes it looks very good. And as well, to be honest, like he had way more experience compared to Koze. So like in scrims, Koze and Swag were very similar. I just think that Koze is feeling some pressure, and obviously he's 16 and he's playing first, this was second official against Tier 1, against Ara, another Romanian duelist that he's looking up to, and he wanted to beat him. But maybe like on the server, I was in the vote, sometimes he makes mistake, but I can't say how much he does in terms of comms and stuff. Like it's like for being 16, he's doing like so much. And yeah, we taught both guys what we want from them, like comms, pathing, distance, let's pick together, control post plans, retakes and stuff. And both did very well. It's just that everyone has like individual preference in terms of agent pool. So yeah, there's gonna be some differences, but in scrims at least they were very similar players.
Yeah, it's looked from the outside, looks like you have the communication on point because the spacing between the players doesn't leave gaps. Well, at least on map 2 and 3, that was not a problem for you guys, and you were just cascading on your opponents. And do you think that was like the main reason why you crushed it on map 3, or do you like specifically point out something else that you think was critical?
I think map 2 and map 3, I mean especially map 3, I think they didn't play well, especially we were on defense. But like after we lost the first map, we are like, guys, we know what they are doing. We are in advantageous positions, but we are not closing the rounds because we are not focused on micro, you know, like distance. Let's pick together, and yeah, we just took a break, and then we said, let's focus on this. Even if we lose, let's just play the way we play in scrims. And yeah, we did it. We managed to come back. We all kind of gave up on the individual performance. We don't care about kills and stuff. Let's jump for each other, swing for each other, white swing, you know, and stuff. And yeah, we showed it, and I'm super happy that it worked out. Because I think first map could have ended up like the half 8-4. Like we could have closed out the eco round. Then there was like 5v3 retake. And you know, these rounds kind of snowball you, especially in terms of ults and economy. But yeah, we just focused on the micro and it paid off.
Last question for you, Magnum. Before you go, you're going to face Foot tomorrow, and you said you're using this tournament as some sort of benchmark. And I think it's fair to say that Foot are actually playing this seriously. So, how are you feeling going into this match?
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited, you know, like for me, it doesn't, like, obviously I'm super excited it's grand final, but I just want to play more matches, especially since there is not that many chances to play as a tier 2 team against tier 1. But yeah, I'm like very excited, even if it would be like no matter who else, and that they are actually trying, it means a lot for me. It's actually a true benchmark, and yeah, I think we can win. Like, I think if we just manage to overcome like some stress in the like some positions and like remain calm and composed, I think we can win, especially against Foot, you know, like they're playing a lot on feelings, so we just need to shut it down, and yeah, we can for sure win. And yeah, like I'm just, as well, I saw UCAM won, so I'm super grateful that we are showing to Riot that tier 2 teams are here to compete, and that this system is actually healthy for the game.
Focus on fundamentals and discipline, you guys got it.
Well, thank you very much for being here with us tonight, Magnum. See you tomorrow in the big match, and have a good night's sleep. Well, this is good. I think I really like. It's really nice to see that they are enjoying the tournament. I think this is what it was made for, and I'm actually happy to see that tier 2 teams are taking something positive from this.
Yeah, I mean, the most important for me, what I heard from Magnum here, is the focus on fundamentals. That was something that I was banging on like a drum for 6 years of being in the Valorant scene. Fundamentals are absent in a lot of teams, but when they are visible, you see how consistency it brings. And you can see like those small things. Magnum was calling it distance. I'm calling it like spacing between the players. Those are the two things that are keeping you like efficient and being able to be consistent in every single gunfight. So it doesn't matter if someone misses a shot, if he gets traded, you know, and those are the things that are allowing Enterprise to be like really good at this tournament. So I'm excited to see them play tomorrow, and both of the actual grand finals, because we have 2 grand finals in this tournament. It's a little bit different than in other cases, are gonna be exciting to watch because it's literally VCT versus VCL.
Yes, we will have had VCT against VCL all the way through the tournament. I think just one day was same tier against same tier, but otherwise we had the clash every day, so I think we're more than happy with what there is for this tournament. And today we have 2 amazing matches. First, it will be Team Vitality against UCAM for the Omega bracket, and for the Alpha bracket we will have Foot against Enterprise. I do agree with Magnum. I think they can actually win. It is absolutely possible because they showed so much great things tonight.
Yeah, I think there's a higher chance that Enterprise will win than UCAM, unfortunately. Vitality is in kind of a league of its own, even though when they don't have like very tight macro, but individually they are just incredibly gifted. So it's gonna be a tough match for UCAM, but if they can win this, that's gonna be an incredible story. So yeah, very exciting matches tomorrow ahead of us.
I think it's not gonna be easy because definitely Vitality has been playing seriously, even though they are actually trying some things regarding comps also, but they have been playing very seriously. So I think for UCAM, it's going to be very difficult to take down this VCT EMEA team. But for Enterprise, there may be a little bit more chance. As he said, it's true that foot is playing a lot of feeling, and you talked about the structure, the fundamental, but I think in Valorant you have a lot of opportunity to play with feelings, especially with the utility tools that you get and how the agent are built. So this means
that's the Turkish way of playing the game.
Yes, exactly. But before we close, we have one last thing to do, and is to check who won the second Clash matchup.
Yeah, right, the clips.
Yes. So we had Na'Vi. We had Navy against Giantex, and it's Navy who won. And I think once again is not the one we picked.
Yeah, wasn't.
No.
What the hell? I am again flabbergasted. There has to be like some fandom going on over here, just voting for their own favorite team. I am upset.
I don't know if it's here or me, but someone here as a hater, as haters, not one hater, maybe more if they win the Clash. But yes, our two finalists are Vitality and Na'Vi, so we will see tomorrow who will win the second Clash for this tournament. But for today, this is it, Lothar. We've done it. And it is time.
Quick maps.
Yes.
Some of them,
but we had 6. So I think it's the longest night regarding the number of maps, but this is time to close it. We will see you tomorrow, of course, at 7 p.m. CET or GMT +1 for 2 amazing finals between Tier 2 and Tier 1. It's going to be amazing, so be there. We will see you.
Nothing was meant to meet. Distance kept things apart. This is the moment where everything shifts. What are you afraid of?
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 내 가슴은 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 나니 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알파가 아니지 그런 stone boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 오늘 널 불러서 좋게 잘 받아 멍청한 애들이 여기 샤고 넘치니 바닥에 서니 목숨 내못 따라 짜증나면 빌어도 life ain't cool 벨리스 날 tonight girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or she want 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말하자면 내가 뱉는다면 내가 다시 look told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들의 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려 넣어 boys 하늘 위로 떨어지는 너는 looking like demons 자칭 날 구기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 준 오들은 날 믿거든 꽤나 좁아져도 너의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리로 망설임 없이 그 사이로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like
of the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the